Welcome to the Hawks Nest live stream game day show. My name is Brandon Kane, and I welcome all of my early riser Seahawk fans out there as we get up at the butt crack of dawn this morning to watch our Seahawks take on the Tampa Bay Buccaneers to see if they can maintain their ability to just remain on top of the division. And now what we like to see here is the surprising Seahawks, one of the surprising teams, I think, of the NFL season so far, is going to come out, and this is not going to be any easy trek. You have still a very difficult Tampa Bay team to deal with. This is not going to be just a simple measure of things, but it should be a great game. We've got our first game out there in the Deutschland. Guten Tag, good morning, all that other stuff out there to my German folks out there. Anybody tuning in from Germany, it's going to be interesting to see how they deal with this game and react to it. I hear they're very hyped up for it. Supposedly they could have sold 3 million tickets if they had that many seats to do. So that was good to see that the Europeans are starting to understand this little football thing and why it's just so much of awesome. But we will be taking on this team today. It's going to be a tough matchup, battle of two division leaders at this point in time. Though, of course, Tampa Bay is at 4-5. Still, in watching a lot of their tape, this is definitely still a dangerous team. So it's not going to be anything easy to go out there and just expect you're getting them week into this year, and therefore it's going to be a nice, simple game. I do not expect that at all. There's a reason Vegas has them favored in this game. It's not merely Vegas overlooking our Seahawks, but we got to feel pretty good about our chances here. Certainly, I guess you could say probably better playing this on the road than it is playing this in Tampa Bay, as it might have been played otherwise. So that part's at least a little bit good. Let me do a quick check-in with my folks here in the chat, as we will be starting up in about 8 minutes, and I'll be doing my live play-by-play at that point, which will be a little bit less interactive with the chat until we get to post-game. But Brick Mox Daily, what's up, man? Good to see you. Sebeski, hello. Go Hawks. Ryan, hello. Hawks Nest 2.0, let's go, man. Spectre 7, holy moly, good morning. Battling a rough sinus infection, but I'm up anyway. Let's get this. Hey, man, let's go. Let's go. You're going to let a little sinus infection keep you down, Spectre 7. Some little tiny, minuscule sinus infection. You say, you're not going to cost me my Hawks. Not going to happen. Well, I hope you get better, though. Hopefully our Hawks can make you feel a little bit better today. Mike Skinner, let's show these Germans how to hunt a goat. Let's show them, man. You just got to track them down. You got to wear them out. It's a little tired as it gets. It's an older goat. What you do is you pick one of the goats from the pack, right? You don't take one of the young, vibrant ones. You find one of the ones that's a little old, can't move as well. Well, that's the one you're looking for. Separate him from the pack. Take care of him. And you'll be fine. Spectre's Young, what's up, Svester? Svester, how you doing, man? Flag Sabbath, hello. 253, Seahawks fan present and accounted for. Well, I do see that you are here, 253 Ace. Thank you so much. Welcome on the chat. Please do hit that like button as you guys jump on in here. I would appreciate it. Megan Agok Roger is also suffering from little COVID stuff going on with you too, man. Megan, I'm sorry to hear that. You hang in there as well. It's that change of season stuff. I'm sure Megan too. You were traveling a bunch. God knows how many different little viruses were floating all over through the airs. Big Country, guten Morgen, Big Country. Check. Go Hawks. Marcus Sanchez is hungover and hurting. Time to start over. Let's go Hawks. It's the one thing that keeps me from doing very much drinking anymore, Mark. My younger days, I like myself a little drinky poo here from time to time. But boy, I'll tell you now, as I've gotten older, if I go out there and drink it all, it's a lot of pain, and sometimes for multiple days at that, which is really makes it not a good offset on that one. Randall Mick Daniel coming in with a chat, $50 donation. Randall, I salute you, my kind sir, and thank you for all of your support. One of my true original OGs here on the channel, starting us off hot here in the chat with a big $50 dono. Thank you, Randall. It says little overtime pay. Let's effing go. Hawks about to storm the beaches in Germany. Same recipe today. Miles Adams is active. Need to collapse that pocket. 3 levels of offense. See what's working. Finish with the run. Go Hawks. I think Randall just touched on a lot of aspects of this that could be very important here, which is the collapsing the pocket, in particular, Randall, that stands out in what you just said. Again, thank you so much for the $50 dono. You've got to get pressure with your front four with Tom Brady. You just can't live and die and hope to blitz him and expect to confuse him at this point. That's really just not a possibility. So what that does mean is the front four have got to get the work done. I would imagine you activate a guy like Miles Adams today because you are a little less worried about the Buccaneers attacking you in the run game, and you know that he can provide you a little bit more juice there as a defensive lineman than what you might have otherwise in the pass rush game. So I think that's very on point of you to kind of connect those two things together. Hopefully Miles can show out. He was doing pretty good here before he got the last couple of inactive games. Randall, he was actually holding up pretty well and seemingly improving with each game that they had him in there for a sprinkling of snaps. But would love to see it. I do think too, you got to feel, like you said, feel out the Bucs defense a little bit. What are they trying to take away from us? Are they leaning as much into stopping the run as other teams have been in recent weeks? As Walker's name begins to grow, that'd be the part that I think I'm going to be most interested, Randall, in feeling with that. Listening to the Buccaneers head coach talking about this and his view of it, he really felt like that we're a big play offense, that we're sort of an offense leaning into that. And I don't know if he was looking at the 2 years tape prior when they were in Seattle and when he was the defensive coordinator at that time, because that's really not been the Seahawks way they've gone about their business this year. Yes, the big play's been in there, but it's not been something they've leaned on like in years past. It's been more about moving the chains. I thought that was kind of odd of the coach to present it that way, to present the Seahawks offense that way. But finishing off with a run is always a good way to go, Randall. We've seen him do it the last couple of weeks, especially if you stay committed to the running game throughout the course of the game. You wear down that defense, you get into the early parts of the fourth quarter, late stages of the third quarter, and then that allows you to really hit those gaps that before were really tight and there wasn't a lot of space. Now you can kind of get through them. I will say the one thing this Buccaneers team has done well over recent years and even seems to do pretty well this year is stop that run. And it's probably going to be some tough sledding in there for us, especially early on in this game, trying to go into that defense. Faye is playing phenomenal. Devin White gets beat up a lot for what he does in pass coverage, but he's pretty good as far as a run defender goes. So, Randall, you're awesome, man. I appreciate the big fat donation. Just tremendous. And let's go, Hawks. Let's go. Let's get it here today, huh? Let's get it here today. Switzer says, after watching Children of the Corn, we should all call ourselves the Children of the Hawk. That works for me. I was wondering where you were going with that for a second. Children of the Corn. I was like, that's a reference. Nice to see Goodwin active. Very nice to see Brian. I'm still hopeful for D. Eskridge. I don't want to cast too much aspersions upon him, but Goodwin just gives us a better wide receiver out there than what you get from Eskridge in that third spot right now. And that may change over the course of the year. Maybe, Eskridge finds his footing. But for a game like this against a tough opponent like Tampa Bay, you really do like to have kind of the best options available to you. Robbie Red, Randy is the GOAT. He is the GOAT. Probably the biggest supporter, I think, on the channel overall since we started this channel. So he knows I really do appreciate it, and he's awesome. He's just awesome. Megan says, it's AM yet to go to bed. Just broken the record for longest time, no sleep, 34 hours. Oh, Megan, you're going to start seeing the spirits here soon. At 39 hours, you start seeing the spirits. I tell you, you do. Fun P says, morning, Brandon. Morning, Fun. How you doing? Brian Myers, Brandon here for the people. You know I'm here. I can't not be here for you guys. I'm a little rummy. I'm not going to lie. The voice is struggling at this time of the morning, but it'll come around. Just got to give it a little bit of time. William Leonard, what's up, man? Flag, hello. That's very nice of you to say, Flag, the absolute goat of all hot content. That's hella nice of you to say. Rodney Presho, what's up, man? Too early, Brand. Too early's right. Humanity should not be up at this time, and whoever thought of this it's a morning person, morning people, those people. Mark Abercorn says, I see alive, maybe not awake, but alive. Like and sub for this hardworking man. Yeah, it's not fully awake. It's going to take about a first quarter at least. And about 3 more cups of coffee to get there on that mark. But it's good to see you, man. Jack says the GOAT versus Tom Brady. Let's go, Hogs. Let's go, Geno Smith. Osama Ben Diesel with the $2 donation says, Guten Tag, Falcon Nest. Gehet sin Falcon. We're going to play very well today, I think, Osama, yeah? It's going to be a very well-played ball game. I think so, yeah. Thank you, Osama. I appreciate you, man. It's Hoof. Morning, my friend. What's up? Good morning, Hoof. Mark says, yeah, sick up here in Montana. It happened when we got our snow last week. It's that change of season. This is the time of year that it'll get you. It gets a lot of people. The body just doesn't react great to it. The good news is if you get an early sickness like this, it usually means you got a little bit more of an immune system built up through the rest of the winter, right? I mean, I'm not a doctor, but I play one on TV, and that's what the lines say. But thank you again, Masama. You're awesome. Robbie Red with a $2 donation says, game will end 2-0 to really confuse the German fans. Give them a soccer score. I love it. Just be looking around. I don't know. Is that how they play? Yeah. Okay. It's good. It's good. I guess it's not much action. That'd be insane. Jaeger Roto says, how about them Huskies? How about them Huskies with one of the best wins for a Husky team in a couple of years, I would say, yesterday against Oregon. Traveling into Oregon, a place that going back in my lifetime decades, has been a little bit of a house of horrors for our Husky team. And they went in there and fought in a hard, tough-fought game. It wasn't easy. It wasn't like the Oregon just laid down in that game. But, yeah, crazy. Voodoo Magic says this early start means a 15-hour stream, laughing out loud. Maybe. the early start team, Voodoo, may negate some of that. I may run out of gas at like 1-ish or something. Be like, ooh, nap time. Fun Pieces have had 2 shots of vodka so far. Let's get sticky on the rocks, Seahawks. I like it. He's already tangy. Captain Rex, good morning. Emmanuel Carta says, Buon giorno, Delia Italia. Go Hawks. Well, hell, good morning to you from Italy. And thank you, Emanuela. Appreciate that. Cali Tangerine, good morning. Mr. O'Shuck, is this game only on the NFL Network? I think it's on like ABC or something too. And we are approaching game time here with the kickoff going to the Seattle Seahawks. So I will be breaking over there. Thank you again to Randall. You're awesome for the fat donation, man. Again, thank you so much, brother. I really do appreciate it. Osama Ben Diesel and Ruby Red, thank you as well. For folks new into the chat, I will be doing live play-by-play here on the game as we get started here. So if I'm not able to respond as much to the chat, we do a very extensive post-game show after the game to where I do a lot more of interaction with the chat at that point. Oh, I'm sorry. The Tampa Bay Buccaneers are going to get this opening kick, and stumbling on the turf is Durden, the returner, and barely able to get the ball out to the 15-yard line. Lucky to get the ball out to the 15-yard line at that. I thought Seattle was getting the ball, but it looked weird to me there. Already a little gaff on your boy's part here over here. Already a little gaff. Yeah, let's go. Let's go, Seahawks fans. I like to see my people up here in the morning. Let's get the scoreboard going. Get our stuff right here. All right, Tom is under center here. Two tight ends, 2 wide. Start out the gate here trying to run the ball, and that ain't going nowhere. That is completely snuffed out on that play. Looked like Puna Ford was on that initially. They tried to single block Puna, and he was able to push his man right into where the gap was trying to go with the run. Not even a yard gain there. Will be interesting to see how Tampa Bay attacks with that. With the running game, it's been such a struggle for them this year so far. All right, Tom back in shotgun. This looks a little bit more like what they normally run here. A 4-wide situation. Quick throw goes right through the hands of Godwin. Looked like Tom put a good pass in play there. It just smacked right off the top of his hands. This will bring 3rd and 10. You can see there with Brady, you're going to see a quarterback very much more than any quarterback you've seen this year. When that back foot hits, he is letting it go. There's not a lot of tendency on his part, unless he's coming off play action under center, to be sitting back there in the pocket and hold the ball too long. 3rd and 10, Seahawks showing double A gap blitz with linebacker and Ryan Neal. They drop out of it. Tom's going to go and attack deep with this, and he throws that up over the top, and that will be incomplete. So great job by the defense out the gate with a quick 3 and out. That was Julio Jones on Tariq Woolen. Tariq running step for step with Julio. And just Tom really didn't give Julio much of a chance with that throw. But these, you saw a little bit even on those first 3 plays. That's what you're wanting to try to press Tom into doing. And you saw that with the double A gap blitz there, which we'll talk about here in a second. As Tampa Bay lines up here to punt from the shadow of their own end zone. Ball's skied up into the air. This will drive DJ Dallas back. He'll let the ball land as he does tend to do. He's just not comfortable receiving those punts. Still good field goal position, though, here for the Seahawks. Geno and Smith and company coming out. But what you do when you put those double A gap blitzes and then you drop them out is that you have then the linebacker and the safety there pressing short routes immediately on Brady out the jump, which then forces Brady's read outside to try to take advantage of the one-on-one battle that he has, because he's not going to feel as comfortable throwing that short there. 1st and 10 here for Geno in shotgun. Seahawks coming out with their 2 tight ends. 2 tight end set here. Geno in a pistol formation. Low snap. He gathers it and finds DK Metcalf on a 9-yard out route. Nice little play out the gate there. And Geno's going to run a little bit of hurry up here. Not even play action on that. They just brought Walker right up to pass protect, anticipating a blitz from the Buccaneers, and they brought it on 1st down. They'll give him a 1st down on that play. Nice job by DK there to get just past the sticks before he got out of bounds. Geno in shotgun. Little flip over to Walker. Walker takes it, and boy, he almost gets past Devin White. Devin White just able to get his hands on him. He almost ran past him there. And if he did, he was going to have a lot of open space. Good tackle there by Devin White. Devin kind of shows you right there why I like him a lot. He gets dinged a lot on the rating and PFF, and he's got his share of people that just don't like his game. But you see his ranginess there, his ability to tackle. 4-yard gain, though, for Walker. 2nd and 6. Geno back under center. The give is back into Walker, bouncing around after some early penetration. Tucks it back inside for about a yard gain. This will bring up 3rd down and short. 3rd and 5, not short. Medium. You're going to have to give me some rope this morning, folks. Brandon's not on his tightest P's and Q's. 12:38 to go here in this game. In this first quarter. Geno in shotgun. 3 wide. Fant goes in motion. Tampa Bay's showing blitz, but they're showing a little bit too over-exaggerated. I don't think they're actually coming. They are coming. And it looks like we've got a flag on the play. There's the play clock looked like it ran down. That's tough. And they've been so good about getting the plays in early. A lot of talk about this past week. And they're just a little bit too much time. Geno directing traffic. And he's going to have to call a timeout. Just looks like nobody was really ready to get set up in the right positions. Geno was just about to have to set everybody in the right spot. And he gives an F to this guy there having to call timeout early. But you can see why Geno did. He came out of that huddle and it was a lot of, you over here, you over here, get timeout. It was a little bit like that was my reenactment there on that. Drew Bree with a $5 donation. Thank you, Drew. I appreciate you, man. Says thanks for getting up early for this, brother. Ah, man, my pleasure. My pleasure. I love doing this, man. Even if it's early in the morning, I love doing it. So watch the sun crest over the Spokane Mountains. So let's go, man. 3rd and 10. They're showing another blitz. Here's Tampa Bay here. They're not going to let those routes develop down the field. Geno's recognizing it. Changes something in the line of scrimmage. They're coming, Geno. They're coming. Here's the blitz. Geno holding. And Geno dragged down to the ground on a sack there. Justin Tyron in there for the sack. Just a coverage sack on the play, though. Geno holding back on the ball, trying to wait for those routes to develop down the football field. Let's see if anything was really opened up here. Yeah, the pocket just got collapsed there. Lucas did get pushed back pretty significantly by Tyron. Joe, those guys faced off, no doubt, a couple of times in college. And he knows to bring with Abraham Lucas there. You got to just don't try to do the finesse stuff. Don't try to run around him. I've got to bring power to my game with him, which is what he brought a little bit there with Lucas, just a kind of a bull rush. All right, so this punt will be a short kick by Dixon at the 42-yard line. What a flip of field position there after that sack from where you had the Buccaneers prior there a second ago. Dixon just didn't get all of his leg into that one. Woo. D-Nugget with the $2 donation says, Guten Morgen, Brandon. Good morning. Top of the morning to you. Lions Mania, what's up? Gene D, hello. Keldon, how's it going, Keldon? Yeah, it's early here. It's all the way 6:30 here on these West Coast times for these kind of games. All the way early. So a little bit of running in that first drive for the Seahawks. Wanted to come right out the gate and test that Buccaneers front. Certainly a game that wouldn't surprise me if we end up seeing the Seahawks running more than they end up passing in their general approach to things. Especially if they feel like on the other side of the ball, Tom and company are not going to be able to put up significant points, which we'll see how that plays out. But that could be their approach coming into this one. A little bit more of a conservative game plan. Relentlessly Mad. I'm in Korea. It's going on midnight, but got to support them. Hey, Relentlessly Mad. That's awesome, man. I know. We got folks all over the map with all over the time, so I can't complain too much. You know, I don't mind. It's kind of a unique little experience here, getting up in the morning time. I'm with it. Punk 91 says Seahawks chants sound pretty bad. Well, you know, it's the accent, Punk. You know, it's hard to go. Seahawks. It just doesn't roll off their tongue easily, you know. It doesn't fit to the normal cadence. Oh, here comes the horn. The horn is in the building. Turn off the thing. All right, let's see what... both teams kind of feeling each other out there in their first drives. Just a titch. Turn this thing off. Okay, so Tampa Bay comes back out here with relatively good field position here from the 41-yard line. Tom back under center. Play action pass. Looking deep. Great catch. Great throw on the play to Mike Evans. Kobe Bryant in tight coverage, but Tom showed off still some of that precision that he still has there on that throw. It's a little crossing route deep down the field there. And Evans able to get a little bit of separation there on Bryant. Bryant struggled on those routes out of the slot. The crossing routes like that have given him some trouble. 1st and 10, Seahawks territory. The give is up the middle here to Leonard Fournette, who is able to gain 8 yards. There is a fumble on the play, but is recovered by Cade Otton. Tariq Woolen stamping up and down like I think he caused that fumble there. There is a flag on the play, though. It looks like we're going to get a hold on Tampa Bay. And that will repeat first down. Who caused the fumble here? Let's see. Oh, we got Cody Barton, it looks like, got his arm in there, causing that fumble. No, he didn't. It was Tariq. Tariq caused the fumble. All right, Tariq. There we go. They can't show the whole highlight, but I guess I'll take it from that. All right, 10-17 to go here. Tom and shotgun, 1st and 18. Handoff from shotgun here to Fournette. Spins out of the first tackle and drug forward by Quandre Diggs there for a gain of about 4 or 5. Job by Fournette there to peel off the first tackle. Impressive. Most impressive. 9:44 to go here in the first quarter. Tom back in shotgun. Quick snap. Quick look and find out there to Fournette in the flat. Seahawks rally quickly to it. Cody Barton there on the tackle. This will bring up 3rd and very long. Nice job of covering up that short route. Good job of tackling by Barton. Fournette's no easy task in the open field. Barton did a good job of just getting low on him. That's a little bit of the old school hawk tackling there where you attack that one leg and the near leg to you. Wrap it and roll. Wrap it and roll. 3rd and 14. Tom and shotgun. 4-man front coming at him. Pressure. Ball is knocked away there. Jordan Brooks in coverage. Godwin, again, for the second time in this game, looked like he had an opportunity to make a catch on that play. I don't believe it would have been a first down even if he had made the catch. But that looks like at first blush there, another early drop from him. No. I take that back. Tom was just inaccurate a little bit. Shelby Harris came through on the backside with pressure. Might have just gotten a big fat ring finger on that football to just cause it to be thrown with a little bit off. Didn't get a full hand on it, just a ring finger. And the Buccaneers are going to go for a 52-yard field goal here now on 4th down. The kick is up. The kick is sliding right. And the kick is no good. Well, take that one for the Seahawks. Let's try a little 52-yarder on a foreign field in a foreign land. You don't know the wind. You don't know the marine layers. But head coach of the Buccaneers thought, why not? That's one of those ones I think if I'm the Buccaneer coach with this kind of game. You saw Pete play this a little bit, I think, offensively in their approach so far as we might have a tight game here. Let's lean a little more into the old school, play the field position type situation. You might feel like that's what they're going to do. Jose Garcia, thank you for the $2 donation. Appreciate you. Says, what's up, Brando? You look a little sleepy. Go 12s. I'm admittedly a little sleepy. I can't get to bed early at nights. It's not a possibility for me. It goes back to my childhood. I was always a stay up late guy, night owl guy. And I tried last night. God help me, I tried. But there was just no way I was getting to sleep early. So, yeah, you're getting rummy. Maybe it'll be better for the voice today when I get real low on those Seahawks down there low by the end zone. We'll see how it goes along. But appreciate you, Jose. We'll get through. So once the sun fully rises, I'm sure I'll start to maybe click in here a little bit. It's that or about 2 pots of coffee, one of the two. All right, so the Seahawks in the first drive went 2 runs and a pass, kind of a traditional sort of way they went with the first drive and the approach. Let's see if they try a little pass in here on 1st down. And yeah, the defense does continue to ball. Looking good so far here. Tariq Woolen with the fumble caused. Fairly tight in coverage. It took a really good throw by Tom there on that route to Mike Evans to complete that pass too. So nothing easy here so far. But this Bucs D can match you step for step. They certainly can do that. Cheese Taco with a $5 donation. Thank you, Cheese. Good morning from Eastern Washington. I wake up to a Bucs missed field goal. Nice. Yeah, that's not a bad way to wake up. The team we're playing, failing to score, about to get the ball back in great field position. Maybe you'll be the lucky Cheese Taco here. You know what I mean? Where your presence now in the chat and turning on the television now causes the universe to allow for us offensively to start to drive the ball up the field. Kind of something like that. Oh man, the link people are coming in hot and heavy today. Alrighty, 1st and 10 for the Seattle Seahawks. Kenneth Walker in the backfield, Geno under center. Oh, he's back in shotgun actually now. Got 2 running backs on the field with Homer and Walker. Walker comes in motion, little fly sweep to Kenneth. Picks his way through traffic. Not much there to be had. Manages to gain probably about 2 or 3 yards there. I like that they're using fly sweeps. You would like maybe a little bit more of it being a receiver on that like an Eskridge, just because with 2 running backs on the field, it gets a little bit more predictable, I think, in its usage. Still, they're doing it. I've asked them to do it for years, so thank goodness on that. 2nd and 8. Quick throw, quick pass is to DK Metcalf. Boy, Metcalf got a lot of separation on that route, and Geno had to throw it very quickly by the nature of things on that play. How did DK get so much separation? He just had him. He's got the defender thinking deep. I think he had him falling down with that route run. Crazy. 1st and 10, Seahawks on the Buccaneers side of the field. Geno in shotgun. Handoff out of read option to Kenneth Walker. Again, not much space there for Kenneth. Able to get about a yard or 2. Very good play there by Hicks inside for the Buccaneers. Yeah, DK ran a little post route that had the cornerback of the last play falling down. I think the players are trying to kind of figure out this field surface a little bit. You do wonder about that, being this is kind of not necessarily a football field naturally. 2nd and 8, Geno back under center. He's got 3 tight ends on the field. The pitch is to Walker. Walker nowhere to go. Wow, some very, very conservative play calling from the Seahawks here out the gate against this Buccaneers team. They must feel like there's some rushing lanes to be had here, but the Buccaneers are all over the running game. We do have a flag on the play. Officials are going to maybe call this one just a little bit tighter today, I guess. Personal foul. Yikes. Yikes. On Damian Lewis, they're going to get him for that. What'd you do, Damian? What'd you do? What are they getting him for? Are they getting him post play on this one? It might be post play. You just give him a little finish. You just give him a little bit of finish. Ooh, that turf is getting tore up. So yeah, they did count it as post play. That's questionable. Okay. I don't know about that being post play there. That was a little suspect. It's bang bang right as the play is ending. He's finishing him. You can call that back if you want, but you got to give us some down back. Geno drops back to throw on 3rd and forever. Lets it rip down the football field here to Will Disley, who makes the catch on a seam route and gets knocked, or to Noah Fant and gets knocked to the ground. This will bring up 4th down. This might put the Seahawks in range of being able to go for a field goal here. They're not trying to go for it here on 4th down, are they? Still 4th and very long here. And looks like they're going to try to punt. So you can see a little bit of the two different approaches here from Carroll and Geno's standpoint, where in this kind of similar situation, the Buccaneers attempted a field goal. I'm sure many Seahawks fans right now are going, well, why not try for a field goal here, which would be about a 50-some yard kick if you were going to try that. Dixon set up back here for the punt. And I know that this might drive some crazy in this respect of seeing that, saying, we'll go for, Myers has been so good kicking this year, why not go for the kick? But it's just not, unfortunately, the play, in my opinion, to make with this kind of game as it looks like it's going to unfold. And Carroll watches these type of games with his history and understanding of how these games will go sometimes, which is low-scoring game, not a lot of points to be had, turns more into a field position kind of situation, and he's going to lean into that a little bit more. He doesn't want to give the Buccaneers the ball at the 50-yard line and stress the defense in that way if he can, too. I can get those that would say I'd rather see them attempt a field goal here, but and that ball's going to kick. Let it roll, boys. Let it roll. Let it roll. Let it roll. Don't wipe. Great kick. There, a great punt by Dixon at about the 6-yard line. But I get the approach in Carroll's process here and the way he's looking at this game right now. Mark Sanchez has been a member of the channel for 2 months, and I do appreciate you, Mark, for being so. So say, Brando, what do you think about Stetson Bennett? The Georgia quarterback. And I think that he's a gamer. You know, he's probably a guy that plays better than he probably even practices. He's got a little bit more of a lively arm, I think, than he gets credit for, though I don't think a pro arm. I think that a lot of people make a lot of raise the very, I think, on point that if you look at a guy like Bryce Young and you're not going to ding him for size stuff, and he still gets to be considered a legitimate prospect, why do you not apply the same thing then to Bennett, who has a lot of similarities in certain respects to Bryce Young, including their size comparisons and all that? And I think that's a very good point to be made on that. I do think Young's a better prospect because the arm is a little more lively, throws with a little bit more anticipation. But I also think that there's something within that, the folks who have kind of said that and raised that kind of point to this situation. I like his mobility. I think that's another place where he doesn't get credit for his arm, certainly probably doesn't get his credit also for being a really mobile guy too. Good feel for the game. Things are a little bit easy for him within that offense to a degree in certain respects of things, the way they've set things up there. But he's a guy that's got a chance, I think, to be a backup quarterback in this league, Mark. I don't think he's going to have an NFL arm. He can have a chance to be into maybe more of a Case Keenum type guy. But even then, I don't know if he's even got Case Keenum's arm, to be honest with you. I think it's a little bit less than that. And that Georgia team right now is just an absolute, juggernaut of a team. So, and the good news is that for the folks that do believe in the, argument of, well, if Bryce Young's a prospect, why not him? Well, I'm not super high on Young either. I don't hate Young, but just not as high on him as others are. So the Buccaneers are going to take over here from the 6-yard line in their own possession. Both offenses feeling the other defense out a little bit here early on. And Tom back under center here on first down. Gibbs going to be to the running back up the middle. Ooh-wee. Jordan Brooks took the running back as he jumped up in the air and put him down on the ground. Well, body slam action there. Don't jump in the air when I'm roaming these fields. Nice little whack there by Jordan Brooks. I like that. Punish the leapers. Punish the leapers. 2nd and 7. Tom back in shotgun. Trips to the far side of the field. Give is up the middle here to the running back. He's got a little bit of room to work. Up the 36-yard line of the Buccaneers. Nice run there. Buccaneers going with their backup running back here, White. Rashad White out of Arizona State. A little bit more fleeter of foot than Fournette getting through that hole. And boy, that was a big hole there. Miles Adams got attacked on that play. So your worry with Miles Adams is you're trying to bring him out there in passing situations, and Tampa Bay stuck with the run. 1st and 10. 3rd straight run here for Tampa Bay. Right up the middle again to Rashad. Got not a lot of room to work with, about a gain 4. Oh, a lot of blue in that stadium. They're showing a shot of the crowd. A lot of blue. Buccaneers coming to this game and averaging 61 yards rushing on the year. They already got 29 here in the first quarter. Good start to them for that after those couple of runs. Throw out here to the flat on 2nd and 6 to Goodwin. He makes the catch. It will be bringing up 3rd and short. 3rd and 1 to be exact. Buccaneers are 0 for 2 today on 3rd down conversions. Had some good runs on this drive. So they go back to it here. Tom under center. He's looking like he's changing the play at the line of scrimmage. The pitch is outside here to White. Seahawks have it. Had it in the backfield for a moment. They had someone back there, but then he got right past him. Somebody had penetration in the backfield, but just ran right by Rachaad White. Yeah. Mike Jackson in the corner came right off the edge and just whiffed completely. And a little bit of difficulty keeping his feet on that playing surface there on that play for Mike Jackson, but that's what allowed that to go. If he's able to get a hand there on it, he stuffs that play right out. He's a good tackler too, just missed it there. 1st and 10 from the 41-yard line. Tom back under center, Fournette in the backfield, play action pass. He's looking. Short little pass to, looks like Cameron Brate there for about a gain of 2 or 3 yards. Tom had a long time to throw back there on that play. Lot of time. 2nd down and 8. 1:28 to go in the first quarter. Tom and shotgun, quick snap. Into Leonard Fournette. He's got it up the middle for a 5-6 yard gain there. Right over the top. That was Quentin Jefferson there that they attacked his gap, and he got dropped on his back on that play. This will bring up 3rd and 2. Seahawks defense having a little bit of an issue here early on, stopping this run game from the Buccaneers. Tom's tough enough to deal with as it is. You can't hem up the running game as well. It's going to make it really, really tough. And right now they're going after, this is defensive line related, not linebacker problem related here, is they're going at defensive lineman and getting them right off the ball. 3rd down and 2. The give is again here to Fournette, right over the top, Quentin Jefferson's side. Once again, Jefferson getting pushed off the ball. 1st down. Tampa Bay in the running game is going at the weakness of what Seattle shows on the football field by their personnel package. When they've got Al Woods and Poona Ford out there, it's okay. And this is a little bit of Seattle anticipating more pass in this game than the run that they're seeing here so far. I think they thought Tampa Bay was going to try to throw a little more than they have here, and it's definitely catching them off guard as they are now in Seahawks territory. Quick snap, another handoff. This time, Quentin Jefferson able to make a play here. Tackle there for a 1-yard gain. And that will be the final play of the quarter. Tampa Bay is driving, though, on the back of the running game, not Tom's arm. And they are on the Seahawks side of the field as they have already been so far early on in this game. Sanchez has been a member for 2 months of the Hawks Nest channel. Thank you, Mr. Sanchez, for being so. He says, will I get to 10,000 subscribers today? Well, thank you for reminding me of that, Sanchez. We are, I think we're about 150 away from 10,000 subscribers, so it'll probably be hard to hit that today, Sanchez, though we've been having some incredible gains over the last about 30 days or so. So it's possible. It is possible. And if you're not subscribed, I would ask, please do get subscribed here to the Hawks Nest, as we are just merely, as I said, 150 away from 10,000. So you could be helping us today get over the top of that bar if you do happen to subscribe. But we will see, Sanchez. We will see. We get close. I'll try to hold on as long as I can today on the stream. We'll go long if we get close. Tony Tones, good morning, man. Ya boy, what's up? Dupree Squid, Daniel Bailey, hello. William Leonard's been a member for 8 months. It says, just for fun, what would it look like if Carson and Penny were healthy right now? I don't know if it would be considerably different than what you're getting out of the running game right now as far as production. You might run the ball a little bit more if they were out there. I think a lot of these games, the reason you've passed, for instance, at 55% of the time during this year is really related to the fact that teams are stacking the box and they are loading up to stop the run, as Tampa Bay is even looking like they're doing here early in this game. So, you know, teams are forcing you to pass one way or another. And it is good to have a talented back in the backfield, but if teams want to put the resources to stopping a run, they can do so, especially if they have the talent naturally to be able to get it done anyway. And so we'd be probably still forced into passing. I don't know if we would be significantly better in our record having all three of those guys running right now versus where we're at here. I mean, maybe a game better or something, but even that I would say is not likely. I think William, there's just been too many 8-man boxes and whatnot to say it would have a devastating effect. Sanchez, thank you for the $2 donation. Says, waiting to pop that Benji at 10K. That's right. I remember you said that. Hey, let's go. We'll get there. Tom dropping back to throw here, 2nd and 9. Play action pass. He gets him on the pump. The pump fakes him and gets the defense to bite there and then hits Evans over the top. Nice job by Tom. Good throw there. Got Seattle to bite into a bubble screen, which left things opened up on the back end there. First down. Nice drive here by the Buccaneers. It's been a long drive from the deep into their own end of the field. But they are moving the ball. First down and 10. Tom back under center. Play action pass. Oof. Jordan Brooks almost had himself an interception. He leaped high into the air and knocked that ball down, but he had both his hands on it. Active eyes. Good job there by Jordan. I don't think Tom ever saw him. Oh, I threw it right into his hands. If he tried to catch that ball, it's an interception. He just didn't think Tom was going to throw that right into his chest plate. Caught him off guard. But good reactions nonetheless. 2nd and 10. Another outside run here. Cody Barton chasing it on the backside for the tackle. Nice job by Cody. Excellent job in pursuit there. This will bring up 3rd down. And long. And very long. Third and 10. Seahawks showing front 4. A lot of men drop back in coverage. Tom looking. Wide open. Wide open is Julio Jones for a touchdown. Wow, completely broken coverage. Just allowed Julio to come around on the crossing route. They've already hit it with Mike Evans earlier here in this game. They come back to that crossing route again. This is a little bit of a Rams special that they're bringing out here. But what happened there? Julio's guarded on the line of scrimmage by Tariq, who drops into zone, it looks like. And nobody picks him up. Completely a busted coverage on that play. Tariq thinking that he's supposed to drop back in cover 3. I don't know what the call was, but that's somebody messed up there. Ryan Neal went hard to the flat route, which would be odd for them to pull that off. You'd think he'd be dropping deeper into coverage there. Well, we won't know on that one until after the game who messed up their coverage there. But tough drive of the defense was playing really well. And now, offensively speaking here, coming back on the other side of it, you've got 4 carries for 6 yards to Kenneth Walker. And I'm, as I said at the top of the game, I'm great with, we've got to establish the run and lean on the run and know that eventually we'll wear them down and the holes will open up bigger into the second half. But you also can't just sit here and punt through possessions away by running on first down, running on second down, trying to throw on third down each time. That's also not going to work. Geno's also started this game 4 for 41 yards, by the way. There is a point on this game coming in a little bit with it, too. It's like, just trust your quarterback here. Let's not play this too safe. I get the feeling each other out, but come on. Let's go now. Let's go. Flying Blind, how you doing, man? It's good to see you in the chat. Trevor R., I just subscribed. Thank you, Trevor. I do appreciate you for doing that, man. Welcome aboard, Hawks Nest. Chris Johns as well, welcome aboard too. Appreciate you for signing on up. Fat Daddy Stacks with a $10 donation. What's up, Fat Daddy? Thank you for the dono. Says, good morning, bro. Been up since 3:30 a.m. in Hawaii. Are you going to stream the Broncos game as well? Either way, going to be riding with you in the background. Good vibes, y'all. Good vibes, yeah. I'm sure we'll be on through. Yeah, we'll probably be on through the time. I don't know if I've got the game here on my end here from that, but we'll probably be on tracking at Fat Daddy's. We're talking about the post game stuff. So I imagine I'll be here pretty deep into the afternoon. I'm gonna guess we'll be rolling today. So yeah, we'll probably be on during that time period. But appreciate the donation, man. Glad to have you in here. It's good to see you in here. Yeah, we'll have a late one today. Daniel Bailey with a $2 donation. Thank you, Daniel. It says looks like bad game planning by the coaching staff so far. Not great offensively. I think on that play it was a busted coverage, and if I was making a guess, I probably wouldn't say it's Tariq Woolen because him dropping into cover 3 makes a lot more sense on 3rd and 10 than Ryan Neal scraping hard to the flat route. Why are you going to worry about a flat route in that play that hard? Neal was running to the flat route like it was a 3rd and 1 or 3rd and 2. And that would be my guess on if you're looking for who probably has the mistake on that particular play. All right, 7-0 Tampa Bay here, 13:40 to go. Short kick, let it go out of bounds, kid. Oh, my goodness. And Eskridge brings the ball back up to the 28-yard line. If he just let the ball settles out of bounds, it's kicked very far to the sideline there. That's up to the 40-yard line. So they're circling Kobe Bryant on this play on the telecast. I guess they're thinking maybe I don't think that was Kobe. Yeah, I don't think that's Kobe Bryant on that situation there. I don't know if they're trying to say that that's that. All right, 1st and 10. Come on, Hawks. Let's answer back here. Geno and shotgun. Give is to Kenneth Walker. Kenneth Walker with nowhere to go. Whew. Some very, very conservative play calling from the Seahawks. This is running in such difference here to what they've done so far this year. I can only think that this is the respect that they must have for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers defense, that Carroll must have some fear that his offense is not going to be able to hold up in pass protection if they try to throw too much here. Boy, do I not like that lack of faith. 2nd and 9, play action pass. Geno dropping back to throw. Nowhere to look. Looking. He's going to run with this, it looks like, a little bit. Manages to get a good little gain for about 7 or 8 yards there, which will bring up 3rd down and short. Maybe they're setting this up for the second half, so we'll be patient. We'll see if they're just trying to get Tampa Bay trying to buy in on 1st down runs. But it's been a little predictable out the gate with that. 3rd and 2. Seattle's 0 for 2 today on 3rd downs. Geno and shotgun. Noah Fant comes in motion. Tampa Bay running some games around there with some blitz looks here, dropping in and out, in and out. Bringing the blitz. Geno's got to get rid of it. He gets around the blitz. Run, Geno, run. Just run it. Geno had the 1st down right in front of him. All he needed was 2 yards, and he just kept looking, and the pursuit finally caught up to him, and then he threw the ball into the turf. He's right out wide there. It's there for him to go all day to get the 2 yards. There's a defender there, but I feel like he gets the 2 yards if he just runs for the sideline there. But he waited. Joe Tryon eventually got caught up to him there in the backfield. Nobody breaking open. 4th and 2, another punt from the Seahawks. They're now 0 for 3 on 3rd downs here, and offensively a little disjointed. Very, very unusual approach here offensively from the Seahawks today. I don't know what the game plan is as far as the way that they're looking to attack the Buccaneers, but you can't see a lot of what they're trying to. Just not very clear on what they're trying to do. I'll be right back, folks. Give me a little more coffee. Yeah, this is a little bit of a game that's a oddity. I see in the chat, you guys are kind of acknowledging the same thing, where this is definitely a different game than the Seahawks games we've seen of recent note. Defense has been playing pretty good overall. The last drive was tough, but you made them earn it 96 yards up the field before you had the broken coverage on 3rd and 10. Offensively speaking, though, it's a bit odd to watch this team right now, and that they're I'm not saying they're playing scared, but the play calling is like a little bit of scared play calling. Like there's not the little bit of let's go for it, what do we got to lose kind of approach to things. And maybe you're just so worried about the pressure of packages of the Buccaneers. I mean, this isn't the 49ers, though, and they're a good defense, but they don't have, necessarily the same stuff they're running, throwing at you all the way across the board. But maybe that's where this is in. I don't like operating from a worried standpoint with the play calling a little bit. Let's just try to protect things. Let's just try to, we'll see if it opens up here a little bit. Maybe it's just their early first half. We'll set them up for the second half approach. 1st and 10 from the 15-yard line. Buccaneers give the ball here up the middle to White. He's going to take it for about a gain of 2 or 3 yards there. Nice stop on the play. Yeah, Atlanta Hawks don't look good right now at the moment. Defense is okay. Last drive was tough, but they had a couple moments there. Brooks almost had an interception. They're doing okay there defensively. I think they'll be all right, but offensively, they're going to have to do more than just hold on. 2nd and 7. Brady in shotgun. 3 wide. 1 tight end. Quick in-cutting route to Mike Evans on Tariq Woolen. And he's going to gain about 6 there on the play. So bring up 3rd and 2. 5 or 6. Slipped and fell a little bit. Players are having a little bit of a hard time here on this field surface today of keeping their feet. Keep that right there. Just a little bit. All right, come on, Hawks D. Looks like Tom's going to call a timeout here. Not liking the play call. That will be the Bucs' first time out of the half here with 10:50 to go. Little 30-seconder. They got the wave going in Germany. We can do the wave here. We wave often. Stand and raise your hands. It's not that hard. We'll show you the precision of the wave. Seattle. All right, Brady in shotgun now. Trips to the short side of the field. Goodwin goes in motion, breaking it though. Seahawks trying to bring some pressure. Quick throw, easy catch. Mike Evans on Kobe Bryant. They're taking Evans, put him up in the slot there, it looks like, and that's a first down. Brady just, Evans right there. Easy peasy. Good throw there by Brady. That's what he can do on those routes. They're short routes, but he can be absolutely precision on where he's putting the ball. 1st and 10 from the 28-yard line. Give is up to Leonard Fournette. Dances around the backfield a little bit. Boy, Al Woods just threw somebody down. Hainsey, he just tossed him away there. A little attitude from Al Woods there. I like that. Hainsey a little slow to get up after that. Why, I wish the telecast would show that again instead of the stupid freaking wave. Like, show us that, what Al Woods just did to that guy. 2nd and 9. Spread formation here from Tampa Bay. Tom in shotgun, calling things out. And they're going to get Mike Jackson for pass interference coming up over the top of the wide receiver here. Short little in-cutting route. It'll be about a 6-yard penalty, but a penalty nonetheless. It's good call by the officials. Mike came right over the top of the receiver. Just arrived a little bit early there. Tough sledding here. All right, 1st and 10 from the 32-yard line. Tom back under center. The give is here to Leonard Fournette. And just to get himself a gain of a couple. And boy, we got a little bit of extracurricular activity. Bruce Irvin throwing a tight end around a little bit there post-play. Elway's doing some of the same, so at least they're showing a little bit of fight here. That's good to see. Buccaneers starting to find their flow, though, here offensively against the Seahawks defense. 9:05 to go here in the first quarter. Tampa Bay is up 7-0. We got a 2nd and 8 here with Tom back in shotgun. 3 wide. Give us to Fournette here. Fournette with some open hole and space to work through, and a good running play again by the Buccaneers. Gain of 9 yards, first down. Buccaneers are going to end up with their season high in rushing in this game at currently this pace. Man, we need a turnover right now. We need a big play. Another give up the middle here to Fournette, who's fighting hard for a gain of about 3 or 4 yards. Bruce Irvin gives him a nice little stick there. Tampa Bay, though, is just absolutely controlling this clock in the second quarter. Right in the palm of their hand. 2nd and 7. Another give up the middle here. Tampa's going to make him stop the run. Jordan Brooks looking for a holding call, doesn't get it. Another good carry there by Leonard Fournette. This will bring up 3rd and short. Third and 3, Tom in an empty look here. 5 wide. Catch is made out there. Scotty Miller, first down. He got it. Kobe Bryant in coverage. Kobe has been picked on today like mad. And it's a tough route to defend. Miller's running an in and out route. And you're already in the slot in a pickle on that, trying to pick it. It's a 2. You got two-way concepts they can work through. And Kobe got a hand in there late, just couldn't quite get there. The Buccaneers are on the Seahawks side of the football field. Tom Brady dropping back to throw. He's got time to work with, and he hits a good one up the field for a big gain of 15, 16 yards. Seahawks defense is starting to scuttle here. And the running game, that's where that running game starts to, the effectiveness of the Buccaneers running game comes into play there, as those linebackers a little bit slow now, like Brooks there, to get back into coverage there. As the Buccaneers doing so well and run the ball. 1st and 10, 5:48 to go in the second quarter. Tampa Bay has controlled the time of possession of this with 15 and a half minutes to Seahawks 8 minutes in this first half. Tom back under center, play action, not even play action, just dropping back to throw. Got a man wide open once again here. Another gain of 15. Broken coverages all over the place in the Seattle Seahawks secondary here in this first half. Oh, Lordy. 1st and goal. From the 5-yard line. Give is up the middle here. Leonard Fournette. almost was able to bang that home for a gain of 4 yards, down to about the 1 yard line. Boye Mafe able to pull him down, but then he gets right in. Seahawks defense has completely lost any of its life that it had early to start this game. Leonard Fournette moonwalks his way into the end zone, almost untouched, running right up the middle. Seahawks have gotten the best punch, and they're taking the best punch right now. It's up to them to decide what they want to do with the course of this game going forward, but right now, both sides of the ball are looking a little bit listless and a little bit flat. Defense started out good, but the last 2 drives have just basically kind of just kind of opened the door wide open for the Bucs to walk the ball up the football field. Well, this is a little bit of more of shades of what we had seen early in the year from the defense, quite frankly. Can't stop the run, can't stop the pass, aren't looking even competitive at times. That's disappointing to see in a game like this. And nobody on that defensive line doing much to stop anything there on that running game. They're just a lot of open holes in space. The Buccaneers here to start this game out. You've got 12 carries already to Leonard Fournette for 48 yards. I mean, they've run the ball 19 times in this game already. Seahawks don't even have 19 plays offensively. Wow, this is not a good start. Oh, Lord. Well, Daniel Bailey, your last comment looks more apropos by the moment, man. Thank you for another donation to $2. It says, hey, let's use the same game plan as 27-7 game. Shaking my head. Yeah, well said, man. Back-to-back, not only thank you for the double donations, but back-to-back great comments by you. It looks like bad game planning by the coaches. Not great game planning, absolutely, across the board here. And then, yeah, this looks just like the 49er game earlier on this year. Offensively, you're running a kind of a protective style of offense where you're just trying to not have Geno get sacked or throw an interception, I guess. And it's super, super, super conservative. And then defensively, you're getting sliced and diced. You're not getting any pressure. I know you can't bring a lot of blitz packages on Tom. That's going to get you killed. But the front four is not able to generate much of any pressure on him at the moment. And he's having his way right now with the secondary. Good to see you. Joe Lopez's band looks like these guys are still asleep. That's a good point, though, Joe. I think that's the part we've got to probably take into account here is that this team is on 6:30 time right now. Like, I couldn't get up right now and play a football game at my best, being a West Coast guy at this time. You know, maybe this is a bit of a factor into it. It's not as significant a jump for a Tampa Bay team. It's still early for them, but, you know, their body clock time, it's 9:30 or whatever starting this game. 6:30 is an early time, and this team doesn't look exactly as fiery as they have throughout the course of this season. Which I'm not going to try to put it all the blame on one thing or another, but it certainly does seem to be impactful in this game. And look, you can't deny it. It's like, you know, early's early. Bruce over and over on the sideline, trying to talk the defense up and get them fired up, trying to get them going, trying to get them hyped here. Let's go, guys. Come on. Got the defense listening, looking, listening. 4:31 to go here in the second quarter. Eskridge is going to return this out from his own end zone. Not much room to go with there. Gets it just past the 20-yard line. Geno and company will step back out onto the football field. It has been tough sledding so far here. First and 10. 14-0 Tampa Bay. Geno in shotgun. Well, they're already starting to open up a little more than they have here over the first couple drives just with him in shotgun on first down. Drops back to throw. Looking. Finds DK Metcalf for his third catch of the game for a gain of 9 yards. One of the bright spots here for the offense early on has been DK and his production here to begin things. That'll give us to a 2nd and 1. Interesting enough, Derek Young is out on the football field over Goodwin in this game. So Goodwin may be back, but it does look like Derek Young is going to be getting the kind of snaps out there for him right now. Kenneth Walker with the carry on 2nd and 1. Run up the middle for about a gain of 3 yards. First down. Flag says pumpkins put better product in the litter box. That's for sure. The Rally Cat's real, man. She's interjected herself. Gino in pistol formation here. Derek Young and Will Disley on either side of him. 3-man backfield. Drops back to throw. Looking. Nowhere to really go. Tries to hit Kenneth Walker over the middle late. And the throw's a little bit high. Walker can't quite gather it in. Wouldn't have gone for much of a gain even if he made the catch. 2nd down and 10. It was a good throw by Gino, actually. That's a catch Walker's got to make there. Still not going to go for much anything if he does make the catch, though. 2nd down and 10. Seahawks definitely coming out a little more aggressively, offensively speaking here. Gino dropping back to throw. 5-man pressure rook here. And boy, just Gino panicked a little bit there. He's just not seeing down the football field anybody breaking open. Third down and 10. Could be a big play here in this game. Gino back in shotgun. Tampa Bay showing another blitz look here. They've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 guys at the line of scrimmage. Levante David menacingly stalking about. He drops back in coverage. Gino lets it rip. And that will be incomplete. Trying to get to DK Metcalf. 4th down. Gino put a lot of fire on that ball. That he had to throw. That was a fastball. DK had his hands just on it as he was falling down. It was going to be a tough catch. 4th down. 4th and 10 here. And Tampa is going to have a lot of time on this clock to go back up, get more points here before this half. We got a flag on the play. Don't tell me we false started on a punt. Boy, oh boy. Team's just not into it right now. This kind of penalty is an indicative one of it. False start on a punt. Your team's just not quite hitting on all cylinders. Dixon back to punt here, 4th and 15. 3:03 to go in the second quarter. This guy's a big punt. Great kick by Dixon. What an amazing kick by Dixon. That might have been the punt of the year by Michael Dixon right there. He just hit an absolute moonshot, got an incredible bounce that went down the sideline and then trickled out of bounds at the 3-yard line. Just a monster kick there by Dixon. Oh my goodness. What a job by the Aussie there. At least somebody's coming to play today. Somebody drank their coffee. That was a hell of a kick. All right. Let's see what the defense can do here against Tom. Still early yet here, folks. We give it time within this a bit. see where this is. Yeah, I mean, I understand that definitely chat's definitely freaking out a little bit. It's hang in there, folks. It's a long game still yet. We're not even through the first half, so let's see where this goes through. Games have ebbs and flows. Definitely been a painful one, but it's got time to turn around here. Yeah, they haven't used the tight ends a lot. It's odd in this game too. There's not been a lot of play action tight ends going back across like they've done in other games where there's those easy completions with Geno running a bootleg and he's got the guy in the flat. They haven't run any of that in this game. It seems to be purposefully not done as they've leaned on it so often here throughout the course of the season. Kind of strange. Yeah, Pete's not quite using what's working at the moment. Or has been working. I know it's Pete. Could be Waldron's game plan coming in this game too. Can't put it on Pete necessarily. But they were definitely a little conservative to begin things out, which has not been their normal way here. 1st and 10 from the 4-yard line. Tom under center here with 3 tight end look. Definitely a run play here. Seahawks able to kind of stave it up a bit there. Nice job by Uchenna and company. So bring up 2nd and 9. What is good is both sides of the ball. You see the Seahawks defense and offense are communicating on the sideline, trying to get this right. 2:24 to go here in the second quarter. 2nd and 9. Tom back under center again here. The give is up the middle. Rashad White, not a lot of room to work with there. Seahawks do a good job again on 2nd down and getting the stop, and this will take us down to the 2-minute warning. And a very big play will be on the heads on the other side of this 2-minute warning. Get a stop. You get the ball back still with 2 timeouts and ability to come and at least get some points on the board of this first half, as well as getting the possession at the start of the second half. Allow them to even get a first down and they can drain that clock out. You lose that opportunity, say nothing of them having an opportunity to get the ball up the football field. So a very important 3rd down coming up here. Got to get the ball back. Got to. Sean Lee, less bowling, more work. Yeah, exactly. A lot of football left to be played here. We'll see how this goes. A lot of football. It's only a 14-point lead, too, which I know what the way our offense is playing right now. You're like, 14 points looks like 48 points, but offense can get this back going. This is a momentum game right now for me, where we just lost a bit of the momentum on both sides of the ball there through a lot of this first half. And if you can recapture that back in, you can get flowing back in the right direction. But it's an easier said than done type of proposition. JG, yeah, we do get the ball back after the half. And yeah, we can get back into this. Byron, we definitely need better gap discipline would be beneficial here from this defense. The front up front, there's been some guys that just have not been able to hold up in their lane, and they're getting pushed off the ball, which is kind of silly because it's not a matter of they're getting pushed off the ball by great guys in the run game. There's a reason Tampa Bay has been so poor at running the football this year, and you're having a poor running football team at this point, really gashing you in the running game. I mean, I shouldn't say really gashing you. They've just been able to have a lot of attempts. I mean, 21 attempts for 77 yards. That's maybe not gashing, but being effective, at least, we'll say that. Okay, third down and long to go here for Tom. He's going empty, 3rd and 7. Seahawks showing a rare blitz look here. Don't really bring it. There's pressure in his face. Tom has to throw it a little bit early, and that will be 3rd and 7. Great job by Shelby Harris. And Shelby Harris is saying Tom Brady should be hit for a safety there. He is being very demonstrative towards the officials, saying that that's a safety, as there was nobody in the near vicinity. They're not going to call that on Tom, though. Not the golden boy. You'll never get the benefit of that call with him. I didn't get a chance to see if there was a player in the near vicinity, but great play by Shelby Harris there. When you need a guy to go out there and make a play, you've not been able to get any kind of pressure early on here. Fantastic job by him. DJ Dallas driven back to his 30-yard line. Why are you calling a fair catch? DJ Dallas is dog water as a punt returner. Just absolutely. You got to return that. You got to return that. I mean, Dallas had all the room in the world to work with it there, and he had just made up his mind at some point that he was absolutely not returning it. Maybe he was just told not to. But again, just kind of more of what the problem this first half has been, like trying to not lose the game rather than go win it. You know, go win it. It's this soft shoe approach of things of just, you know, this ain't going to win the game against a team like the Buccaneers. You got to go take this game. Let's go, team. Come on. Seahawks have punted on all 4 of their first half drives. Geno in shotgun, 1st and 10, 1:49 to go here in the second quarter. Sack. Levante, Devin White came right through on a blitz. They've run these 5-man blitzes all game long. The Seahawks have struggled with this 5-man blitz. Woo-wee. Holy hell. Devin White loops right in around on the blitz. It's just easy peasy. We'll try to just hand the ball off here and just get through the half. Drops back to throw. Makes the complete here to Goodwin. This will bring up a 3rd and short. The clock does continue to roll here. Geno's going to try to run this hurry up. Nice route by Goodwin. 3rd down and 1. Geno in shotgun again here. 48 seconds to go in the second quarter. Handoff is to Kenneth Walker. Nowhere to go, nowhere to run, nowhere to look, nowhere to hide, nowhere to run. -2 to -3 yard gain. 4th down, Seahawks. You're losing at the line of scrimmage in this game, and if you lose the line of scrimmage, no matter who's quarterbacking on either side of the ball, you're not going to have a good chance of winning many football games. But indeed, that is what's going on here right now with the Seahawks team. Is there's no real fire here up front on either side of the ball. No holes being created, and the play calling is just absolutely as conservative and predictable as you could say. 3rd and 1, you're not going to, like, why are you running the ball 3rd and 1 there? You're trying to get the first down and at least get some yards to then maintain the clock. But it shows what uphill sledding you've had through this first half that you feel like you got to just try to just run out of a shotgun 3rd and 1 just to get through to a first down. Nice punt there again by Dixon. He's going to be your special teams player of the week. Put it down there at the 3-yard line, which will no doubt cause Tampa Bay to probably run this clock out in the first half and have Seattle leave it here with 14-0 deficit. Bobby Savage Hill says, "Oh gosh, I'm so freaking frustrated with this lethargic team today." I'm right there with you on it. I'm okay, it's understandable to me to lose to Tampa Bay. I'm not going to pull my hair out about losing to this group, this team. I just don't like the thought that you run it so much in this game to sort of just try to play it to not lose, and that's the part that stands out to me in this first half is, you're not running what you've run this year. You're not doing what you've done this year that's brought you success. 8 carry, or it's really 7 carries to Kenneth Walker for 8 yards in that first half. You're averaging 1.1 yard per carry, but you keep just like, let's keep trying to run the ball. And the pressure they got with Devin White, for instance, there on the end there with Geno Smith, that was exactly the 5-man fronts that they've been running at you all through the first half. It's 5-man front after 5-man front. Why is that confusing you then in that moment? Why is that throwing you off? Even now, right, like this, like Coach Carroll calling timeouts to just get to see if Tampa Bay will that Tom will snap and then fall in the end zone or something here. Like, what a weird, everybody everything is weird about this game right now. Like, what, you're not going to get Tom. Well, that was a pretty listless first half for your Seattle Seahawks. No other way to put it. Defensively, you started out initially out the gate like you were going to be able to hold Tom and company in tow. The Buccaneers started to run the ball, and that opened up everything for them in the passing game. Offensively speaking, you came out with the most conservative game plan that I've seen this year so far, and that's saying something because the 49er game plan was, let's just not try to do anything but push the ball 3 or 4 yards up the field, and we're going to run constantly. Same kind of situation that you're seeing here, where you really early on in this game took the ball out of Geno's hands, despite the fact he was starting out well for you in this game, and decided that you're going to just try to run the ball and do it very predictably so. One of the things that's been a problem for the Seahawks in recent years in the predictability of their offense is the high preponderance of running the ball on first down. When you're that predictable to do it over and over again, teams learn that you're that predictable, and then they're going to take advantage of that predictability. And that's a little bit of what you've seen from Tampa Bay in this first half, is they're going to try to run on first down. And then we try to run on first down. And there wasn't really any change of that until you got to one of the last final drives of that first half, to where you went, okay, well, we'll try to throw now on first down. And at that point, Tampa Bay knows you're going to throw, knows the running game's kind of out the door because you've already hammered it so much to no effect. I would really hope in the second half, Carroll comes out and goes, okay, I can't just try to eke this one out through. It's not going to be a defensive battle. This is not going to come down to 17-10 at the end of the game. I'm going to have to score some points offensively to make this happen. So let's let this thing run unbridled out there in the open field. Very strange as well is there's been no play action under center with Geno. I don't know if they're setting this up for later on, but they were running that throughout the course of these games as much as anybody in the league. Play action, boots to the outside, nice easy throw usually to a tight end on the edges. At the very least, it helps to get Geno into more of a rhythm. Every throw today has been hard. Every throw today has been in these okay, we ran on the first 2 downs, and now on third down, it's going to be 3rd and 8, and Geno, you need to make a whole shot throw. That's putting a little bit of a higher degree of difficulty than you need to, I think, on Geno's shoulders in this one. Let's try to help him out a little bit more with the second half play calling. Seahawks defensively are going to have to find a way to stop the run here in the second half. Buccaneers are going to lean into it and have had success with it, and especially with them having no success throughout the course of this year. They're already past their season average in rushing here in this first half alone. They're going to lean on that in the second half. They're going to try to, just bleed the hell out of this clock. Not going to be a lot of opportunities, not going to be a lot of possessions with that in mind. So Seahawks offense is going to need to start kind of getting with it here, with it quick, or this is going to be over real fast. As Daniel Bailey said in the last donation, the San Francisco game is the comparative one to this one a little bit. Spectre 7 has been celebrating 14 long months as a Hawks Nest member, and I do appreciate that, Spectre 7. Thank you so much. Says media is going to go nuts over Brady if we lose. They very well could. They could. I mean, he's 11 of 16 for 132 yards. So, he's playing okay. He's completed a couple of passes here in this game that are on broken coverages. He's made a couple of good throws as well. But, he's not necessarily done anything incredibly special when, to me, you factor in those broken coverage plays that occurred, like the Julio Jones play. But they always look for that opportunity to, They like to fluff the Brady, that's for sure. They love fluffing, media loves fluffing the braids. Mark Sanchez, and thank you, Sector 7, for your long support of the channel. Mark Sanchez with another $2 donation says, the only Hawk that showed up is Dixon. Boy, that's a big facts, man. Dixon coming in that first half with the monster punts. Goodness, I'm trying to look right now what he had. So he had a 68-yard. How about Michael Dixon? 5 punts. He's got a 68-yard punt and 4 kicks inside the 20. Yeah, that'll do. That'll definitely do for at least what we want. We don't want to punt a lot, but if you got a punt, you'd like to see that from Michael. So well done on his part. Aussie's in the house at least. I know that much. I know I can count on that. Thank you, though, Mark. Randall McDaniel with another $5 donation. Thank you, Randall, for the double donation on top of the big $50 donation you dropped earlier. Says we have a rhythm and we have a lack of it. We haven't gotten anything rolling to set up the play action. Need a gimme plays to get moving. It'll work itself out. Well, thank you for the $5 donation, Randall, and I agree with you. There's a lot of time left here on this clock. Nothing's down and out as of yet at this point to where we can't find a way to pull this through a little bit better. But yeah, you got to get some rhythm. I've also said some momentum thing, I think, Randall, which we're talking about kind of the similar two things here, which is you got to get the ball starting to roll. Right now, the ball's just stagnant and you're pushing up against it and it ain't moving. And once you can get a little bit of ball rolling a bit, then we can get the momentum going and then start to get it rolling a little bit faster. But everybody's kind of trying to feel their way through on offense, and everything kind of feels hard right now and how you're running it. So I agree. The play action roll stuff, that's the part that I don't know why they didn't run any in the first half. They've got to go back to that. And hopefully it's opened up. Hopefully the fact you didn't run any of it in the first half allows you to then catch the Buccaneers, Randall, a little bit more off guard in the second half with some of those bootlegs. Cupid, thank you for subscribing. I do appreciate it, Cupid. Welcome aboard the Hawks Nest, and thank you for helping me get a little bit closer to that 10,000 mark as I am on the hunt, folks. We're trying to get to 10,000. I don't know if we'll get there today. It'd be great if we could. We're merely about 150 away from 10,000 mark, so if you aren't subscribed to the channel, please do get subscribed. It will help me out significantly as I am on the hunt to get over that 10K mark. Brian Kennicott with a $5 donation. Thank you, Brian. Says, okay, suboptimal in nearly every way. Would love to see 3 tight end sets, some rollouts, get Lockett involved, open up for K9. Need quarterback pressure. Go Hawks. Well, thank you for the $5 donation. I think I'm seeing the same like minds here in the chat and the donations as far as the approach here into the second half, specifically with some of those rollouts. Getting Lockett a little bit more involved would be nice to see as well. I don't think that he has one target. He might have one target in that first half. I don't think it was anywhere close to being completed. So getting Lockett a little bit more into the flow of things would be nice. The quarterback pressure thing is going to be a tough one, Brian, because, to get quarterback pressure, a lot of times if you're wanting to manufacture it, you're going to do so by running blitzes and bringing more of those fronts. But that's one of those things with Tom Brady that you have to do at your own peril a little bit. And it can be, it can seem like the smart approach to take, but then, you start blitzing him and he slices and dices you every which way from Sunday. That's been some of the way that he's gotten by as he's aged, is really attacking teams that try to blitz him and get that pressure. You really, to me, got to come down to just getting that front four has got to get it done. They've got to be the ones that find the way to hold that down in some way or another. Run some stunts, run some games up front. But I don't know if you can get it done with running much of really a lot of blitz looks. You can mix it in a little bit, I think, but it's got to be those front four guys really generating it, I feel like. Well said, though, Brian. Cameron with a $5 donation says, this is the real trap game. I'm sure the team took this team fairly seriously. I would be surprised if the Seahawks team wasn't looking at this team going, we got to make sure that we're bringing it this game. I do think that we've got to, and I'm not trying to make it an excuse, but again, folks, you got a game where you got a team clock with the standard time of these guys getting up having to play football at 6:30 in the morning, playing one of the most violent sports in all the leagues that exist. And they got to get up at 6:30 and try to play at their prime performance. Like, there's been studies that have been done on this that you can't do that. Your body doesn't work that way. And I'm not trying to put it on as an end-all be-all excuse, but when you see it across the board from so many players on the team having this look to them where everybody's kind of just like, boy, it's early. It's really, like, it's so tired. I'm just so early. Like, they all got that look to them. It reminds me of the old school games of 10 a.m. back years ago. That's how the team used to look, just like this kind of game. So it's a little more understandable, I think, that being the case of things. Just a little bit. Mitch, thank you for subscribing. Dan Jordan, thank you for subscribing as well. I appreciate you guys answering the call out there. Again, these guys answer the call. They're gentlemen and scholars out there for doing so. If you're not subscribed, it doesn't cost you anything to get subscribed. See that subscribe button? Helps me get a little bit closer, man. We're this close to 10,000. This close. Daniel Bailey with another $2 donation says, Hawks looking like they're playing a 6:30 a.m. game. There we go. You guys steal the thoughts just as I'm thinking them here, man. We're like psychically connected or something. Because that's what I'm saying with this is I'm not going to try to give it a lot, but like at the end of the day, you're playing in Germany and it's 6:30. I mean, it's not to me a cop-out excuse. Would we say, and for folks who go, well, that's no excuse. They got to be ready to go. Okay. So if we asked them to play at 3 a.m, would we expect them still at that point in time to play at their prime and their best? Well, I mean, maybe no. I mean, yeah, if you give them no, you wouldn't. It's unrealistic to expect. And I'm not going to pass it away fully for this, but if this game goes sideways and we're not, looking great, I'm also going to put a little bit of stock into that, quite frankly, because this is not the football team that we've seen throughout the course of this year in this first half on either side of the football. The energy that's missing in this game on both sides of the football, it's just not the same thing to me. And while Tampa's a tougher opponent than we've maybe faced recently, I'm not going to put that all onto just that. So I think that's where we got to put a little bit of a measure of understanding on this particular game and what's going on and some of the factors of playing here and see where the second half goes. The game's not over yet either. The ZXQUXYB with a $2 donation. Thank you. Says second half adjustment incoming. I'm hoping so. That'd be good to see. I think the team's been a pretty good team with second half adjustments throughout the course of this year so far. So let's see if they can dial up some wrinkles. Let's get some wrinkles here in the second half, shall we? Just a couple of wrinkles. Dom H has been a member of the Seahawks Nest for 6 months, and I appreciate that, Dom. Thank you so much. Says, what does this be? Hope you're not feeling the time. I'm definitely feeling the early morning time. I'm definitely like our Seahawks on the field, probably not at my prickling best, but I'm here. I'm out here. I'm a gamer. I got the tape on the fingers. So I'm doing good, man. I'm doing good. Hoping this team can turn this around, make this a little bit more of an entertaining game here in the second half. It's a little bit of a rough road in the first half of things, but I don't think we're just going to lay over here. I think we're going to come out and give them a little bit of something here. We're going to make this a little bit tougher than this. Hope you're doing well though, Dom. Jacob Kessinger with a $5 donation. Thank you, Jacob. Appreciate you. About to toss some whiskey in my coffee. Yeah, it's going to be one of those kind of days, isn't it, Jacob? I think it's going to be one of those kind of days. It ain't too early. I'll say that, Jacob. It ain't too early. On German time, it's like 1 p.m. So crack that bottle and let's get going. Let's get going. Flag Sabbath, is it too early for a drunk stream for Brandon? Brandon doesn't have any liquor in the house, or else he probably would have already started with the drunk stream today. This one's heading down a track that's looking a little dark at the moment. Just a wee bit dark, just at the moment, just a tiny bit. We'll see if we can turn this around, though. We'll see if it turns around. A lot of football left to be played. Roland asks, will anyone ask Pete why go away from what has been working at the press conference? I hope so. And to Pete's credit on this, you had that San Francisco 49er game, as we've made references. This game has a lot of comparisons to that game Pete did mention at the end of the game that we just didn't run some of the deep routes. We just didn't, let her rip a little bit. And maybe he will say something similar from this game if it continues to go this way. Oh, goodness. Julio Jones, of all people, got us here in this game. Jeez Louise. He's done nothing for the Buccaneers this year. Nothing. You let him score a wide open touchdown. My gosh. It's nighttime in Germany? Yeah, I guess so. Well, it's not 1 o'clock. I guess it's late in the afternoon there. Daddy Dennis only down by 14 points after almost a 6,000-mile trip to the foot of the Alps. Not bad. Yeah, not bad. We're still in. We can keep going here. Half Daddy Eskridge's questionable return with a hand injury. Okay. Well, kid just can't stay healthy, can he? Get some sleep, Megan. Appreciate you. All right, 14-0. Let's go. Gino. That's right, John. Gino. Let's get a nice 10-play drive to start this thing right out in the first half. How does that sound? 10-play drive. Let's do it. Jason Wolf says Eskridge is made of Teflon. He's made of those plastic, those weird coolers that you get that can break down. If you just squeeze it like that, they pop and break down. And that kick will be knocked into the back of the end zone as we begin the action to start out here in the third quarter. Seahawks will take over at the 25-yard line. Mumbles with a $5 donation. Thank you, Mumbles. Says, well, looks like I was the one swearing this morning, Brando. Like I was the one swearing. Yeah. I don't blame folks for swearing on watching that first half. I'd be cussing a little bit more, too, if I was fully awake. 1st and 10. Gino in shotgun here. 3 wide to start things out here in this half. Some easy quick throws for Gino here. Quick throw in to Disley with a nice cut. Nice job by Disley. Little open field moves there after the catch for a first down. I like the play call there. Get it a little bit more of Gino. Back foot, let her rip. Back foot, let her rip. And Mumbles, thank you for the $5 donation. Swearing this morning, Brando. And I don't think you're alone on that, Mumbles. Gino back in shotgun again here on 1st and 10. Tyler Lockett goes in motion behind him. Play action to Kenneth Walker. Back to Will Disley underneath again here. Disley fighting. Hard to bring down is that big man. 1st and 10. More running after the catch. Disley looking good. Gino looking a little bit more in line here to start things off. A little more certain. Back foot, let her rip. 1st and 10. Gino in shotgun again. 3 wide, 1 tight end. Tampa's bringing a blitz. Gino recognizes it, gets it to DK Metcalf. DK running strong. 3 straight good plays after the catch by the Seahawks, showing some fight, showing some fire, showing a little bit of liveliness here in this third quarter. Gino, good job recognizing the blitz, getting the ball out quick. DK doing a great job of fighting after the catch to get the first down and more. Seahawks on the Buccaneers side of the field here quickly. Gino taking his time here, looking through at the line. Good job here. Nice patience. 1st and 10, drops back to throw. Again, lets it rip. Tyler Lockett with the catch. Tyler, a little bit of run after the catch. He only gets a couple yards, but again, another first down. 1st down and 10. And Gino just let that thing rip. Gino's gonna fight here. I like it. Gino, a little run. That looked like almost a broken play that Gino was able to make a couple yard gain on there. That one had a weird look to it the whole way. I think he was going to throw that out and then just decide I'm going to run with this instead. Didn't like the look that he saw over on the side there. And the corner was right there. I think Lockett might not have broken off his route like he thought he was going to do there. They're going to give him a yard gain on the play. 2nd down and 9. Geno back in shotgun as he's been this whole drive so far. Looks like they got a 3 tight end look here. Geno dropping back to throw. Flips it over to, tries to kind of layer that ball into Kobe Parkinson up the sideline. Kobe Parkinson wasn't even open there. 3rd down and 9. Geno didn't like his first read, came back to Parkinson, he did have a mismatch there with Joe Tyron going down the sideline. Maybe if Geno puts that a little bit more out in front, Parkinson's got a chance to kind of run away from Tyron and underneath it, but Tyron was running step for step for him. 3rd down and 9, Geno back in shotgun. Buccaneers showing that 5-man front that they brought a lot so far this game. They drop out of it here on this play. DK looking for a flag, doesn't get it. Ball sails inside of him there. Some tight coverage. And definitely not again, ball placement wise with Geno. Give your guy a little more of a chance there. Geno puts that on the inside. He's got to put that as a back shoulder throw up on the sideline for DK there. And instead it goes inside on that throw. Just not in a position where DK can make a play on the ball. Not pass interference either, even though DK was trying to lobby for that. We got a flag of some type. How do we, boy, too many men in the huddle? How do you get to that? Unsportsmanlike conduct? What? Are they going to show us on the replay, or are we just... What are they calling? What? All right, we have a 55-yard field goal attempt by Jason Myers, who puts it up and through. Woo! Jason Myers with a hell of a kick there. I don't know what the hell that call was. And yeah, John Robinson rigged. Like, what was that? We're going to give him 15 yards for the hell of it? DK was not piping up. He did not do anything players don't ever do with officials. It wasn't like he got in official's face. It wasn't like he was yapping too much. He said something and then he walked away. Was that like one of those? Was that like the thing that happened from the former Seahawks a couple of years ago, Cassius Marsh, where the official bumped into him? Is that a cat? Did DK get Cassius Marshed? If you guys ever see that, go check out the clip online on YouTube of Cassius Marsh getting official, where the official purposely puts his butt out and bumps into Cassius so that he can call a foul on him for bumping into an official. He got marshed. Oh, goodness. Whew. Yeah, the gods might not be with us today, and by gods, I mean the officials. They just might not be there. Jay Stern with a $10 donation. Thank you, Chase, for the big donation, man. I really do appreciate it. The super chat. Says, hey Brando, 6:30 in the morning is insane. At least here on the East Coast, it's 9:30 a.m., which is normally when we get up for church anyway. Are you going to take a nap? I probably won't. I'm a guy that has a hard time doing the nap thing. If I take a nap, I'm sleepy the whole rest of the day. Just can't shake it off. So I'll probably just stay up. I think it's one where I'm not a guy that likes excuses. I don't tend to run to excuses when the team is bad. I will tend to say we got to take this on the chin and own where things are an issue. But 6:30 is 6:30. And you can talk all day about being a professional and getting your body ready, but not only is it 6:30 a.m., by the way, as somebody else mentioned, you're flying 6,000 miles across the world to get here. You know, it's where your body's at as far as in the middle of the season in this kind of situation. Oh, the officials got his feelings hurt. He got his little feelings hurt because DK Metcalf said something that made him feel mad. All right, here's the kickoff by Jason Myers. A short kick by Jason Myers. It's a land about the 7-yard line. This will be returned up to the 30-yard line with 12 minutes to go here in the third quarter. Little officials got his little feelings hurt. Those guys with their egos, officials, umpires, all the rest, like the amount of ego they have for the importance to them for the sport is absolutely ridiculous. Check your ego, dude. You know, players are going to say stuff to you. Deal with it. 1st and 10, Tom from the 30-yard line. Tampa Bay is going to come out in shotgun here. 3 wide receivers. Give is into Rachaad White up the middle. Nice job by the defensive lineman there, Shelby Harris, who has definitely shown up to play in this game. Getting some early penetration, getting his hands on Rachaad White and being able to drag him down to the ground. 2nd down. White did a good job of falling forward there for 3 yards. Tom back in shotgun. Let's see if they go back to the run here. No, dropping into a pass. Catch is made by Mike Williams on a little stop route after about 3 or 4 yards, but Mike Williams is on it. It will be a gain of 5, which will bring up 3rd and 2. Come on, defense. Let's get a little 3 and out here. Let's get this right back to the offense. $10:47 to go here in the third quarter. Buccaneers on the 36-yard line, 3rd and 2. Cameron Brake goes in motion. Brady in shotgun. Drops back to pass. Easy opening there for Julio Jones. 1st down. Seattle remaining in their soft zone coverages there, even on 3rd down. He showed a press look, but then quickly he's dropping out of it. And good run route there by Julio Jones. Just a veteran run route right there. Brady, 13 of 19 for 142 yards and a touchdown in this game. 1st and 10 in the shotgun. Direct snap here to Leonard Fournette. We'll take the snap, and the Seahawks do a pretty good job of stopping him there. 2nd down and about 8, looks like. Demetrius Harrison, thank you for subscribing to the channel, Demetrius. I appreciate you. Welcome aboard the Hawks Nest. 2nd down and 8. Brady back in shotgun again. 2 wide to one side of the field. The give is up the middle here. A little bit of room to work. Leonard Fournette running hard. Gain of about 7. This will bring up another 3rd and short. Good hole opened up there by the Buccaneers offensive line on that play for Leonard Fournette. Third and 1. Pitch play outside. White's got it. 1st down. Buccaneers just doing just enough in the running game to be effective with it. Somebody's got to come and make a play here defensively. Like somebody's got to decide to make a play here. Come on, somebody step forward. As predicted, the Buccaneers are going to drain the hell out of this clock defensively. You've got to do something. And here's a quick pass and catch. The tight end, Cade Otton, for a gain of about 8. Second and short. Defensively right now, you're not able to get any pressure on Tom Brady. Part of that has to do with how well they're running the ball, or how effectively they're running the ball. You just can't do enough to really load up on that because you have to stay disciplined to the run defense a bit. Tom Brady back in shotgun on 2nd and 2. It's like he adjusts the play at the line of scrimmage here. Seahawks bringing a rare blitz. And a great throw and catch between Tom Brady and Goodwin. Tariq Woolen on the coverage, back shoulder throw. Tom Brady just put a great throw there right on the button. Tariq was close in coverage, but that's a back shoulder throw there and a great catch by Goodwin to go up and high point that ball. First down. 6:44 to go in the third quarter. Seahawks down 14-3. Buccaneers driving. Fournette, direct snap. Takes it, looking to throw back. Intercepted by Tariq Woolen. Oh my goodness, they caught the Bucs trying to play trickaroo. Try a little trickeration. So let's go back on this. A couple plays prior, Tom Brady aligns as a wide receiver. Leonard Fournette takes a direct snap. Leonard Fournette then runs that ball up the gut for a couple yard gain. We've got a flag. Don't you dare give this back to the Buccaneers, you sons of bitches. Don't you dare. Don't you dare. Oh, you dirty officials, don't you dare. What is your call there? His lips are getting tight. He's going to lie. Okay. Good. It's on the Bucs. Tripping. So a couple plays prior to this play occurring, Brady's aligned as an outside as a wide receiver, oddly enough. The direct snap goes to Leonard Fournette. He runs the ball, but the Buccaneers offensive coordinator notices on the play, as the telecast showed, that the Seahawks weren't even trying to cover Tom Brady on that particular play. They go back to the same formation on the same drive. Brady aligned as an outside wide receiver, and then Fournette taking the direct snap. Fournette takes the direct snap, thinks he's going to get the same look with nobody trying to drop back in coverage. Tariq Woolen this time drops back in coverage on Tom Brady, and it's an easy interception. Tom Brady falls down as he tries to go high point the ball, and Tariq Woolen makes the interception. As I said, somebody's got to make a play. Somebody just made a play. So fantastic job there by Tariq Woolen to make that interception there, and you need that. That's a big swing there as they are in field goal range in that moment there. Odd call by the Buccaneers. Somebody said bad play call by the Buccaneers. I get what they were doing. They saw a couple plays prior. Seahawks completely ignored Brady, and the defenders came all the way down the other side of the formation. They left him wide open. So that was a play where they saw that just not 3 plays prior, and they went, go right back to that. If they're not going to cover him, we should have a wide open play to throw to that. But as enticing as that may be, if I'm an offensive coordinator for the Buccaneers, I'm moving the ball in the Seahawks offense any which way but loose. Why get all... It's the Seahawks who should be getting into that mode of having running backs throwing passes, not the Buccaneers with the way that this game's gone so far. And now maybe a little bit of momentum now. Maybe a little bit of momentum here. Mumbles with a $2 donation. Thank you, Mumbles. Says he is hurt. The refs are effing with a few widow words. Thank you for the $2 donation. Mumbles also says, don't worry, it's on Tom. I won't. We got it. Funny to watch Tom run up the sideline there thinking he's going to have his moment there. And once he felt Tariq falling back towards him, he just started stumbling. Stumbling and a bumbling and a rumbling. Randall says if Brady doesn't trip him, Tariq might have house called it. Bucks all flowed the opposite side of the field. That's true. It's true. Good on Brady getting an arm in. Osama Ben Diesel says, better rookie season, Julio or Woolen? Ooh. Boy, probably Woolen, I would think. If he ends out the season at 7, 8, 9 interceptions, that's so hard to do in the sport. Probably more impressive if he was able to pull that off in total. And yeah, smart play by him if he didn't trip him. That's very true. That's what that tripping play was, I guess. I didn't see that on the telecast, but that makes sense. So the Seahawks are actually going to get... Oh, no, we didn't get the call out that. It wasn't post-play. Okay. Play action pass. Geno looking. Little rollout here. He's going to run the ball a little bit and go for a slide. Looking for a call. Doesn't get the call. Looked like a defender after he gave his body up. Came back and slid there. Odd. I think Cade Otton probably makes the tackle at Tariq there even if he doesn't, Brady doesn't do the old trip move. Brady's got a guy that puts the jack on him. And they are going to call a necessary roughness there on Geno there with the slide. Good. Okay, the visuals giving us a call back on their side. Thank you. Definitely gave himself up, and the guy came up and hit him in the head. Another guy teabagged him. Devin White teabagged him. Another guy pushed him in the head. There's an unsportsmanlike somewhere in all that. 6:10 to go here in the third quarter. 1st and 10, Geno in shotgun from the 35-yard line. Drops back to throw. Looking. He's got Noah Fant here who makes the catch. Fant eases his way between traffic and gets the first down. I like the fight I'm seeing from the tight ends and the receivers here in this half. Trying to get a little bit more after the catch, not just looking for where they can fall down, but where they can get past the sticks. If I'm not mistaken, that's already the 4th first down throw here by Geno Smith in this third quarter alone. 1st down and 10. Geno back in shotgun, empty formation. Looking to throw, quickly gets out of his hands to DK. DK again fights forward. 1st down, another one. Another play caught in front of the sticks. Receiver taking it past the sticks with effort and tenacity. And defender tried to punch that ball out on DK. Good job on his part of keeping that ball safe and secure. 1st down, Seahawks are on the Buccaneers side of the football field on the 44-yard line. Geno looking for a bubble screen to Kenneth Walker. Kenneth Walker with a sweet little move after the catch. A little stab move there. Steps, spins back the way opposite from where he stepped, had the defender turned around a little bit, allowed him to gain about 6 yards on the play on something that looked like it was going to get nothing there initially. Seahawks coming out, a little more willingness to throw the ball here in this second half. Understand the running game's not working. Got to go to more of the pass here. 2nd down and 4. Geno under center. Play action to Kenneth Walker. He's looking. Gets it to DK Metcalf for a 1st down. Nice play by DK on the comeback route there. He drives the defender up the football field with a well-run route early on, comes back. It's kind of an out route, not a comeback route, sorry. But a 1st down nonetheless. Geno back under center, 1st and 10. Here's the give to Kenneth Walker. Kenneth Walker fighting hard. Tough 4 yards right there. And we got a lineman on the field here for the Seahawks still. Looks like Damian Lewis is on the turf, reaching out at his ankle. Hope that's not the same ankle that he messed up early on in the year. And that will bring us to a television timeout. So bear with me, folks. We'll be right back. Okay. So Osama, I will go with your donation. Thank you for your $2 donation. I'll go with Woolen at this point if he stays on this current trajectory. I think it's just more impressive for a corner to be that good, that early, that quick. Mumbles with a $5 donation. Thank you, Mumbles. Don't get why teams want the Hawks to throw. Honestly, feels like our strength. Also, Tariq with what we call in the business a hard read. Also, Tariq with what we call in the business a hard read. Hard read. It's a good read on his part. Yeah, absolutely. I think teams just still don't trust Geno Smith to be a guy that is going to, is going to be a guy that's going to be able to beat you. And they still are going to fall into that despite what he's done this year so far. And they're going to make them beat him over the running game getting you. 2nd and 6 now. Geno back in shotgun here. Kenneth Walker to his side. 2 wide receivers to the far side of the field. Surveying, looking around, finds Kenneth Walker out in the flat. Walker with a nice cut and then falls down. Definitely this field's turf has been a little bit tough for players to keep their feet on. Walker there, after he made the cut, I think he thought he would have been able to get that first down. Just kind of slid and fell down there. Tom Brady, you saw, they just showed a cut on the other one of him tearing in. There's a lot of divots in this football field here today. It's again, not a surface I think that's certainly is used to having football played on it versus, let's say, soccer. And you're kind of seeing that with some of the players kind of struggling to find their footing at times. 3rd down and 2. Geno in a pistol formation, 3 wide. 1 tight end. And Kenneth Walker with the carry up the middle for a first down. Strange looking play off of the beginning. The timing on that looked just a little bit off and awkward, but it ended up settling down in the right direction of things. So it found its way there. Carl Nassib had a free run there off the line. Seattle just counted on him being more read and react there and not crashing on Walker. Little fade route out here to DK. DK is not going to get the call there. He was looking for the call. Geno's kind of looking for the call there on the fade route. Defender getting very handsy. Yeah, that's a pass interference play right there. He's pulling his arm back into him. I guess we're not getting that call. I'm not a fan of that call from the officials not calling that. You can't. Dean's getting very, very handsy with DK on those kind of routes. 2nd and goal, Geno from the 9-yard line, empty set, drops back to throw, looking, throw, drop it. Just, oh my God. Fumble by Geno, turnover. What an awful play by Geno. Just throw the ball away. All you got to do is just throw it away. That's all you got to do there. You don't just a broken play from the start and just chuck it, dude. Oh God, what a beautiful drive. That's right, gone. I don't know what he was doing there. Just throw. He's outside the pocket. As a quarterback, if you leave the pocket, you can just throw the ball away at that point. He left the pocket. Chuck it. Hell, chuck it and take a grounding penalty. You're still at least in field goal range, and then it's to a 1-score game. Horrible decision by Geno Smith. I don't know why we keep doing the quarterback draws. The play calling today is oscillated from just a weird game. Yeah, Bucs are going to take over. It's a turnover. Geno took the snap. I don't know what the play call was. It looked like he's trying to run it anyway off. They're doing like a quarterback run. And then he didn't like the hole up the middle, so he bounced it back outside. And then he wasn't sure where he wanted to run with it. And then he was just like, I'll fall down. But then he fell down and somehow the ball ends up around his head as he's falling down. Dumb designed run the moment. That's again an equivalent. Everything's working for you, doing things a certain way going up the football field, and then you just decide to do something completely different down by the goal line. Why? This team from an offensive play calling standpoint today it shot itself in the foot. It really has. And Waldron, for as good a games as he's called this year up until this point, there's been some calls in this game that have just been, what are you doing? Yeah, that's the type of mistake that can cost your team a win. Absolutely, it is. A game like this that you get that field goal, the way Jason Myers is kicks here. If you just walk away with a field goal in that moment, at least you're within that one score. Maybe the defense can start to ratchet things up here as it goes through. But again, now you're still down by 2 scores here. And the way that the Bucs are running the ball and bleeding clock, you're going to maybe get 2 more possessions in this football game at this point. Maybe 3. Golly, dude, just throw it away there. Just awareness in the moment. Such a horrible mistake for the quarterback. Oh, Lordy. Lord have mercy. 1st and 10 for the Buccaneers. Brady back under center here from the 12-yard line. Gives up the middle here. Huge hole for Rachaad White. Nice tackle by Ryan Neal, though. That play looked like it was going to be much more perilous than it turned out to be. Mumbles, $2 says, thank you, Mumbles, for the $2 donation. Says, read that play like a damn book. Yeah, they did. Mumbles with another $2 donation says, this feels like week 2 again. Yeah, it does. It does indeed. And Devin White has played a really good game against us today. 2nd and 3 for the Buccaneers. Tom Brady back under center here. 1:50 to go in the 3rd quarter. Seahawks down 14-3. Pitch play out to White. Jordan Brooks ranging over. Just a blur getting into the backfield for the tackle. Nice job by Jordan Brooks. 3rd down. Jordan Brooks read that play really well. Shows off that speed. A little bit of an uncalled face mask on that penalty on Brooks. Thought that live, but they missed it. That was right there in the open. A loss of 4 yards there, so this will be 3rd and 7. Brady back in shotgun. Seahawks showing single high safety look. All day to throw for Tom Brady. 1st down. Seahawks are wanting an offensive pass interference there on Goodwin. Looks like he might have pushed off on the play. Went uncalled. I'm seeing the replay right now. Yeah, he went up and pushed off Jordan Brooks. They didn't call it. He just went right in and ran right into him and then knocked Brooks back and then turned back around for the catch. Oh, well, there was an uncalled face mask on the previous penalty, so I guess the universe balances out quickly on these kind of things. Rachaad White is in the open field with a lot of space to work. 20-yard gain, 25-yard gain. Stiff arms digs off him, ends up gaining 30 yards. It's going to end out the 3rd quarter. The Buccaneers are driving here. Seahawks defense might just be kind of starting to run a little bit out of gas in this particular game. From time of possession standpoint here, Buccaneers are at 26 and a half minutes to the Seahawks 18 minutes. And boy, did Diggs get tossed off violently there on the stiff arm. Violently. Yeah, Mumbles, this does feel like week 2 again. It feels very much just a game from almost the start of this game. Just didn't feel like you had a lot of control over it or a good feel for it. Diggs a punk? I don't think Diggs a punk. He just got stiff-armed. He's a free safety. Junior 610 says, where's 10 on defense? Uchenna's not done a whole lot today, man. It's been a quiet day from Uchenna and Nwosu. You've not generated any pressure on Tom Brady at all today. I mean, you haven't come close. You have 1 quarterback hit, no sacks. I don't think Uchenna's not even in the stat column today. He hasn't even gotten a single tackle today for a guy that's been a very important part of this defense. Strange day. Just a strange day. Gino says, Harpo says, what's the score? 14-3. Buccaneers. I don't know how Cody Barton's our best defensive player today. I don't know if we have a best defensive player today necessarily. Earlier it says worst game from Geno this season. Yeah, maybe. Potentially. I mean, he had the game against the Chargers that I thought wasn't a good one, that a lot of folks kind of gave him a pass on. I didn't think he was bad in that game, but he had easily 3 to 4 interceptable passes that were, that day could have looked horrific. I don't know if this day is quite that bad, 15 to 22, 167 yards and a fumble. But he's not been as good, I guess, either. Frank Darcy says, did Lockett make this trip? No show? I think he's got a catch or two. Rick Sonswa has just become a member of the Hawks Nest channel. Thank you, Rick, for becoming a member of the channel. I do appreciate it. Very kind of you to do so. Welcome aboard. Keep an eye on your community post. I'll be posting an article here real soon about the tackle situation with this Seahawks team and how good these young guys have played recently. So do keep an eye on your community post for that. 1st and 10 now for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. And we got Darrell Taylor in on rundowns early. That's never a good sign. The Buccaneers are going to attack the Taylor side. Seahawks do a good job, though, of getting some penetration there from Miles Adams for a gain of 1 or 2 yards. Jonathan Salazar with a $2 donation. Thank you, Jonathan. Say it with me. Geno, laughing out loud. I'm done, guys. We lost. Bye. Thank you for the $2 donation, Jonathan. There's still a quarter left to go here. I'm not giving up quite yet, but we'll see. It's not going it's not going in a real good direction so far. That's to be sure. Brady back in shotgun from the Seahawks 42-yard line. Drops back and looking all day. Brady can't have more time to throw in the pocket than if you just set him up a chauffeur with bodyguards and just sits back there and surveys the field, and nobody can get any pressure from the Seahawks defense. Guys are still slipping and falling all around. Did nobody go out and test the field out with their cleats before this game? Cade Otton makes the catch down the football field. Buccaneers driving 1st and 10 here now. 14:35 to go in the fourth quarter from the Seahawks 16-yard line. The give is to Rachaad White. 1 yard gain and drugged down to the ground. John Albert says, I see some comments about the field conditions. They don't play American football on a soccer pitch as usually. No, but it's just the field's tearing apart, John. So it's that, and it's just also, is there not cleats that soccer players are able to use that are more effective than what the cleats are these guys are using? Why is everybody slipping and falling on every play here? And we got a screenplay set up the tight end. He's going to go and get a first down. Sad Squid says, oh, well, let's be positive. We're still 6-4 in playoff contenders. We are indeed, man. This ain't the end of things. This is a game. This is a little bit of an outlier game, too. Playing in Germany. You're not going to play every week there. I guess they're going to call this 3rd and 1. Buccaneers calling a timeout here. Daniel Bailey with a $2 donation. Thank you, Daniel. Says NFL licking their lips with this performance. Yeah, they'll say everybody came back to earth. They'll say everything came back to crashing reality for the Seahawks team. I don't think it's this. If we see a couple weeks of these kind of performances, maybe we can say that's more of where the team's at. But the majority of the games this year, the team's been on a lot different level as far as that energy level and the play that they're bringing to the football field. I think we've got to stow this one away as a little bit of an outlier to this year a bit. Tampa Bay is a good team. They've won this game if they end up pulling this out, but it ain't I don't think this is a matter of this is who our Hawks are or something. One of those old, they are who we thought they are. I don't think so. I think we're still a good team. I think we're still a playoff contending team. But we're not good enough to not show up all the way. We're not good enough to show up sort of 90% and hope we can beat a team like the Bucs. 3rd down and inches here. Brady in shotgun. Give up the middle here to Rachaad White. This defense is just wearing down a little bit. You can see here on a 3rd and inches like that. Guys are getting a little tired. Brady and company have had a lot of plays on this football field. Hell, that's the 34th run of this game for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. And while they haven't gained a tremendous amount of yardage off it, they are only averaging 3.7 yards per carry. They have stayed committed to it. And, 35th carry here in a second. 1st and goal, Tampa Bay. Tom back under center. Checking the play at the line of scrimmage. Give is in here to Rachaad White. Dances around through the hole. Stopped short there. 2nd down and goal. Second and goal. 10:58 to go here in the 4th quarter. Jane H. Thank you, Jane, for subscribing. Tom looking all the time in the world. He can go through every read in the book, comes back to Goodwin all the way back across the field from where his initial read was for a touchdown. The Seahawks defense today just unable to generate any kind of pass rush against Tom Brady and company at all. At all. I mean, they're not even getting any pressure as far as, pressing down the pocket at all. It's just they're coming off the line of scrimmage and guys are getting instantaneously stopped right at the line of scrimmage right from the jump. Oh, boy. A lot to clean up after this game. Nobody was ready for even the snap there. Just they're not awake in this game. It's like you're seeing like the off the snap, like nobody was ready for Brady's snap there. Everybody was about a 1.5 seconds beat after the snap. It's like, here's the snap. And okay, now I'm going to get my pass rush going. They're not awake, man. Nobody's awake. I'm not awake. They're not awake. Nobody's awake. I'm flushing this game. I'll tell you that right now. I'm just going to flush this thing all the way through. Mike Evans running a butt pick play there. Yeah, there should have been a foul there, S. Wolverines. Looked like Mike Williams was running a pick there. But I'm not surprised if I did not have anytime I play a Tom Brady team, I'm not expecting I just take it for granted. You're not getting the benefit of calls on that game. You might get a call or two your way throughout the course of the game, but you're not going to get any help from the officials on anything close to a line. That's just, there was once the Jordan rules, there's the Brady rules. But thank you, Jane H., for subscribing to the channel. I appreciate you for doing so. Gino is out of the MVP talk for a week. He looks terrible. I mean, I don't know if I go full on Gino looks terrible in this game. I like the fumble's a bad moment. 15 to 22 for 167 yards on a day where you couldn't run the ball an inch. The fumble is a horrible moment. That's a bad call for Gino, or bad bit of decision making there for Gino. But I don't know if I'm looking at this game and I'm going through again, as I always like to do with these type of games, if you're going to go and look for the reason on the game, there are a variety of reasons you lose a football game that all come together to make the total of the reason. But if you get stuck on one of the smaller slices of the reason that you lost, I think you get lost a bit in really what was the real reason you lost, and might be just getting caught up on one of the smaller, ittier, bittier, tinier factions. Yes, Geno having the fumble at the time was horrible here today, but what was more horrible was your defensive play in this game against this Buccaneers team, where you weren't able to put up much of a fight. Somebody said in the comments that the Buccaneers could kind of do whatever they wanted, and that's very much the case. They kind of did whatever they wanted to do in this particular football game, and the only time you really stopped them is when they decided to just kind of throw up on themselves with the trick play at the weird moment. Offensively speaking, I mean, I wouldn't even go to Geno offensively as the first problem here. First problem is off the gate is you didn't have any ability to control the line of scrimmage, and that's really first and foremost at the start of this. Then beyond not controlling the line of scrimmage, not able to run the ball, and then your play calling was tremendously tepid to begin this game. You tried to sort of just not lose the game from a play calling standpoint to begin things. Again, I don't arrive at Geno Smith as the first item on that pecking order of blame at that point. He's not been great today, but I don't think that he's been necessarily atrocious either on the other level if we're going to start to kind of to play that up a bit in the comments here. That's not been the case by what I've seen. The fumble did cost us the game, but the fumble closed out the game and from you having an opportunity. But what cost you this game was the defense as much as anything in their level of play. What cost you was the conservative play calling through the first 2 quarters of this football game. I mean, to me, that's what cost you the game. I always am hesitant to apply it to one single play in a football game as to when you win or lose, when there's so many other plays in a game which have more of a marker as to what's going on. Here's a little throw out to Kenneth Walker on a little delayed screen, nicely set up by the Seahawks for a gain of 20. 10:30 to go here in the fourth quarter. Back up in a hurry up here from the 46-yard line of the Seahawks, their own side of the field. Drops back to throw. Bucks bringing some pressure. Geno kind of throwing that one in no man's land there a little bit. Looked like the receiver ran a little bit different route than he thought. We do have a flag on the play. Hands to the face on the Buccaneers. Mumbles with a big $20 donation. Thank you, Mumbles. I really do appreciate all your donations today on the channel and all your support to the channel, man. You are awesome. So thank you so much for that. He says, Geno is not the issue. One bad decision on a bad day does not make. Thank you. Play calling is part of the issue. Why make a quarterback run out of a full pocket as a design? Wow, great point on that part. Defense has been horrible, reverting back to week 2-5 form. Well, a lot to unpack with that. We're gonna go back over on your donation with that, Mumbles, because you got a lot of good points there. 1st and 10, Geno back in shotgun here. Bucks showing a blitz. Hopefully Geno, they dropped out of it. Geno looked a little bit confused by it. Kenneth Walker with the catch. He's working out in space, gets himself out of bounds here. Seahawks doing a nice job of getting this drive moving fairly quickly up the football field, which is good to see. That will be a 1st and 10. Geno back in shotgun. Buck showing single high. And they're bringing the blitz. You got to get rid of it, buddy. Gets rid of it to Kenneth Walker. Walker makes the catch. Falls down after about a gain of 6 or 7 yards. Hey, kitty. Nope. Stay up in the kitty tree. Stay in the kitty tree. Stay in the kitty tree. Kitty tree. Oh, ninja. 2nd and 3. Empty set here for Geno Smith in shotgun. Buck showing a cover 2 look on the back end. All right, no blitz here, Geno. You're free and clear. Drops back to throw, looking. Find Noah Fant for a 1st down here at the 21-yard line. Geno's going to bring this back up in some up-tempo here, no doubt about it. $8:35 to go in the fourth quarter. Seahawks down 21-3. Geno again empty. Bucs looking like they're bringing a blitz. They drop out of it. Geno stepping up. Touchdown, Tyler Lockett. Nice job by Tyler there on the catch. And a good throw by Geno. He climbed the pocket there. Pressure started coming around him. I think he's a little bit confused off the snap there because they look like they're bringing a pressure look. And Geno signaling for we're going for 2. Yeah, 2. Tyler Lockett, nice job. Just turned the corner around there on that route. And Geno, a very good throw. Crispy. Very crispy. Nice drive by the Seahawks. Not just going to roll over here. Trying to get this to within a 10-point game now. They do still have all 3 of their timeouts here in the fourth quarter. Geno comes out in shotgun here on the 2-point conversion. Lockett goes in motion. Comes back across. Geno looking. And throws basically an interception, just trying to make a play in there to Penny Hart on the play. So no good on the extra point. But the Seahawks do answer back with a touchdown here. A little bit of signs of life. Mumbles, they did a good time there to match on point with your donation, right? Geno's not the issue. You're right about the one bad decision does not make a day. I always push back with certain fans that will go to one call in a football game. Go, look, you had 60, 65 offensive plays or 60, 65, defensive plays or right around that mark. How do you take one play from that game and say, this is what this whole game came down to is this one other play. All those other 59 snaps don't matter. It's this one other play that happens and occurs that then dictates that player's day and whether it was good or whether it's bad. That's just not the case. Geno's not the problem today in this game. The issue's not lying necessarily on him. Has he been not at his best necessarily from what we saw this year? Yes. But I think you're absolutely right about that. And the key is on that fumble. Again, let's remember with this, along with Mumble's donation on this, that's a quarterback draw that you're running there. As Geno is moving the team up the field in the second half, throwing dimes all over the field, or at least just throwing laser beams all over the place, just hitting those little 9-yard routes that go for 11 or 12 yards. You get into, second down and goal. And now you're having him run a quarterback draw. It was a little bit of odd timing. I understand they're trying to catch him off guard, but you're not running the ball well all day anyway. So just why that play, why that call, that's also a little bit goes together as to why that had that fail on that particular play as it did. But yeah, to me, this is more of the defense not being able to stop much of anything on this Tampa Bay team. I'd love to take a look see if I can find really quick the third down conversion rate, because it's been pretty good for Tampa Bay today. Shh, kitty. Hush. So third down conversions for Tampa Bay today have been 9 of 13. I mean, you're not going to win a lot of football games if your defense is allowing third down conversions at 9 of 13, especially when you're getting no pressure on the quarterback whatsoever. And I understand Tom Brady's somewhat hard to get pressure on, but it shouldn't be impossible throughout a course of a game to get no pressure on him, which has been the case today. So Mumbles, thank you for the $20 donation, and thank you for your comments on it, because I think you're right on the mark with what you're saying with this. 100% on the mark with it. Daniel Bailey with a $2 donation says, Geno's not bad, but folding crucial moments too. I don't know where this kind of comes from. I mean, that's something that was certainly a narrative that was applied to him in recent years, that's what happens to him. But take last week, Daniel. I mean, let me not even cherry pick. Let me just go last week alone. Last week he throws that bad interception in the third quarter. It looks like the game's about to get out of hand for the Seahawks, and he comes down and commands 3 straight drives, back-to-back touchdown drives on the back of his arm, on the back of his management of the offense. I think if he's a guy that's wilting in these moments like that, that's not going to be the case. That's not going to be, so you're not going to see him pulling off those kind of situations. And more often than not this year, he has been good later on in games. And so I don't find myself feeling that's what Geno is. He eventually ends up becoming what he is, he turns into a pumpkin eventually. I just don't see that from him this year so much. I didn't see it from him on that last drive. Again, if it's a guy that wilts in the moments, it's like, then he just kind of leans over on that drive, gives up, just dinks and dunks it, and just tries to get out of here. He's pushing the ball up the field, trying to do something, trying to still make it happen. All right, 8:14. Tampa Bay is going to take over here at the 24-yard line in their own possession. Kitty, you got to be quiet. You're too many cries. Quick handoff here to the Buccaneers running back for a negative 1-yard gain. Thank you, though, Daniel, for all the donations. Appreciate you. So this will bring up 2nd and 10. 7:44 to go here in the fourth quarter. Tom Brady back in shotgun, trips to the far side of the football field. Just all day again to throw the football, and fantastic play by Michael Jackson, diving in front of Julio Jones there to knock that ball away. Jackson's had a little bit of a tough day today, but came through on that play. Nice job of reacting there on the inside there to knock that ball free and out. Just got an arm in there. Good job. Well done, kid. 3rd down and 10. See if Seattle tries to bring some pressure here on Brady. Brooks showing a little bit of a pressure look here. Drops out of it. Seattle is able to get some pressure over. Jordan Brooks completely falls down again on the turf. Just can't keep his feet. And they're going to get a first down. Brooks was there in coverage to make the play. He saw it all the way with it, and he slipped right at the point, just slipped and fell down. That field is just absolutely awful there for these guys. I mean, there's just turf tufts of grass kicking up. Oh, golly. Looks like Jordan Brooks was injured a little bit on the play, so they're going to have a television timeout. So people go, well, this is a soccer field, so what field do you expect? I don't expect a field where when my player puts his foot in the ground and he presses, that he's going to drive out a whole chunk of grass and I'm going to see nothing but the brown underneath in the ground. I'm expecting not that. Okay, that part I'm not expecting with. You know, that's ridiculous field turf surface that they're playing on in this game. It's absolutely ridiculous. As they're sliding all around the field, and it's not sliding because the cleats is the field ain't holding up at all. Random McDaniel with a $2 donation says, why does clock run when K9 clearly out of bounds? The way the clock works, I think it's inside of something 2 minutes, 3 minutes, Randall. It might be 2 minutes on this. I'm trying to remember if it's that. But anyway, when you're outside that territory of things, if a guy runs out of bounds, the clock will stop momentarily, I think, until they set the ball and put it and mark it. And then once the play clock starts to roll, then the clock rolls. So until it reaches a certain point in the game, it doesn't stop like that all the way throughout the course of a game. It will continue to run. It stops momentarily, but then it will continue to run. Ghost with a $2 donation says, at least we had a successful screen. Moral victory. That's true, Ghost. It's been a while since we've had a successful screen pass, hasn't it? Even this year, that's been the one thing with this offense that's still maintained that we've had in recent years that's been missing from the offense, which is the active running back screens. Still not a real big part of this offense this year, even with the success we've had this year, offensively speaking. Mumbles with another $2 donation says, welcome to FedEx Field. How can we help you? Yeah, I'm getting big time FedEx Field vibes from this field right now. It's just not ready to handle these. I don't know. Maybe it's because soccer players all weigh 120 pounds, so they just can't tear out the chunks of the field like these guys can. But you're just seeing, just every step they take, there's just chunks being pulled from the ground. It's like every time a football player is running on this field, it's like a guy who's golfing taking out a divot. It looks the same thing. 1st and 10, run here up the middle. And the Buccaneers are going to be able to really bull this clock down here after that first down run. Gain of 1 yard for White. 6:36 to go in the fourth quarter. Brady in shotgun, 3 wide receivers to the far side of the field. He's looking. That ball's intercepted by Cody Bryden. Kobe Barton's got the ball picked off. Let's go! Seahawks with the interception. Brady looking back over around. First pick by Brady in a lot of passing attempts. Nearly was about to set a record with that. And Cody Barton dropping back in coverage and makes a big-time interception in that moment. Oh my goodness, folks. We ain't dead yet. We ain't dead yet. Cody just doing a good job of reading the eyes of Brady. Nice drop there by Cody Barton. He dropped into just the right spot on the football field. Geno Smith back out in shotgun now. 1st and 10 from the Buccaneers' 45-yard line. Plenty of time on the clock, folks. That was offsides by the Buccaneers, uncalled. How was that not offside on the Buccaneer there? Shaq Barrett, or not Shaq Barrett, but their outside linebacker jumped 2-3 steps off the line of scrimmage, was blatant about it. What a big pick by Cody. Second down and 10. Empty formation here for Geno. Buccaneers showing a blitz. They're bringing in the blitz. Got to get rid of it, Geno. Nice job by Geno Smith to throw that ball before Colby Parkinson's running a delayed route. He doesn't even have a chance to look back for the ball when Geno throws it, and he looks back. The ball's right there on him. Great job of throwing that a little early by Geno, which you have to do on that blitz. You got to get the ball out of your hand. This will bring this to a 3rd and 4 now. 5:55 to go here in the fourth quarter. Bucs again showing a blitz look. Geno in shotgun. Drops back to throw. Hit your flat. Hit. Oh, incomplete pass to Colby Parkinson there. Geno went through a lot of looks. He had some time to throw. He had the flat route early on, but he was trying to get back to DK over the top, and so he missed the flat route early, and it just kind of threw the timing off of the reads as he was going back through them. 4th down and 4. Maybe potentially game time here with this play. Geno in shotgun. Buccaneers showing a double A gap blitz. Geno getting everything set and prepared. 3 seconds on the play clock. 4th and 4. From shotgun, empty look. Geno trying to throw. Tyler Lockett, first down. Geno again having to throw that ball with a supreme amount of anticipation there. Before even Tyler is broken on the out route, throwing it to a spot. Beautiful throw there by Geno Smith. 5:26 to go here. 1st and 10 from the Buccaneers' 28-yard line. Geno back once again here in empty. Buck showing a 4-man front. Geno changing the play, taking his time a little bit to make sure he's got this right. Ball snap, drop back, looking. You got to get rid of the ball, Geno. Geno breaks through the pocket, shows some nimbleness, and then gets down. And we've got another flag. Another late tackle there by Levante David, where he appeared to have given himself up. We'll see if the officials decide to call this back, as they're already having a very quick huddle after the official called the play. Definitely looked like one you could definitely call there. I mean, it could go either way. And yeah, he comes in with his hand and his arm on his head. I feel like the play on that's got to stand on the field there. The officials picked this one up, by the way. This would be the second flag that they had picked up for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers in this game that had been called, that they then decided to waive off after they got the officials. No, they waived it off. I thought so. How'd I know? 2nd and 1. Geno again directing action here. Buccaneers trying to play some games at the line of scrimmage with a blitz. Geno looking over the top. Noah Fant had the ball caught for a second. Just didn't look like he was able to get his feet in the ground. It's be 2nd and 1. Great throw there by Geno Smith. He put that ball right there for Noah Fant. Fant juggled it just a little bit and wasn't able to get the feet down. I don't know even if he doesn't juggle it, if he doesn't get the foot down probably anyway. He tried. He did do a good try there by Fant. Just missed getting it in. 3rd down and 1. Run this ball here. Please. Thank you. Boy, no ability there to get through on the run for 3rd and 1. There's just nothing doing in this game against this Buccaneers team trying to run the football. 4th down now, so you got to go for it. Another 4th down here. Geno coming up or hurry the line of scrimmage. Oh, you've been throwing the ball all over the place on you've been throwing the ball all over the place. Still can't get a run. 4th and 1, play action pass. Geno looking. Touchdown Seahawks! Goodwin in the back of the end zone. Another dime by Geno Smith puts an absolute dot in the back of the end zone. Goodwin lays out Superman style and makes the catch. Touchdown Seahawks. Let's go. Let's go. Geno hit as he throwing, moving to his left. He's got a... Oh, did he make the catch? Let's see. The ball... This is going to be the angle right here that'll show me what a catch. He made the catch. That's a touchdown. What a grab by Goodwin to lay out there. Does an amazing job. I had to watch it a couple of times because he's Supermaning out, and as he comes down the ball, it's right kind of here up on the top of his chest. Knocks free and able to just kind of pull it back in just enough there to keep possession through. So this game just got a little bit tighter. 21-16 Tampa Bay Buccaneers. 3:58 to go on the clock. Plenty of time. 3 timeouts for your Seahawks. What a grab there by Goodwin. And a beautiful throw by Geno. He's going to his left. Quarterbacks don't like to throw back across their body to the left. Devin White smacks him right in the chest as soon as he throws it. Goodwin's not even near being open when he throws that ball. The level of insanity that he was able to get this completion in just through the outstretched hand of the defender who was right there with Goodwin. An amazing throw, amazing catch. Let's go. Team's showing a little fight here. This is awesome. This is more like our Seahawks football that we're used to, huh? Daniel Bailey with a $5 donation says, let me clarify. I don't think Geno's to blame for this game. He's playing good, just seems a little off at moments, but defense needs to wake up. Well, thank you for the $5 donation, Daniel. And I think right as you were putting that donation, the defense came in with an interception, which was beautiful to see. To your point on that. And no, I get what you're coming from on it. It was more or less pushing on your comment, Daniel, as I had seen some other comments starting to push in the chat on that. And I just want to make sure we're hitting our e-brake on that one. I'm not going to have to after that drive, which is Geno's just done the last couple drives, but I just wanted to be careful on that one. All right, so we've got, I guess the Buccaneers were thinking Seattle might try to onside kick it there, which Seattle was not trying to do, which led to a very short return by the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, who were trying to stay in a safe mode there. There we go. Okay, defense, come on back. But I get where you're coming from, Daniel. I understand, and I can sign up and understand that. I agree with that. Your point on that completely I'm with. Okay, can we stop this offense now? 1st and 10. The give is going to be up the middle here to Rachaad White. Not a lot of room there initially here, and Seattle's going to clog that lane up and close it out. First, I don't think they gained a yard there on that play. Good to see Jordan Brooks back on the field after he kind of had that weird moment there where the grass got torn up. Second down and 9. They'll give him a yard on that, I guess. Come on, German Hawk fans. Get loud in the stadium. 2nd and 9, 3:16 to go here in the fourth quarter. Tom Brady back in shotgun. Seahawks are bringing in a delayed blitz. Brady sees it, I think, here, and he makes a great throw in there to Goodwin for a first down. Very nice throw by Brady. He still made some really good throws in this game where the ball's got to be just put on just a right spot on the receiver, and there's very little room for error, and he'll put it right on that exact spot. First down and 10. Brady back in shotgun here. 2:36 to go on the clock. Handoff is going to be into White again here. Carries it for about 3 or 4 yards. See if Seattle decides to call a timeout or let this clock run down here to the 2-minute warning. They're going to call a timeout. Thank you, Daniel, for all your donations to the channel, though, man. I appreciate you. Let's see if this defense can step this up here. Mumbles with the $2 donation says, why does this field have so many holes? Why does the ground tear up so much? What Germany? We do not make bad grass. Our grass is like machinery. It's like the machinery. Thank you, Mumbles. Appreciate you. Randall McDaniel with a $20 donation. Thank you, Randall. A friendly reminder, everyone in the chat who was going to bury the team. Maybe new to the NFL, but teams come back. Balls bounce. Momentum is a thing. Try not to get 2 up or 2 down after every play. Hashtag Go Hawks. Brady up in the line of scrimmage, 2nd and 7. Thank you for the $20 donation, Randall. And the give is going to be up the middle. Oh, my goodness. He's got a wide hole right up the middle for a first down. Damn, dude. Seahawks defense knows it's coming, can't stop it. Knows it's coming and can't stop it. Ah, la, la. Dude, did they employ the 4-man front on that? They did. They brought out the 2-man front on that stupid play. Why then? You don't go 3-4 on that? They decided to bring out the wonky 2-man front on that play because that's been so good at stopping the run. Yeah, Achtaliba. I want to read Randall's comment on this and remember this with us, folks. Friendly reminder, everyone in the chat who was going to bury the team. Maybe you're new to the NFL, but teams do bounce back. Balls bounce. Momentum is a thing. Try not to get 2 up or 2 down after every play. Hashtag Go Hawks. Very well said, Randall. I've got to remind myself of that from time to time, but I think it's a very important point. Now they go back to the 3-4. Play action, pass. Wide open, first down. Seattle all in on the run game. Buccaneers come back with a pass. Seahawks have 1 timeout remaining. They're going to let this go to the 2-minute warning. So that might have been just about game there on that. As we've said throughout the course of this game here with Tampa Bay, they just have, when they've wanted to, they've had their way with the Seahawks defense. It's not a day where Brady's going to put up a prolific amount of yards. It's not a day where they're going to run for a ton of yards, but it is a day where, defensively speaking, you just have not been able to consistently get stops. It's rolled that way again and again. Randall, thank you for all your donation on the channel today, man. I really do appreciate it, and well said on your part. Mumbles with a $2 donation says, but guys, remember, Gino's the issue today. Well said, Mumbles. And yeah, you and I are in the same camp on this one. This isn't a Gino problem day. This is a couple of other issues, or more largely at play today than that. That's for sure. So well said on your part. Seahawks 17 with a $2 donation says, everyone say thank you, Cody. Hey, thank you, Cody Barton. He at least got this game back to being interesting a little bit, which was nice to see in that interception. And somebody needed to make a play. They made a play. We were calling for defense to do something. Unfortunately, past making a play here or there in this game, turnover from Tariq or interception by Cody, not able to do a whole hell of a lot more defensively speaking in this football game. It's been pretty crazy how well they've been able to move the ball. I'm really most shocked in this game. I knew Brady could come out and still be pretty efficient with what he was doing, but I am very surprised in this football game that you've had so many issues with stopping the run. This is a Buccaneers team that's not been able to, maybe the worst rushing football team in football, and they've come out in this game and run the ball 40 times on you today. You gave them 40 rushing attempts, 145 yards, like Rachaad White with 87 yards. Both Rachaad White and Leonard Fournette are going to average 4.1 yards per carry. I think coming into this game, Rachaad White's averaging 3 yards a carry and Leonard Fournette's averaging 3.3 yards a carry. So, you've got them both above their seasonal averages, which just speaks to the fact defensively you just weren't stopping the run in this game. Just struggling to find that measure of a way to just kind of just some way how. And then Brady's been pretty efficient around that. 22-29, 258 yards, 2 touchdowns and an interception. It's not blown the doors off you, but he's definitely he's played well. Outside of that interception, he's played well. Ooh, goodness. Ooh, goodness. John says, Kobe Bryant strip sack, fumble, Tariq scoop and score, game over. I like it, bro, John. Let's go. Let's go. All right, 1st and 10, 2 minutes to go. Seahawks have 1 timeout remaining here. The give is going to be a handoff here. Rachaad White breaks free, and he's going to have all day to run this one. That is game over right there. Wide open run there, easy peasy. Seahawks defensively just could not stop the run in this game. I mean, you did not handle the line of scrimmage defensively in this game at all. Just could not hold up. And even when you knew the Bucs were going to run in this game, even when you knew you couldn't stop them, I mean, that's what this game comes down to. We can't put anything else on this game but that when we try to break this one down. I mean, that play right there, again, just guys can't get off their block, can't get over to make a tackle. Everybody's struggling to get to this is what you've had happen. Strange to see, too, is the Seahawks done so well in recent weeks in stopping the run. Uchenna Nwosu's side right there, boy, he played his worst game of this year so far. Right after I did a video on him this week, he decided to have his worst game of the year to Uchenna Nwosu. Timing on that's not one great. Uchenna with 1 tackle in this game. That's what he brought in this game. That is not going to get it done. No pressures, no quarterback hits, no tackle for loss, no passes defense, just 1 tackle from your outside linebacker. And he's been good against the run this year, but that's not going to get it done. That's quite frankly just not going to get it done on that. Mumbles with another $20 donation. My God, Mumbles, thank you so much. Very kind of you for putting that out there, man. You're very kind of all your donations and all your support to the channel, man. So I appreciate you on that. At what point when we run that play, do we not just put someone in front of the A gap, just sit there? It seems like they run that whenever we go to that 2-man front, and then when we run a 3-4 front, they pass. Yeah, I don't know why they continue to go back to that front, Mumbles. This is what was a big part of the problems with the defense to begin this year. Today, I think they ran the ball on you in 3-4 looks a lot of the times where you're getting taken off the ball in that respect, and it just was what it was with that. But I don't know why they continue to go back to that front when they do it all. It's not effective. It hasn't helped them at any point in time this year. It's weird. It's their own little scientific experiment that they're trying to execute on the football field that just doesn't make a whole hell of a lot of sense. Tom Brady's going to go ahead and clock this down and down the ball, and he's going to come out of this game with a victory. But I don't know. It was weird to see that front out there at that moment. They've done away with it in recent weeks, but they went back to it in this game. Coaching staff kind of overthought this one on a couple of different areas, both offensively and defensively today, just a bit, Mumbles, in my opinion. This was definitely a game where you got a bit out-coached in your approach coming into the game by how you set your tactics up and your strategy. And disappointing to see, tough to see. This was definitely a winnable game for your Seattle Seahawks, as they kind of proved out at the end of things. Just took you a long time to kind of find yourself a little bit. Thank you, though, Mumbles, for all your donations, man, on the chat. I appreciate it. The Stale with a $5 donation says, Seahawks maybe get up at 6 a.m. and didn't even show up. No, they didn't really show up at the end of the day. That is for certain. You got to wonder with this kind of game, you're getting up at this early in the morning. Maybe that's, a bit of a factor on this one and why this played out the way it did. So, I don't know on that one as regards to, what might or might not have been the situation with that. But they definitely weren't. If that first half especially was a brutal first half on both sides of the ball, and just didn't seem like either one was kind of ready to go in this game. You wonder with the time if that maybe factored in a bit, but it's hard to see with that. It's a tough game in the first half. It got a little bit better, but it still was rough all the way through when it was all said and done. So I'm going to do my quick little thing here of the post-game report here for you guys on this. So bear with me in the chat, and I will be acknowledging kind of the donations and stuff a little bit slowly on this because I want to do a little bit of a post-game. So we'll do this, and then we'll get back over to you guys in the chat in just a second on that one. So I appreciate you guys hanging on. Do me a favor, if you guys could hit that like button and subscribe if you're not already subscribed. It does help this channel grow significantly. I really do appreciate it. We're on the road here to 10,000. We're getting very close today to getting to that mark. So if you're not subscribed, please do get subscribed. I would really do appreciate it. Mumbles with another $5 donation. Thank you, Mumbles, for all the donos. It says also, we've only had 2 games without 2 turnovers. Damn, that's a stat. The turnover aspect has come back to this defense. It's something that they've been able to hang their hat on this year so far, which has been encouraging, and it did come back in this game and showed itself. It's been a part of the defense in recent years that's been missing. So it is good to see, even in a day like this where you couldn't generate much pass rush, at least you were able, Mumbles, to get just a little bit of pressure in this particular game. That was an encouraging thing to see in that aspect, is that has remained consistent over the course of the entire season. Well spotted on your part. Daniel Bailey with a $2 donation says, coaches need this bye as much as the players. Shaking my head. Yeah, the bye is coming at a very good time at this point. Get healthy, relook at this game, relook at a little bit of what happened in this game to kind of make a better determination on where to go forward, what you want to do this season. And I hope they just come back out more in a place, Daniel, of let's swing. Let's go for it. Let's not come out into these games and be scared about being there and being worried about what those teams are going to do against us. Let's make them worried about what we're going to do against them. And the thing that stands out to me in this game, beyond the players not looking all that well awake at this time of day, and it's 6:30 their clock, understandable why it wouldn't, is the fact that you came out from a coaching standpoint in a little bit more of a safety situation. We're going to play this safe. We're going to play this close to the vest. We're going to just try to not lose the game. And I think when you play like that, you see the results of today. You're not going to win a football game by trying not to lose. You got to go try to win it. And it didn't feel like that spirit of trying to go win it from this football team was really evident until we got into a bit of the back half of this game, a little bit in that respective things. But thank you, Daniel. I agree with you. Coach got to go back to the deal on this one. Go back and figure out we got to put the players in a better position to succeed. Let them get going downhill. Let's not have them going backwards. Let's not have them back on their heels, but put them back up on their toes a little bit. Snail, thank you for the $2 donation. I appreciate you. Are Chris and Marquise Goodwin related? I don't think that they are related. No. I think that they're just have the same last name, Snail, but I don't think they're actually technically related on that thing of it. Bear with me 1 second, folks. Get a little more coffee. I'll be right back. We're going to do a post-game breakdown of this game in total. So be right with you. Okie dokie. All right, folks, bear with me. I'm going to be right back with a chat with you guys. We're going to do just a quick post-game discussion on this one here to start this off, and then we will get back with you guys on this in 2 seconds. So thank you for hanging on with me on this one. I do appreciate it. Okay, well, We had ourselves a little bit of a tough loss here today for our Seahawks. There is no real two ways about it. You certainly feel in this game right out the jump like our Seattle Seahawks just weren't quite awake and raring to go and fully on board at the 6:30 in the morning start time. And we can't forget about that part of it. I'm not going to make this as a full excuse as to why this was a loss, but this was certainly a big factor in that your body's clock from a performance standpoint, an athletic performance standpoint, is just not going to be fully awake at 6:30. You can drink all the coffee you want in the morning. There's been scientific studies that have been done on this. It's just not really something that you can, tough yourself through or mindset yourself through to get done. You can maybe get it on like a 10 a.m. start time, as we've seen our Seahawks be able to overcome that particular obstacle in recent history with Coach Carroll and playing really well in those games. But I think it's a horse of another color when you're talking about 6:30 in the morning and trying to play at your peak athletic manner. It's just, I don't think something that you're going to be able to always pull off. That was a little bit of something that stood out to me early in this football game. This game wasn't about the fact your guys were too sleepy and didn't have enough sleep and were still tired, not fully awake. That was a bit of a part of it. This game really more came down to me at the end of the day being a game where your Seahawks coaching staff came into this game with a little bit of a mentality of, we're going to go out there and try not to lose this game, as opposed to trying to go out there and really go out and win it. You look at the offensive play calling early on, an offensive play calling that's been aggressive throughout the course of this year, that's allowed Geno Smith to throw 55% of the time. And those first couple of drives, they come out and they just try to run the ball first down, run the ball second down, and then they get themselves in third and long situations, and Geno's got to make a money throw on third down. And it wasn't really working, and it didn't get him in any kind of real early momentum in this game. You saw none of those early bootlegs that they would run with Geno in early parts of other games to get him more into kind of a rhythm, get him some easy passes. All of the passes early on felt really hard, and Seattle felt like they really were trying to hammer a run game that was just having no holes that were being created. Kenneth Walker had no space to run with in this game. It was very clear early on that the Tampa Bay Buccaneers were going to do much of what teams have been doing recently, which was dedicate a lot of resources to stopping Walker and stopping the running game, and it was then going to be on Geno's arm to get the job done. It took a little bit of time for the coaching staff and Waldron to kind of adjust on that to figure out what was going on with that to where they needed to start to throw. To their credit, you got into the second half and they did put the ball more on Geno's arm, recognizing the fact that we're just not going to run today. It's just not going to really happen. But this game was not really about the offense, was it? And when you really look at this game, when you really break it down, when you really look into it, it's really about the defense in this game, which right from the start and the get-go just wasn't ready to get it done. They did manage 2 turnovers, which we'll talk about in a second, but at the end of the day, the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, Tom Brady and company could do whatever they wanted. They want to run the ball, they could run the ball effectively. He wanted to throw the ball short, he could throw the ball short. He wanted to tackle a little bit more with the deeper chunk plays, he could do that as well. They took whatever they wanted off the Seahawk table, and we didn't so much as slap their hand one time. It was really, really strange to see this Tampa Bay team do so well at running the ball in this particular game. This has been one of the worst teams in the NFL at running the football, yet you have Rachaad White with 22 carries for 105 yards. You got Leonard Fournette with 14 carries and 57 yards, 44 carries and 161 yards from this Tampa Bay Buccaneer team, which was the part that I did not expect coming into this game. I thought this was very likely to be a game where Tom Brady was going to end up throwing 40, 45, maybe even 50 times in this football game, because I thought we could stop this rushing attack. It's disconcerting that you weren't able to do so, and part of why I feel like the team just wasn't ready to really fully go at this time of the morning of when they're playing, because usually you've been pretty good at relatively holding up at the line of scrimmage, especially on the inside runs today, which were just all over the place there for Tampa Bay. In the pass secondary, you dropped into a lot of soft zones. You brought the front four as far as the pressure goes. You didn't do a lot of blitzing. You don't usually want to blitz a lot of Tom, so it becomes really about, can your front four generate the pass rush on their own? And today, you weren't able to generate the pass rush on your own. You look at the bottom line statistics of this. You have, in this game, Tom Brady throws 29 times. You don't have one single sack in this game. You have one quarterback hit. He had all the time in the pocket that he wanted to throw it. Really, this is born out of the fact that you can't stop the run initially. So as you can't stop the run initially, now your linebackers have to buy up a little bit more in stopping the run. Your defensive linemen have to hold down on their gaps a little bit longer, can't just go right back to the quarterback and shoot their gaps to try to pass rush because they're trying to protect against the run. This then gives Tom a little bit more time to throw, and he's already hard enough to deal with as it is. Giving him that extra time, giving him a run game in his back pocket can make him almost impossible to deal with as we saw today. And so it really does, the issues of this defense bear out of not being able to stop the run in this game, which then allowed Tom to be better in what he was doing throwing the football, but just a bad performance overall defensively across the board. Not great tackling, soft zones, not a lot of aggressiveness, not a lot of playing with a lot of fire in this game, just kind of a little bit of going through the motions at times by the defense and just the way they feel. I don't think they were really going through the motions. Again, I think a lot of this is born out of just being a little bit of a tired team in this particular game. But nonetheless, this is not a game that you go back to me and look at the offensive side of the ball and say it's on them or that they're the problem here. Geno Smith certainly had a bad turnover at a horrible time of the game when you're in second and goal at that moment. And he has an awful fumble in that moment where it's just throw the ball away or just get down, preserve a little bit of the ability there to keep it to a one-score game if you're able to get the field goal in that moment. That wasn't a good look by Geno at that time. And certainly he wasn't amazing in this game all the way through, but this was not a game on Geno Smith. He played another outstanding football game, at least not outstanding. I'm not going to go that far, but he played a solid football game to me throughout this game. Especially understanding the fact that he's going up against a Tampa Bay team that's got a lot of pressure fronts that are going to challenge quarterbacks. He's got no running game to operate off of in this game. It's completely on his arm for the Seahawks to generate anything that they're able to generate. And so that turnover was bad on his part, but he was overall solid in this game. And that throw that he made to Marquise Goodwin, when you've got to have it, and when he threw that, they showed a great shot on the telecast behind Geno Smith as he's making that throw, rolling to his left. He's about to get smacked by Devin White, and he puts that throw. He has to throw it so far and so early to get over the top to Goodwin. And you saw in the last couple of drives from Geno Smith, really noteworthy to me, him making some throws that were just unbelievable throws. Just, I've got to throw this before the guy's even turned out of his route, and I've got to put it over here on a spot and hope my guy's going to get there. Trust that my guy's going to get there. He made one to Colby Parkinson like that. Then on that same drive came down and did the very same thing to Tyler Lockett. He really did start to lock into that second half. I just quite frankly wish the coaching staff had put a little bit more onto his arm early and let him let it rip. This is who that guy's been throughout the course of this year. This is the production he's giving you for the position. Let's get sliding out of the fact of what Geno's been prior to his career and get more slid into the fact of what he is right now with this team, which is a top 5 quarterback and how he's playing the position this year. Would have been nice to see a little bit more of that trust. Take the fumble that happened with Geno, for instance. It occurs with him running a quarterback sneak. He's been throwing laser beams all up the field just to get that drive up to where it got. On the back of his arm, throwing like that, and you decide that moment to essentially take it out of his arm and then put it on his legs. And Geno's been okay at times on running the quarterback keepers. I'll give you that. He's got the game against the Detroit Lions earlier this year where he scored a touchdown on it. But still, nonetheless, in that moment, on a day where it's been tough sledding for your offense, lean into what is working. Lean into what is working. So it was a tough call there in that moment. Again, why I'm not going to come back, though, to looking at this and saying anywhere close to where you can hang this a little bit on Geno Smith in that respect of things. Defensively, the couple of bright spots in this game, Cody Barton made a great interception, which was a pure interception on Tom Brady, reading his eyes. Great drop into zone to make the pick on that particular play. So good on Cody to flash in that realm. He's kind of come along this year slowly but surely from where he started, which was in really tough shape, and he's starting to kind of round into okay shape here as the year goes along a bit. Though again, part of the reasons that you have issues in this game stopping the run do also have to land on the shoulders of Cody a little bit in that respect as well. Tariq Woolen got himself another interception. There's some great debate between who's the better corner this year to start out as a rookie. Is it Tariq Woolen? Is it Sauce Gardner? I think Tariq Woolen took another step forward and maybe solidifying himself at some point here with his 5th interception of the year, albeit it came on Leonard Fournette, not on Tom Brady, but good on Tariq to still show a good nose for the ball and an ability to pick it off. That's going to be helpful going on to the future of this season and into future years as well as he does continue his ascent to, dare I say, superstardom? Dare I say that? So look, folks, we took it on the chin today. No doubt about it. You had a team kind of take it to you. You had a team that controlled both lines of scrimmage for the most part. Couldn't run the ball, couldn't stop the run. It's never going to go well when you're playing a Hall of Fame quarterback who's still a pretty good quarterback at this point, and you can't do either of those 2 other aspects of things. You're not going to get very far in a football game when that is the case. I'm also not going to take this as this is what the Hawk team we thought we were going to see out the course of this year. You finally play a legitimate opponent and this is what you show, because that's something I'm going to see in my comments. I know I'm going to see it in my chat here after this game. And I'm also not falling in line with that either. You've had some good quality wins over quality opponents this year so far. You've been on a 4-game winning streak. You've had not a lot of 5-game winning streaks in your franchise history. To walk into this game and go, yeah, it goes without saying that game that we're playing in Germany, that we flew 6,000 miles to go arrive at, that's at 6:30 a.m. Yeah, that's going to be our 5th win in a row. I certainly saw this as a win coming into this game, but it was understandable if you lost it with some of the extra reasons built into this game why that might occur. I'm not putting it as the end-all be-all excuse, but I'm also saying let's also put it in as a valid excuse if we're going to apply that this game is really indicative of what the Seahawks team really is and not the past 4 games when they played such great football. So maybe be discouraged, maybe be a little bit frustrated, maybe wish your team had showed up with a little bit more pizzazz today, with a little bit more energy today. But understand as well that this is just a bit of an outlier to this season. This is not going to be the common type of team I think you see on the football field going forward. In fact, I think this team's going to get better as we go along in this season. And I will put this game as an outlier on this year. I'm not going to have to play in Germany again this year. I'm not going to have to fly 6,000 miles again this year. I'm not going to have to play at 6:30 in the morning again this year against a quality opponent as well. This Tampa Bay team is not some bottom cellar dweller team. This is the team that's going to most likely win that division. And I hope for one, we get another chance at him. I want another chance at Tompa Tom. I want to be the one to put the final nail in the Tompa Tom coffin before this year's out. So hopefully we get the Buccaneers back in the playoffs. Hopefully we get back to the playoffs once again. The schedule is not difficult as we go forward with the Seattle Seahawks team. So keep the faith, my Seahawks fans. Don't jump off bandwagons. Stay aboard this ship. Yeah, there's some winds. Yeah, we got some waves that are breaking over the top of our boat. And yeah, we lost a couple men overboard, but we're going to go fish them out of those waters, okay? They got their floaties on. We're going to get them out of the waters. We're going to get back to right on this. It's just a little bit of a bump on the road on what's still going to be a magical season. So keep that faith with me, my fellow Seahawks fans. Appreciate you guys for letting me get that little bit in. I just like to get that in because, of course, we got folks that love to have a little bit of the more shorter content here on the channel. And so I like to try to provide that if I can for those folks. I do hope you guys are not losing the faith after this loss, though. This is, to me, not going to be who this team is or where we're going this season. I don't know if we're going to get to the playoffs or not, but we're going to play better games than we played today. We're going to play more complete games than we played today. It's just a little bit of a, like I said, just a little bit of a bump. Just a little bit of a bump is all. And Mumbles, again, I don't know why on that 2-man front, why they put that in. That was such a weird formation for them to put it in. I don't know why in that moment, they're going to run the ball. Just go with the 3-4 and see if Tom's going to really try to throw the ball at that point, which I don't think he would. I think they're going to try to run. I know he threw a little bit later in that drive on it, but on that particular run, I think that's a run all day long. Snail with $5 donation. Oh, I already read that one. Mumbles, another $5 donation. My goodness. Oh, it says also we had 2. I read that one. My bad. A little slow today. A little slow. I'm a little tired too in this one. Daniel Bailey with the $2 donation says coaches need this. Oh, I read that one too. Snail with a $2 donation. Are Chris and Marquise related? I'm rereading all my donos. My bad, guys. $10 donation from Mumbles. Another Mumbles? Another one? Damn. It says regarding the Geno fumble, a designed run where your offensive line is trying to hold the pocket to pass your other blockers downfield. When you can't run with blockers, it was a horrible keeper call. It is. I mean, I'm going to be honest with you. I know it's been effective to certain degrees anyway, but I'm not really a fan of quarterback keepers anyway, to be honest with you, Mumbles. I'm just not. I know that it's become a little bit more utilized in the NFL, but you saw a guy, Trey Lance, get tremendously injured this year running one of those power up the middle type runs. You're asking your quarterback to kind of run right through the line of scrimmage and hoping he doesn't get blindside hit at that point. Is the squeeze really worth the particular juice on that play? And again, with the way he was throwing the football, getting up the football field and how he was able to do it up until that drive, it was such a strange time to go to that call. And that's one again where it's just, I don't know. That's a little bit of like, I feel like Waldron maybe outthought himself there, like he had the first call and he's like, that's for a call, but I could run a keeper and that, they're dropping into this and then they maybe try to bring a blitz from over here and then we can attack off the blitz. Kind of overthought yourself. Got a little bit just too far down the lane on that one, just a bit. Thank you, Mumbles, for all your donos though, man. You're awesome, brother. You are awesome. Daniel, thank you for all your donos as well. Another $2 donation. Says Gino went H to H with the GOAT and played equally well. Well, thank you for the $2 donation. And yeah, Gino he stood toe for toe with Tom Brady in this game. He did not shrink. Again, a little bit of the common point that's put out there is Gino will shrink in those big moments. And this is the part that you didn't see today. It would have been very easy for him to fall into that shell and go, just not our day. Going to get up. And instead he came out there and still made some great throws, some fourth down throws, some keeping the play alive throws. I remain very impressed by Geno Smith, and it's more days like today that actually put me more in a position of saying, yes, let's go and put him on a contract extension after this year. Let's go this route instead of the rookie quarterback class, which continues to now start to look worse and worse with every seemingly week of this college football season. And there's a better role to maybe had to go more in the direction of just keep it with Geno at this point, in my opinion. John says Geno still had a quarterback rating over 110, which is crazy. Yeah, he was. Those last few drives, he had to earn those drives too. Those weren't just running against soft zone defenses. He had to make some tough throws on those drives. The Buccaneers were still bringing their blitz game and all that stuff. CJ Kurzman, Brandon, why in the world did we healthy scratch Brian Monet? I can only wonder if maybe there's one of two things here, CJ. Either he's dealing with a nick, a bump, or they want to get him healthy and they rested him in this game and they're thinking rest him through this and the bye week and he'll be back to okay by after the bye week, or they were anticipating that the Tampa Bay Buccaneers were going to throw the ball much more than they did. I think Coach Carroll's probably going to reference in his press conference that he didn't anticipate the Buccaneers to run the ball 45 times in this game, and that's not been who they've been coming into this a contest. So I think that they caught them a little bit off guard. And I do wonder, CJ, if not, why you have, if not why you have Miles Adams active and instead of Monet, is because of that fact. Is you wanted Miles Adams' pass rush ability more than anything else. Too much coffee. Tungsten Wizard, we got the Raiders after the bye, so that's a plus. We do indeed. We do indeed. Hopefully that'll help us get right. Vincent ASMR, I wonder how many pressures we had on Brady. I don't think we had hardly any. Maybe one or two. Connie Keller, that's a fat cat. She's a big girl. How do you say no to Connie? How do you say no to salmon treats for her though? She likes the salmon treats. BZ says, given the youth of this team, I think it might not be a bad thing losing to Tampa Bay going into the bye. No, I mean, it's certainly a win would have been better, BZ, but that's why I say this ain't the end of the world. And we take all these losses you got to take it with a little bit of a grain of salt, I think, with that too. And when you take all the factors at play in this particular game coming into this game, it's not a devastating loss. You can grow off of this kind of game. Akshay says we lost because of that fumble. See, I don't agree on this, Akshay. This is a place where I'm very, 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 very hard line on this. You can't just take one play out of a game and then you have in this game, let me just do it on general here. You have a game here where you have 53, 83, almost 130 total plays, Akshay. So you have 130 total plays in this game. 130 total plays in this game. And that's not even including punts and kicks. and the game comes down to one play beyond that. Like, so actually you would say by that, we lost because of this fumble. None of the defensive struggles mattered all day. None of what the defensive did, unable to stop the run, unable to get the ball back to the offense at the end. None of that matters. It all comes down to just that Geno fumble. I can't say that that's why we lost. I can't say it. Dion Moore, we got pushed around up front on both sides of the ball. We did, Dion. You lost the battle at the line of scrimmage on both sides of the ball. And it's a bit of a cliche that's said in football often, but it's very much a true part of football, that if you lose both sides of the line of scrimmage, kind of doesn't matter what else happens over the course of a game at that point, you're most likely to lose. Yeah, we do need to get a center into the future. I'm agreeing with the chat on that. Tongues to Wizard says, I feel like Seattle should have done the field goal rather than 2 points. I mean, it's at the end of the day, they didn't get the ball back one way or another with it. So it kind of was null and void what that call was. Seattle KO, thank you for subscribing to the channel, man. I appreciate you. I'm on the road here trying to get to 10,000 subscribers, and you're helping me get there, brother. So thank you. Welcome aboard. John Reese says, Diggs not the same since the broken leg. Yeah, I mean, he's not played great this year. That's true. It's very much true. Emmett says, I'm sure we will fix those mistakes and be back to good after the bye week and be ready for the Raiders. I love the optimism, and I think we will as well. I think we'll come off this loss and we'll be charged up, fired up next week in a couple weeks after the bye. No doubt about it. Giovanni Rodriguez says this was abysmal and unacceptable. Agreed. Robert Jorgensen, Tampa Bay converted way too many third downs. Big part of this game. Big part of this game. You have third downs, 10 of 15 in this game for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Your Seahawks were 1 of 9. Yeah, this game came down to a large part of the fact that you just could not stop the run, or you could not stop the third down for Tampa Bay at all. Catalyst says it's insanely hard to pressure Brady. He gets rid of the ball really fast. It is on that Catalyst, and you're right. There's a big part of that that's going to make it hard to get any kind of consistent pressure. But there were a lot of times in this game too, Catalyst, where he was able to sit back in the pocket, survey the field, go through 3-4 reads. I mean, somebody's got to start to generate a little bit of quicker pressure than that. You can't let him get that comfortable in the pocket either on the other end of that. Mike Skinner says Diggs is going into the tank this season. He looks like a zit on a supermodel when compared to him to Neal, MJ, and Reek in that good secondary. He's definitely lacking. He is. Part of my hesitancy with not wanting to give him a contract extension, quite frankly, and to just roll with Marquise Blair at free safety position was kind of for what we're seeing from Diggs this year, quite frankly. I'm going to give him some room. He's coming off a major injury, and I think that, yeah, that kind of injury is going to take you some time to get comfortable back on the field, and maybe he can get back to that place at some point here into the future. But this was the issue with signing Diggs to the new contract extension, is you were signing him really because of his past performance, not where he was going. Because if you looked at where he was going, a guy that was going to be 30 years old, a guy coming off the most major lower leg injury of his career, that was not setting the stage well for you to be getting a Pro Bowl player into the future necessarily. And that's the call that they chose to make. And they're paying for that now a little bit, I think. I'm a little behind on my chat here. Sorry. Dr. G with a $20 donation. Thank you, Dr. G. I do appreciate it. You're very kind. It says disappointing game, but definitely some bright spots and a lot to learn from. Still, still love this team and your energy. Go Hawks. Well, thank you, Dr. G. I'm still encouraged by this team. I agree. I think there's a lot to learn, as you say, from this game. It's a game of not necessarily this is exposing you for what you are. It's more showing you about where you need to go as a team and what you need to do. I think the team played it a little safe in this game to start things out. A little bit of a, let's keep the cards close to the vest. Let's just try to keep this game close. I think there's got to be a little bit more of what they've done recently in this year and what they did on the winning streak. Let's get out ahead of teams. Let's put our foot on somebody's throat. Let's know we're good enough to do that. And there was a little bit of that mode of that going on today. But still, at the end of the day, your points are right. Bright spots abound. Tariq Woolen with another interception. I thought Michael Jackson looked okay overall in coverage. Got picked on a little bit, but held up as well in other respects of things. Offensively, I think your tackles, again, had another game in Lucas and Cross holding up well on the outside. Metcalf and Lockett, I thought, were pretty darn solid for you today. And being those steadying force that they are, the tight ends were good once again in this game when they were called upon to need to do something. So I think there's still some encouraging things. And learn is the way to put it, Dr. G. You can learn from this game. Definitely some things to definitely take away from a coaching staff's perspective of things. Thank you, though, for the big $20 donation, my man. Very kind of you. Adrian AX with a $2 donation says, really hated not being aggressive from the start. Me too. I think you set the tone, didn't you, Adrian X? You come out as an offense through the first couple drives, first down run, second down run, third down, we got to pass. Then first down run, second down run, third down, we got to pass here. Let's try to. It just kind of, again, made you feel like from a team. I know I've said it a couple times. It just made you feel like from a team standpoint, you're coming into this game a little bit from let's just be careful. Let's just be safe. Let's not. And when you're acting like that, it's the equivalent of when they tell you if you try to protect yourself from injury on a football field, players will tell you if you try to operate from that mindset, you're going to tend to get injured. If you tend to operate from a football game standpoint, like you're trying not to lose, you're going to tend to lose the football game. It's just kind of the way it works. But I'm glad you've seen the same thing on that one, Adrian X. Mumbles with a $5 donation. Thank you, Mumbles. Shane didn't take what the defense gave him. If the teams keep selling out for the run, I want us to just come out passing, going up 2 scores early. Agreed. I think Gino has given you every indication here that he is able to perform within a high volume passing attack up into this season, even showing off in this game that he was able to do it. So why not lean into that in the future? If teams are going to put so much assets into stopping the run, which they obviously are after Walker's early performance when he was first injected in the starting lineup, you've got to counter that. And that means sometimes leaning into passing early, especially passing on first down, which there was some hesitancy to do early on in this game. Instead, it's being more predictable on early downs, and teams are going to gear up early downs to stop the run. I agree with you, man. That's part of why I say let it rip into the future here. Let it rip with Gino. He's earned the opportunity at this point where if defense are going to make it tough sledding one way, then go the other way where it's easier sledding. That's part of that as Dr. G put it below there. That's part of those lessons that you can learn coming out of this game. Gino's well past over halfway into this year, performing well in basically every single game. Maybe you can ding him on the Niner game. Maybe. I think he was just operating within the context of the offense in that particular game. And I don't think he played a bad game in that game either. So every game he's played well. You have not run the ball in every game. You've not played defense well in every game. You've passed the ball well with Gino in every game. So we need to start leaning into that. I know it sounds crazy to say, but we need to start leaning into that as a strength of the team going forward. Especially those teams that are good at stopping the run, as Tampa Bay kind of is. You knew that they were going to be pretty good with that. Snail with another $2 donation. Thank you, Snail. This is how many quality starting centers are there in the draft? You got this kid out of Minnesota who's probably going to be a second rounder. I think that there's another second rounder out there right now. I can't think of his name, but I'm forgetting where he's from. But there's another one that I've heard a little bit of scuttlebutt about that in regards to that. So there's a couple guys we could get in the second round, Snail, especially if we're probably picking high in the second round, depending on where Denver's pick ends up falling. We could end up getting one there. You could end up taking one late in the first round as well. If you just want to go for the best center in the draft and you're picking in the 20s, you could just go take the best center in the draft if you want to take that route as well. So I think you've got a pathway if you want to go there with it. Yeah, there's going to be centers you can go grab. I haven't dived a ton into which ones are which, but I know that there's at least a couple of guys on the top end. If not first round talents, they would be probably high second round talents. And that's going to be a position of need for our Hawks. That is for sure. Nolan R. Vance with a $5 donation. Thank you, Nolan. Says, Kobe made the great interception, but I saw more of him than I would have hoped. I get it because he's bigger than Neal, but I'm not sure he plays the run better. I get what you're saying, Nolan. You definitely want to try to reduce as many times as you can with Cody on the field in the run game, because that is definitely not a strength, and it's a big weakness of his game. You saw where supposedly his strength lied is what you saw in this game, where he dropped back in coverage. That's where he's supposed to be a little bit better at. I can see where you're coming from with it. I think if you're in a situation where an offense goes 2 tight end and 2 wide receiver, and if you try to go with Ryan Neal and Jordan Brooks as your 2 linebackers at that point, I think Neal's going to struggle just as much as a run stuffer. He needs to come up as a corner or as a safety. I think if you try to move him into a linebacker role, I don't think he would be holding up in that role of things. Some of it gets dictated, Nolan, based on the personnel package offensively they're going to draw out there. And if you get 12 personnel, it would be hard to go just essentially you're going like dime against 12 personnel. I think I'd be hard to go that route with it. I think it'd be tough to hold up. I see where you're going with it. And look, you're right to not have any confidence in Cody and your outlook of him and where he is as a run defender. And that certainly showed up today. That's a big part of the reason why you gave up the yards you did on the ground to a Tampa Bay team that's not good at stopping the run or not good at running the ball. But this is where we come down to there just not being a lot of good options behind Cody. And part of the reason why Nolan, so many of us were so aggressive in wanting to look at a guy like Roquan Smith, for instance, because there wasn't an answer on the football team that existed that was clear. Barry Toro has been celebrating 16 long months as a Hawks Nest member. I appreciate, Barry, you celebrating such a long period of time as a member. Another one of my OGs here on the channel. Says, unfortunate Hawks didn't wake up until the fourth quarter. Didn't quite kick in for him until that time, did it, Barry? I don't know if the defense ever quite woke up in this game, but definitely the offense did come alive in that fourth quarter in a big-time way, which was good to see, which was very, very, very good to see. Thank you, though, for your 16 months as a Hawks Nest member, man. I appreciate it. Russell Marquis with a $5 donation. When I thought it couldn't get any worse, I just got to work and seen a kid wearing a Rams hoodie with a Seahawks hat. Oh, isn't that sacrilegious? Don't you instantly combust if you were wearing a Rams hoodie with a Seahawks hat? You should just start to literally have your skin go on fire. Oh, am I wearing a Rams gear? Jesus, get this off of me. I think I've got 3rd-degree burns. That's horrible, Russell. I guess it's just that kind of day. Do we got a full moon out? Is it a full moon day? This feels like a full moon day to me. Feels like a full moon day, Russell. Thank you for the $5 dono, though, man. I appreciate you. Mumbles with another $5 dono. My God, Mumbles. Thank you so much, brother. He says, and when they sell out to stop the pass, let Walker grab 200 yards in that game and eat the clock. Agreed, man. Offense in so many ways with the defense. This is should be the benefit of having a great running game, is that it does open up your ability to then throw the ball. And sometimes if you're going to find a defense leaning up and stacking up resources to stop the run in that way, there should be those easy passing yards available for you to then go take. And I think that's the better way to roll the offense out. I think the team's had its best offensive success this year when they've leaned towards what is the defense giving us? Let's go grab that. Let's not do the ideology of we are what we are. We're going to make them play us. We're going to call our game from a standpoint of just running the ball down their throat. We're going to make them deal with us. And that's a bunch of, machioso stuff that sounds all good and well and said as far as a soundbite goes, but that's not the way the game works. And if defenses are going to put resources to stopping something over here from you offensively, then go take advantage of the other stuff that you can go get. Tampa Bay did that against us today. No Brian Monet, only Al Woods and Puna Ford with Miles Adams. They saw at times when Adams was in there, we'll go after him. We'll see if we see Darrell Taylor out there, we'll go at his side when he's out there. He wasn't out there a lot, but they would attack it. They would go at the weakness, and that's what good offenses do. And that's that part of that lesson to be learned from this game. And moving forward off of this game in the right way. DVN with the $2 donation says, we called it. Post-game show hating on Gino again. Yeah, it's part of what I was sensing a little bit, and I was sensing it was going to go that way within the chat a little bit for me, and that's why I wanted to kind of tap the brakes on that DVN. Is it's such a wrong way of looking at this game, and it's again will come down to them going, well, he had the fumble. Was the fumble? Like the fumble does not make your whole day, and the fumble was also a horrible offensive call by the play caller, But I'm going to keep pushing back on a DVN if I see it. Thank you for the $2 donation. It will be the wrong way to look at this game. And I think as Dr. G said on his donation below, you want to walk out of a loss with the lessons to learn from the loss. Sometimes you just get beat to hell and you're outgunned. The other team's more talented. The other team's got better players. I don't think that's necessarily the case today, where Tampa Bay just had better players. I think there's lessons to learn in the way they manage this game and the way that they attack this game. And it is not that Geno Smith somehow was the problem when he definitely was not. Thank you, though, DVN. Adrian XA with a $2 donation says, run the ball to pass and pass to open the run. Very well said, Adrian XA. And let's not forget, that's the point. Beyond, let's just say this is what the defenses are pushing us to do, right? Defenses stack a box, extra defenders down by the line of scrimmage to stop the run, so therefore you need to pass. Beyond all that, though, you run a West Coast offense, and the West Coast offense is essentially, we're going to replace those early down runs of old, which is what was being done in the late 70s, early 80s, right? Bill Walsh comes along and he says, here's my West Coast offense. What's it going to accomplish? I'm going to pass on early downs rather than run on early downs, which is what 90% of the NFL is doing at this time. I'm not doing that anymore. Now I'm going to throw a pass to open up the run later on in the game. I think Seahawks moving back to the designs of this offense and the way that that's set up would be a smart approach for them to take with this, rather than we're just going to hammer the run. We're just going to it'll break through eventually. Yeah, that's a brick wall. That's another one. That's another brick wall. Brick. Okay. Maybe we realize we're right up against a brick wall and go down that open path over there that's got a downhill slope to it. Maybe that'd be the better route to go. JG says, who's a good safety to draft this year? I'm just getting into my stuff on that, JG. I'm sorry. I'm a little slow on my looking through some of my prospects, and I've been pretty deep on the quarterbacks and some of the defensive linemen and some of the linebackers. So I haven't quite gotten to a lot of the safeties in the draft, but there's supposed to be a couple of them. There's not a guy that you necessarily are hearing about as a cream of the crop guy that's going to be picked in the top 20. So you're probably looking second round city for a safety out there, I would say. Wolverines, no, we can't really move on from Diggs. You could do a post June 1st designation if you really wanted to. Jamal Adams' situation does impact this as well. So there's a little bit of you could, if you wanted to really, really badly get out from under it, you could, but I would reckon to guess that they're probably not going to. Well, here, I'll give you guys the breakdown on Diggs. So the cost on Diggs, if you wanted to move on from him this off season, let me take that off. That would be, yeah, so second biggest cap hit's being carried by him. So it's an $8 million dead money hit. He carries a cap hit of $18 million. So, yeah, I mean, I guess technically speaking, you could technically, at least according to these numbers, save $10 million. But you're still going to incur an $8 million dead money hit. So he's due to have a $13 million base, $13.5 million base. So, I mean, technically, yeah, you could. You want to move off from him, there's a potential they could make it work. Mike Skinner, you're right. Blame the run defense, not the pass defense. Yep, I agree with you there. Half Daddy says, God, I wish we had Jamal Adams and Rashad Penny. They would definitely hurt. They would help right now in a big way. No doubt about it. They would help out for sure. The run game today would not have been as effective with Jamal Adams in this lineup. PTA Huang says, still a believer. You should still be a believer, PTA. It's one game, right? We're just coming off a 4-game winning streak. One close loss does not make us panic out here in the 12s. We got calm hands. Nobody's shaking. Tungsten Wizard. Maybe Kenneth Walker III might have slipped a little in his Rookie of the Year standing, but Reek definitely rose a little. Well said, man. I agree. Big boy Jess, we should have traded for Roquan Smith. He would have helped. And Wu-Tang Financial, thank you for the $5 donation. I do appreciate it. It says, bad offensive play calling and inability to stop the run against an awful rushing team lost the game. The fumble sucked, but it wasn't what lost this game. Well said, Wu-Tang Financial. Your points are exactly the points that I'm presenting as well. I think that is bad offensive play calling and an inability to stop the run is succinct. And if you're looking for a small, what's bottom line of what really is the cause, if I've got to distill everything down to just a bottom edge, that is it. So well said on your part, Wu-Tang Financial. I am with you and agree 100%. Big boy Jess says trade Diggs and Adams for Buda Baker and keep Neal at strong safety. Buda Baker's a strong safety though, big boy Jess. I don't know if you can rock 2 strong safeties on the defense. Isn't he a strong safety too as well? That might be kind of tough to pull that one off. John Reese says we should have drafted Travis Jones. Well, if you drafted Travis Jones, you're either going to have to do it with the second round pick you took Walker or the third round pick that you took with Lucas. Or yeah, I certainly would like to keep Lucas. Is Travis Jones more important than Walker with what he can give you? I don't know. I think Walker's probably got a little bit more upside to him as a player, but we'll see with Travis Jones. He was a great player too, John. I liked him a lot. Mike Skinner says trade him for Minka Fitzpatrick. You could sign him for that, and I'd do that. Wolverines' Blythe looked terrible too. Pona, a no-show today. We should cut Puna after this year. He's hardly does anything. Doesn't do a ton, that's for sure. Seattle KO says tough loss, but now we know they have the ability to come back and close the gap. They just need to finish. Agreed, man. They've shown resiliency throughout the year, man. They have. And that's definitely an encouraging part to take away from this loss. Yamama Lovick says, we had opportunity to get the ball back and our defense couldn't make a stop. I'm going to say it once again and say it. I'll say it once. I'll say it again. We need to draft defense for our first rounders and build around Geno. I like the second part of what you had to say for sure around let's build around what we got with Geno here. Let's maybe hitch our wagons to the Geno Express. I'm okay going defense, Yamama, if that's the direction that is, leads you to a best player available that's there on the board. I just don't want to make that call if it's something to where I'm going for a defensive player who's got, let's say, a projectable upside of being like a 87 out of 100 grade, and I'm bypassing another player to another position who's a 94, 95. Which is sometimes if you go just all defense, that's a position you can end up finding yourself where you're taking a vastly less talented player in order to fill a need. And I just push back against that a little bit, Yamama, because of the fact that that's been part of where you've gone wrong in recent history in your drafts when you have gone wrong, is it's drafting for need. We need to go to this position and take this position. We have to go get this position. And then you just have, the player doesn't end up really mattering at that point. It's just who's the best player on our board at that position when we draft. And that leads you to a little bit of a road to ruin a little bit in the drafting approach, I feel like. Akashe says, regarding why I think we lost because of the fumble, because we just got the interception and the momentum was on our side, and that fumble just gave Tampa Bay the loss, the momentum back. Actually, it's not a good play, so I'm not saying it's not a play that isn't important or factors into the game in a big way, or was a very important play in the context of the whole game. But to say again is there's 130 plays on a football field over the course of a game, and to say one play is the determining factor in a game
when there were so many other things that had more of an effect. Akashi, your inability to stop the run defensively impact more than just one single play in one moment of the game. It's 45 times they ran the ball in this game. That was a big part of why you lost it. Much more so than one single fumble that occurred at a bad time of the game. Half Daddy, Seattle couldn't run and Bucs ran it down our throats. What a weird day. Bucs couldn't run the ball worth a damn the past 4 to 5 weeks. Agreed. Strange. Anthony Benedo Johnson says they played like garbage all day. It isn't all on Geno. Tackling was awful. Agreed. I put very little of this on Geno at the end of the day myself. James Watson says a 49er, Rams, and Bronco loss, and this loss doesn't hurt as much. That's all it takes, man, James. Turn this day around. Robert, time of possession was bad. 10 of 15 were the Buccaneers on third down. That allowed them to just grind that clock out. Allen says Tariq Woolen's back on top with the interceptions. Back to number 1, baby. Computer enthusiast. Red is the color of the NFC West. It's bleeding today. It is bleeding today. Addison Shelby, me waiting for the Geno slander to start, laughing my ass off. I'm not going to allow it in the chat. I'm going to shut it down. I will not allow it. Sam Z says, who do the Bucs have on defense? Vita Vea, Levante David, Devin White, Antonio Winfield Jr. Oh, it's Antonio. Is it Antonio? I feel like I was saying his name wrong. They got a couple guys. Half Daddy, we need a good game from the Los Angeles Chargers, but sadly, San Francisco is good. Yeah, they are. And Chargers are definitely not. They're definitely still dealing with the injury situation. Matt Brown says, nah, Russ is going to beat the Niners for us. Last parting gift, laughing out loud. Russ is going to beat the Niners for us? He already beat the Niners. Yeah, they beat the Niners this year. Simple 1970. Seattle had 50 yards total in the first half. I can't believe Seattle had a chance to pull that game out. It's a good point, man. Good point. Actually, I agree. I think we could still win 10 games as well. Aiden says, I agree. The Geno fumble wasn't the play that lost it, but the momentum shift from the Tariq pick matching all the way down to the 16 and then the fumble into a Tampa Bay touchdown, 14-point swing. Then lost it, but the momentum shift to the Tariq pick, matching it all the way down to the 16 and the phone. See, the problem I have with the thought process on the momentum thing with that, Aiden, is that Tampa Bay was able to move the ball throughout the whole course of this game. Defense never really was in a position of stopping the offense outside, I think, like of the first drive or two of Tampa Bay. So, you have the Tariq Woolen pick occurs, but the Tariq Woolen pick occurs as much because Tampa Bay just decides to make an equivalent stupid play called to the Geno Smith sneak play that caused the fumble. They did the equivalency. They sort of essentially handed the ball over to you in that moment rather than really the defense just taking it away from them. They decided to do a trick play when everything else was working for them offensively. So it's like, well, then when as you get, as the ball goes back to Tampa Bay and then they continue to move the ball again once they get the ball back, that's just more along the same of what they had done throughout the course of the game. That wasn't really impacted by that fumble one way or another from a momentum standpoint. Your defense didn't have really any momentum in this game to speak of for the most part. The turnovers were good on their part. I mean, the Barton turnover is good and the Tariq Woolen pick's good, but that doesn't make a whole day for the defense. And the rest of the whole day for the defense was pretty putrid down the line. Pretty awful. The score definitely doesn't indicate how bad it really truly was. Junior, the Geno fumble did cost the game. When you fumble in the red zone and lose by one score, then you look back at what caused it. Yeah, Junior sitting at 6'10". I disagree with this. I disagree with this so vehemently. I really, really do. And I don't understand the process of the thinking that goes into this, Junior. As I said, you have 130 plays in an NFL football game. 130 plays in an NFL football game. You're taking less than 1% of those total plays and saying that was the determinant factor in what won or lost this football game. I don't understand that thought process. I see where you're trying to go with the logic and putting it together, but you put it more in the perspective of the whole game. You really got to do that. If you're putting the problem with, again, Junior 6'10" or Akashi, the problem with, I understand when you guys are trying to put a highlight on the fumble, but the problem is when you make that distinctly the end all be all to why you lose in a game, you're tossing away all of the rest of the lack of the defensive play on the football field in this game. All of their, we're going to let Tampa Bay, who can't run the ball, we're going to throw all that. That didn't matter. That's all irrelevant because of Geno's fumble. Oh, the fact that our defense didn't get one sack and couldn't hit Tom Brady once in this game, that's all irrelevant because Geno had this one fumble. Can you see how isn't that kind of silly? The lack of pass rush was play in and play out. You could not get any pass rush on Tom Brady. The inability to stop the run was play in and play out. You stop the run in this game, it doesn't come down to a fumble. How about that on the other side of it? You hold the Tampa Bay team more in line with where they've been this year in running the football. It's not going to come down to Geno needing to drive the ball up and come from behind and all that other stuff. That's why you lost this game, is you couldn't stop the run. Yes, was there an impactful point to Geno fumbling? Was that a big moment in the game? Does that carry more weight than maybe other plays in this game? It does carry more weight than other plays in the game, but it doesn't make it the end-all be-all from what was going on throughout the whole rest of this football game pretty consistently, quite frankly. Some of the takes I'm seeing in the chat here I don't get. Thomas Cox, this game proved you right. Geno can't come from behind. What are you talking about? He brought. Okay, I'm gonna push back on the chat. If we're gonna go, if we're gonna have people on, I'm gonna go. I'm going today. I'm not gonna slide by on this kind of stuff. Thomas, I love you, man. You're awesome, but you can't look at this game and point to Geno Smith. And he didn't come from behind. He had 2 touchdowns in the fourth quarter. What do you mean he didn't play from behind? If the defense actually gets a stop there at the end and gets him the ball back, he might have 3 touchdowns in the fourth quarter. And by the way, Thomas, it's the very same thing he did last week. So if this whole cliche about Geno not being able to come back or play from behind, if that's the truth, if Geno just falls into a mere shell of himself, if he collapses in on himself the second that times get tough, which is, Tom, that's the narrative I've heard. It's not just from me. I've heard it from other folks too presented. If that's the case, then how come last week after he threw an interception, a pick 6, which allowed the Arizona Cardinals to come back and be ahead of that game at that point as you're just going into the fourth quarter, how does he then generate 3 straight drives of touchdown drives at that point if he's that kind of guy? How does he not get the 2 touchdowns in the fourth quarter this week if he's just that kind of guy who just falls into himself? I feel like there's a little bit of a built-in preloaded bias on that, a little bit on wanting to look for where Geno's going to fail, waiting for that moment that he comes even close to failing, and then pull that trigger. And I just feel like it's not really the right way to look at this game because we're not really looking at why we then failed in this game. And we're putting it on in the wrong direction, in my opinion. I don't know how we can look at this and say this game was a Geno problem game. Ghost with a $2 donation says, if that's Geno's bad game, I'll take it. Hey, thank you for the $2 donation, Ghost. I'm glad I'm not alone on this one with my thought process on it. This is not a Geno problem game. This is not a Geno on him game. Geno Smith in this game throws 23 of 33 for 275 yards, 2 touchdowns, and no interceptions. No interceptions. You know, I talked about the fact that Tom Brady was kept clean this game. No quarterback hits, but I think maybe 1 you might have gotten to. 6 on Geno, 3 sacks. Was under a little bit of pressure as well. Yeah, I don't know. Almost 300 total yards out of Geno in this game. If this is his bad game, I'll take this. I'll take this all day. Actually says that the problem is we lost to all top defenses. Mojo Denver, which is bad, was because of their foolishness. They actually outplayed Seattle in every area. Yeah, you've had troubles against tough defenses. Offenses will. Why did they struggle a little bit today, though? I think it was a little bit of the play calling as much as anything else. It's trying to run when there weren't any holes to really run the ball. Half Daddy Myers is looking like a Pro Bowler. Boy, is he ever. How about Dixon today? Let's give a tip of the cap to him as well. He had a huge booming punt, like 58-yarder, I think. 4 kicks inside the 20. Let's go, Dixon. Let's go, Dixon. Yeah, Mike Skinner, I disagree with you that just because you held Tom Brady to 21 points, that means the game's on the offense. I disagree a little bit on that one. Because they controlled the ball all game. And Denver, because of the fact that they ran the ball as much as they did in this game, Mike, meant that they were going to control the time of possession, meant there were going to be fewer possessions. When you have a game like that that's going to get shrunken down like that, and there's going to be fewer possessions, that's going to also naturally mean that there's going to be fewer points. So I don't, to just take the 21 points and go, well, this means the defense played good. No, let's dive a little deeper into the numbers. Mike, would you look at 10 of 15 on third down and say that the defense played well for you if they were allowing that on the day? I don't think you would. You had a couple interceptions at key moments, but that doesn't make it a good day. Offense was a part of the problem, though, Mike. Don't get me wrong. I'm not letting the offense off the hook with this. I do think the offense was an issue today. No doubt about that, too. But, yeah. Defense was a little rough. So we're getting the Orn coming in now. Here comes the Orn. Oh, Orn. Okay, so we're not gonna. Oh, shoot. Yikes. God, why do these people got to come in with their freaking multi-links? Million links. Sorry, folks. I got to get this person out of my chat. Burp. All these linkers. I need to mod up some more people. That's what I need to do. All right. I had to get the Orn out of there real quick there. Jersey Picker says again, if we extend Geno, we're effed. Remember I said it. The D is still very young and they're going to be very good, but they will still show signs of inexperience. Okay. I mean, I would love to understand why you believe we're effed if we extend Geno just for the sake of we're effed. Nolan Arvan says this was not on Geno. It was a team loss. Plenty of blame to go around. D couldn't get a stop. Well said, man. Well said. Definitely wouldn't put this on any one player in this game. Yeah, Jersey Picker, I disagree on the sentiment that this game's on the offense. Again, the offense needs its share of blame. As someone else mentioned it probably better than I put it on this. I think this is a game that there's a lot of blame to go around in this game. And just looking for the one true, be it if somebody's trying to put this on Geno or somebody's trying to put it on just one side of the ball or the other, I think that you're not really taking in the full view of the picture of blame that needs to be applied in this type of game. And why you lost it if you're just going for something as simple as to find just the one bad guy from the game. Essentially, it's this one guy here, or it's this one side of the ball. Now it's both sides of the ball, contributed to it. Johnson sounds like a complete rebuild at the safety positions. The lack of interior defensive line talent and problems stopping the run are more concerning. Yeah, I agree. I'm more interested in probably dealing with that over the safety position at this moment. Got some JL Skinner love. I have heard that name. And he's on my list, James Watson, to go look up and see. Jersey Picker says, I've never seen Geno Smith run a winning drive in any organization. Yeah, I don't. Again, Jersey, I don't know how you walk out of this game. I don't know how people. I really feel like there's just those folks who hate Geno Smith, and there's really nothing he can do. There's really nothing he can do to win those folks over. I think that they've been in bed, and Jersey, I get a little bit of an impression that you may land in this camp where, you know, you've got it stuck in your craw where he's just not the guy, and there's nothing he can do from a performative angle to overcome that for you. You know, you look at the way Geno Smith has played this way, Jersey Picker, whether we're talking about it's got to come down to a drive, because this is what happens is I can point to every stat of Geno Smith on the year, from quarterback rating to QBR to touchdowns to interception ratio to the productivity of this offense was putting up nearly 30 points a game coming into this game. I can point all that to you, but then they'll find some cherry spot to pick where you'll go, well, he can't come back and he can't finish a drive for you. Really, really need him to do it. There's really no place he's going to win you guys over at any point. I've kind of seen a lot in the chat at times where it's just like nothing he can do. And it's kind of like this kind of game is a great indication of that. 2 touchdown drives in the fourth quarter, battling his ass off, throwing dimes, throwing dots all over the football field. But at the end of the day, it comes down to him losing the game somehow. I don't know. I don't get it, man. Yeah, Jersey, I won't stop with saying potentially Geno should be a franchise quarterback. These decisions need to be made with a thought process of looking at what are the available options out there. If you're going to be anti-Geno, then what is your option that you're looking at the quarterback position? You're not going to be picking high enough to pick one of the top 2 guys, if there isn't even a top 2 guys. The quarterback draft class has dropped off the fucking shelf. Excuse my language, but it is dropped off the shelf. So you're not getting the quarterback in the draft. So where are you getting your quarterback, Jersey? You're going to turn down the guy playing top 5 at the position because you just have a built-in not like of the guy. And he has been playing at an MVP level. And he didn't play at something today that was some like, well, you got the real Geno today at 285 yards and 300 total yards of offense and 2 touchdown throws and two really great touchdown throws at that. But, you know, it always comes down to, well, he is what he is. He just is what he is. It doesn't matter, again, what he can kind of show on the field. It doesn't matter what he does to counter that at all. There's just I've seen it in almost every single game in every chat I have. There's still the folks that just can never be won over by the guy. I don't know. He must have peed in a lot of people's Cheerios or something, because the guy just has people who absolutely seem to hate him with an undying, burning hatred that I just don't quite get. He has played phenomenally this year. And yes, Jersey, he's played at an MVP level. He's played at a top 3, top 5 quarterback level this year. You can hate him. You can be mad about that, but you can't take away from that's what he's been. And he's earned the right to be discussed as a future quarterback. Do I think he's going to be an MVP moving into the future or some amazing quarterback? No. Do we need that quarterback in this offense going forward? No. If I can get a guy that can execute this offense like he can execute it, who's got the mobility that he's got, I can build the rest of this team around that kind of guy, especially if the cost isn't exorbitant to bring him back. Yeah, Jersey Picker, you're saying you don't think he can be a franchise quarterback, but based off of what? Because you're saying he can't bring you back in the fourth quarter. I'm reading through your comments and everything seems to be built upon that basic logic and reason. And the only reason I think you're leaning into that point of things is because you can't pull anything away from him statistically in what he's done this year. You can't go at QBR. You can't go at passer rating. You can't go average per attempt. You can't say he's just been dinking and dunking the ball because he hasn't. You can't go touchdown interception ratio. You can't do any of that. And it's like, and you glom over very quickly. I noticed the fact last week that I just brought up, and I know you haven't had a chance to respond, but the fact that he came back last week, that was a game where you're down. If this Geno guy is the way you're presenting him, of being a guy who, well, when the time gets tough, he gets a going. He looks for that exit sign. He's running for the doors. Well, if that's the case, then why wasn't he running for the doors last week? Why wasn't he running for the doors in the Cardinal game that was close at home a couple weeks ago? You know, he has stood up in these moments. He has disproven that narrative that was out there that was existing with him even coming into this year. You know, when you see new information, Jersey Picker, you've got to then change your perspective on that, where you might land. You might come into it with the thought process that's made you land there with a lot of internal thinking and stuff, but then you got to move off that when you got enough data. We're over halfway into a year and he's playing top 5 quarterback. He's doing that with 2 rookie tackles. And not the greatest of interior offensive play on the inside either. Got to give the guy the credit at that point, I think, a little bit more than I believe you kind of are. Be a little tough on that one. Sean Lee says the D lost us the game as well as our lack of an ability to run the ball. We lost at the line of scrimmage. Well said. Wombo Combo, the Geno slander is so funny to me. If our defense could get a stop at the end of the 4th, Geno puts us in a position to make an amazing comeback with 2 minutes on the clock. Our defense let him down today. Thank you. Thank you. Well said, Wombo Combo. That's it. This is the offense. The play calling is you want to look at offense, go to that. I'll sit there all day and clap with you about the offensive play calling not being the greatest in this game. The not being able to control the line of scrimmage offensively, with you there. But to go to Geno as the first item of order of business on the slate of blame, I can't go that route. Jason Tudor says, I'm not even super high on Geno, but blaming only him for today is insane. Thank you. Thank you. Jersey Picker says, I have a number of Jets diehard fans. Boy, Jersey, you're not helping yourself with this comment. I have a number of diehard Jets fans. When the game was on the line, he always threw an interception. So if that's the case, Jersey, where was his interception today? It was I guess you're saying it's the fumble, but shouldn't he have then been throwing an interception on any of those 2 drives where he got the touchdown drives? Isn't it by your logic and reason that see how this doesn't kind of hold up? The more you kind of pull this apart and pick this through, give it another thought, man. Give it a little more thought with it. Derek Gilbert says, IMO, Geno was slicing. Should have given up on the run earlier. Agreed. You took the ball out of his hands through most of that first half, and then finally gave him the ball in the second half, and he flourished with it. Jordan Kraft says, if we need to blame anyone, it's the run defense. Tom Brady was building a tent back there. Boy, was he ever. He was cooking steaks, potatoes, slow roasting pork there in the man, he had all day to throw the ball. Chicken God says the offense made great adjustments at half and came out using the tight ends more, and their attack was working and more balanced. Defense could never adjust. Well said. Well said. Emmett 21, I'd rather lose this game than our upcoming games, which is great to learn and fix our mistakes during the bye week and be ready for the Raiders. The Raiders. I love it, man. Well said as well. Very well said. Chase Stern with a $5 donation. Thank you, Chase. Everything we lose, the defense played bad, and Geno played just fine, and our fans just blame Geno anyway. Laughing out loud. Every time we lose, the defense played bad, and Geno played just fine. Okay, so every time we've lost, of course, as Chase says, the defense plays bad, and Geno plays fine, but then many fans will still try to go back and blame Geno. Agreed. And it's why I've belabored a little bit of this point on kind of fighting a little bit for Geno here in the respect of, I just don't, what I do here on the channel is try to analyze what is going on with this team, right, wrong, good, bad, indifferent. If we have a loss, what caused loss? If we got a win, what caused the win? And I think if you get caught on the wrong things, those things can continue to kind of permeate through and be the problems at play here. And I just, I think that there's a lot of folks, I saw it coming into the season. It's why I did a video in August saying doubters beware of Geno, because I could feel this. There was a segment, and it's not a lot, but there is a segment of the fan base out there that was just absolutely like, Geno's a vampire and they're raising their crucifixes to him, there's nothing he can do to win them over. And absent him going out this season and throwing for 5,500 yards and 60 touchdowns, he was going to be what he was, and he's nothing more, and it never will be. And so he just needs to go away, and we move on. I was on the track too of saying this was a 1 year off thing. I was on the track too with those same folks of saying, this Geno thing will be a 1 year situation, and then we'll go get our quarterback next year. I was with them in a lot of where their camp was on this to a degree. But with new information and with new data, with Geno playing absolutely absurd at times, the quarterback position, I've got to then change what my opinion is. I've got to change my outlook on it. And that's what I'm kind of looking for some of these folks that are so anti-Geno Smith. I'm trying to kind of have it make sense to me a little bit, quite frankly. KJ Kendall with a $5 donation. Thank you, KJ. I appreciate it. Says, it seems we were surprised by the slippery grass, and it seems we were slow to adapt away from the game plan. The grass was a problem, mainly for our guys. I saw guys kind of slipping and sliding all over the place a little bit, KJ. Definitely a lot of divots in that field. You would have thought that they played a PGA Tour round probably on that field turf after that game. It's definitely not used to football. It's used to soccer players. And guys were having a hard time. Our guys were having a really hard time. Definitely was a factor. Definitely was really a factor. And yeah, I think we took a half to kind of get away from the game plan, and the game plan that wasn't working. They wanted to come in here and obviously run the ball at a lot higher rate than we ended up being able to run. We just weren't effective with it. They needed to kind of toss that away. There just weren't any holes being created in the running game. Buccaneers were controlling it. Hicks, Vita Vea down there on the inside. They were doing a good job of keeping things, clogged up. And when you tried to run into the edges, they were able to get over there in pursuit with Devin White or Levante David. It just wasn't there. Would have been good. Would have been better to see a quicker change away from just trying to hammer the run game over and over, which was going nowhere, KJ. But well said on your part. I think the grass and the field conditions also did, play a part. And I do sometimes wonder about that with, did you guys test out your cleats before the game? Did you go out there on the football field and make sure you had the right ones in there? Like, to be slipping and sliding that far, it's almost an indicator of you went too short on your cleat. Is what it would seem like to me. Or maybe it was just a bad field. It's just a field that's used to, it's a soccer field and not used to, it's that weird German grass. We use a weird German grass here. It's for our soccer players. It's so they can kick it all over the place. Mumbles with a $5 donation. Thank you, Mumbles, for all your donations on the channel. I appreciate you so much. Says, where are we on the Geno contract? What is too far at this point? I'm currently at 120 million on a 3-year deal. Where I would stand on this, Mumbles, is I would say I'm fully willing at this point with where things stand to call upon the franchise tag if I have to. I would think that probably a 3-year deal at 25 million a year is really, to me, about as high as I really want to go. I don't know if I want to really be going into the 35 million. If I've got to do a 1 year off on a franchise tag at 37.5 million, I could be talked into that, because you can move some numbers around for that given season and see if you can get the most kind of out of it at that point. But by your numbers at 3 years and 120 million, for instance, you're at 40 million per year, which means you're now paying him more than you would have to be on the franchise tag. And at one point or another, if he's going to ask into that funny money of a point, you can fall back and just utilize the tag at that point if that's really the route you want to go with it. So I don't think it's going to be that significant. 4 years, 100 million. That type of deal would make a lot of sense to me as far as move the numbers around, make it work in the first couple of years, keep the contract hits low. The cap will by the year 3 and 4 have raised up to somewhere in the neighborhood of $240 to $250 million. Makes it more digestible, I think, at that point. It's a lot of money to spend, but like I said, I don't look at this Geno signing merely just on the lens of how Geno's playing and how far he's exceeded expectations. That's a factor into this, but another factor into this is where the team is at from a current state standpoint, which we're closer to getting back to becoming an elite team than we are further away. We're not the beginnings essentially of a rebuild. We're getting closer to the ascent stage of things. And if that's the case, it makes more sense to go get a quarterback who's more ready right now to go and take and carry this football team. The other aspect that factors into this is what other quarterbacks are available. You're not going to have anybody out there in free agency that you're going to want to go sign in difference. You look at the quarterback class and where Seattle's going to be picking the first round. I don't think there's going to be necessarily a guy that's going to be necessarily better than Geno. You maybe on a hope and a wing and a prayer, but it ain't going to be some guy that you're like, oh, we're picking this guy at 10. He's absolutely like the next Josh Allen, Patrick Mahomes, like 100%. No. There will not be that guy that exists in this draft. So that's got to factor in. You got to take nothing occurs here in a vacuum. It's all of these things coming together to kind of dictate this situation. Hawk Optic with a $5 donation. Thank you, Hawk Optic. Geno fumbled, but I don't blame him. Impressive in the fourth quarter. This was a learning experience by the defense. Hawk Optic, there's been a lot of great comments in this chat throughout the course of this post game. You're right along there with them in that respect of things. Very well said on your part. I find myself in the same place on this. The fumbles sucked. Wasn't a great point in the game, but he came back off of it like last week when he had the turnover last week. He showed the resiliency that many people say he does not seem to possess, but then seems to show at a lot of different turns this year. But I come back to, learning the defense, learning in this from maybe this game would be a good way of putting it. Hopefully there's some things that they can take away from it as they go into the future. Oh my God. Boy, the links are coming hot and heavy now, aren't they? Hot and heavy. Bye-bye, user in the chat. Bye-bye, user in the chat. DJ Jimenez, it wasn't Cheerios, Brandon. It was cornflakes. Sean Lee says, maybe these guys are still a little salty over losing Russ. Well, that would maybe explain it, because I'm just trying to, I see where they're talking about on the moment of the fumble. I get that that's a big moment in the game. I don't want to discount that isn't a moment that does factor in big there. But again, the fumble comes also out of not Geno sitting there in the pocket, holding the ball, right? Going through his reads, not feeling pressure, not stepping up in the pocket. The fumble occurs because your offensive coordinator, who decided to have probably his worst play called game of the season, decides to run a quarterback keeper with absolutely no holes up front because your offensive line can't block for nothing in this game, as far as at least in the run blocking element of things. Erickson says, exactly, our third down conversions killed us. Excellent rifle shots. KJ Kendall says that Geno was great, except for a few warts. This was a team loss, including the coaches. Well said. Emmett 21 says, man, some people don't have football knowledge. Jersey Picker says, again, is he worth $20 million? That's all I'm saying. Well, again, Jersey, on this thing, stop, if you can, think of it a little bit more through this lens of things, rather than think about what the cost is, or Geno, or do I want to pay Geno, or I don't like Geno, I don't want to pay him $20 million to Geno. If it's not Geno, what are the other options you're taking then on the table? There's not a good quarterback in this draft to get. Yet you have a team that, if you have a quarterback like Geno and you get the right picks in this draft and you sign the right guys in free agency potentially, you could be having a team that is elite next year. That is one of those teams that they talk about as Super Bowl contenders. But you toss that away because you just can't stomach paying Geno more than the $20 million. That doesn't seem like a good enough reason in itself. If Jersey Picker, you've got another quarterback option that's going to allow us next year to succeed as well as Geno would if he's the guy under center, I'm all ears. But if it's about the hope and the wing and the prayer and a quarterback who maybe wish I might be good 2 to 3 years from now on a team that's starting to look like it can be good pretty quickly, That's why I push back a little against the alternative options out there versus just taking what you got as a bird in the hand here. Remember, too, that going forward on the type of team you're building here, you're trying to fit to the 2012 blueprint, which was not that I build up a team that needs a quarterback to come in here and be Superman. I need a quarterback who can come in here and manage this offense because I'm going to build a good defense. I'm going to build a great special teams unit. I'm going to have a lot of parts and pieces on this offense to help that guy out. It's less about that guy having to carry the day at that point. It removes a little bit of the importance behind the quarterback position necessarily to a degree. So the guy doesn't have to be the best of the best at that point, like on other teams where quarterbacks are going to throw a high volume attack and everything's going to be on their shoulders to carry the day every week. Seattle KO says the only game I see the Seahawks losing the rest of the season is KC, but maybe the Jets too. KC game will be a tough one, Seattle KO. It'll be interesting to see what Rams team we get too, with the two matchups that we have with them as well. And Jason, yeah, we can talk about other stuff in this game. Brandon Nem says Geno's actively reviving his career. He is. Erickson says our defense did get 2 interceptions on Tom. I mean, we gave the offense a good chance of winning. You got 1 interception on Tom Erickson. 1 interception on that. Did they give us a good chance at winning? I don't know. I don't know on that one. Houston M, people use a couple of plays to confirm their assumptions on Geno. Even Allen and Mahomes have plays like that fumble, but we overlook it for their body of work, which Geno is starting to establish. Wow, some great comments from you guys in the chat here tonight. So that, or this morning, I should say. But well said, Houston. Very well said. And yeah, I think there is that a little bit of that confirmation bias goes on at times with it. And that's the part that I do try to push just a bit about, I push a lot of back against, because I feel like we should really be celebrating Geno's play more than looking for reasons to kind of tear it down. Seattle KO says this is still technically the rebuild season. These kind of losses help to know what they need to work on. Well said. I think that the learning the lesson off this loss is a great way to put this. It sounds like something you would say that's just something that sounds good to say in platitudes, but it's really, there are things that tangibly are here that you can take away from, lessons learned. Correcting run fits, being more aggressive offensively, trusting a little more in Geno. These kind of things, playing a little bit more to try to win the game rather than not to lose. Mumbles with the $2 donation says, damn, even the bots thought it was too early to spam. Yeah. They're like, oh, he's live streaming. Well, we can't. It's too early for this. Too late for the Orn. Roland Jose says we played too conservative against the 49ers and we lost. That's correct on that one. Yeah. Carol pointed that in the press conference too. So that's straight from the horse's mouth on that one. Yeah, Jersey, I think you're saying he's not worth $20 million, but I'd ask you with Geno, what does he have to do this year to show you that he's worth $20 million when $20 million is very inexpensive for quarterbacks in the NFL? Geno's counting $7 million against the cap this year. He came into this year, Jersey, as a career backup quarterback making $7 million this year. The price for quarterbacks is insanely expensive. Top end is going to cost you 50, maybe $55 million a year as you go into this offseason. You're not willing to give Geno less than half of what the top quarterback's making on the board. That's an exorbitant cost for you. Going 35% of the cost of what the top quarterback is making in the entire NFL, you're against that kind of contract extension for Geno. Okay, what does he have to do to finally prove it? Or there's nothing maybe he can do. Maybe that's really the point here for you. Is there's no real thing that Geno can do to earn your trust in that. Titans can't take advantage of a tough Broncos offense. Let's see where the Broncos are at right now here. Let's see what the scores are in the game. 0-0 still here in the second quarter, the Broncos and Titans. Emma21 says, bro, Geno is the quarterback for this team, and that's it, period. And you know I'm right. I do know you're right. And I'll say this, like I was one of those people in the stance of this. I will not arrive at the stage of where I want to pay Geno, but he has brought me over here. I mean, geez, go back again and watch the throw he makes to Goodwin there at the end. A throw he needs there in the back of the end zone, rolling to his left. No ability to put anything on that football. Goodwin's not open when he throws it. He's literally throwing him open in that moment and puts it into the one place where only Goodwin can get it. Not only did he put that ball in a perfect pinpoint place on the run, moving to his left, but he put it in a spot where only his receiver could go get it as well, still being somewhat protective with the ball. He's made those kind of throws throughout the course this year where it's just, that's not a career backup quarterback. That's not a journeyman quarterback. That's not a game manager kind of throw. Those are big time throws. Big time throws. Sam Z, we made Joe Chiron look all pro today. That's for sure. Roland Jose, maybe we should have dialed up some blitzes because Brady always had time to throw. It's tough to do that, Roland. It is, because Brady's a guy that's been a long time slaughterer of blitzes. He's a guy who's seen it all, been there, done that. You're not going to really confuse him. And if you start bringing blitzes up when it's already not a big strength of your team, he's probably just going to expose it. They tried at one point to run a little bit of a delayed blitz with Cody Barton. They picked it right up, and then Brady was able to pick right on it. That's the only issue with trying to blitz on that, is it's just he's so good against the blitz. So good against the blitz. Damn, bots are coming strong right now. Holy bot love. Holy bot love. Nobody's looking for love. Nobody is. Wilbert Knight says, who's going to the Super Bowl? I want to know. Too early to tell right now, Wilbert. Too early to tell. I think Kansas City's probably going to end up representing it out of the AFC. It feels kind of like this is going to be another one of their years to get in. Buffalo with the injury to Josh Allen's elbow. I don't trust the Ravens quite in the playoffs. So I'd probably say KC out of the AFC. NFC, that's uncertain right now. There's just not as much of a clear favorite. I'll give you, I guess, the Eagles just to be boring and lame, but I don't feel strongly about it. Rodney Presho, Brandon, we got throttled today. The Bucs offensive line just manhandled the D-line of the Seattle. They did. They did, man. We lost both fights to the line of scrimmage in this one. Seattle KO, the Hawks win the Super Bowl in year 3, just like they did with Russ. Calling it now. Ooh, I like that, Seattle KO. Let's go. Let's go. Jersey Picker says, Hawks Nest, I appreciate your insight. Just put in my 2 cents. Jersey Picker, your perspective on this is welcome. So I know I come hard at you with it. I know some of the folks in the chat's going to come hard at you with it. I do welcome different perspectives in the chat. I might argue vehemently against your position on it. I get where you're coming from with it. I'm a little sensitive to it too, though, Jersey Picker. Just please understand too, is that I've had a lot of these kind of conversations with folks on the Geno train throughout the course of the year. And it's just one that I try to understand a little bit more as much as I can. I get where the original perspective comes from on the outlook with it, but I just don't find myself landing in that same place of things. I see a much different outlook on this team. But I appreciate your insight as well, man, and your perspective. AI, Geno is better than Hasselbeck was when we went to the Super Bowl in 2005. He's going to put up a better statistical year than Hasselbeck did, AI. Yeah. He's going to put up a far superior year than Matt Hasselbeck did in that 05 season. Great point. Fantastic point on your part with that. Ethan Magnani says, y'all, we lost a game and now everyone's complaining about Geno. He has had a hell of a year. Well said. Flag 7 says, yeah, what's the point of playing conservative? Conservative play seems like you're almost not trying. I'd rather get boat raced while playing free and open. Me as well, man. Me as well. I mean, I can understand a little bit more, Flag, if you have more of a complete team. If you had more of a Legion of Boom style type of defense that's one of the best defenses in the league and you can lean back on that, maybe that leads you into playing more conservatively. But when you've had a defense this year that has been a little bit of the ups and downs and all that, I don't want to lean as strongly into that. Lean to more what has been the strength of this team week in and week out, which has been mainly the offense. And they didn't go that route. I don't like conservative either, Flag. And I think Carroll does have all defensive coaches are always, head coaches are going to have little bits of conservative nature in the way that they manage games. That's just the way that they roll. But it bit them in the butt today. It bit them right in the butt today. Sam Z says, who does Tampa Bay have in D, though, besides a 49-year-old linebacker? Devin White, I always thought he doesn't get – PFF hates Devin White's game, but I like Devin White's game quite a bit. Antonio Winfield Jr. is one of the best safeties in the league. He was out there. Hicks was playing pretty good football for them on the interior line today, so he's doing okay. Joe Tyron is a former first-round pick who's not necessarily played great for them, but he played a pretty good game for them today as well. Erickson says, if Geno was operating at his best, we would have won today. No, I think what you mean to say is if Geno was perfect today, we would have won today. And yeah, if Geno played perfect today, you might have won today. Should the expectation level be that our quarterback has to play perfect? The expectation level be that your defense isn't going to be able to stop much of anything today, and you're not going to have any running game, and you'll be under a good amount of pressure too as well, but you need to be perfect. That's tough. That's tough. Erickson, yeah, you're changing what you said, though. You said that we picked off Tom 2 times. Now you changed your comment to say that second IT was literally on Tom. Yeah, but the first one was Leonard Fournette throwing the pass. Your initial point was that we picked off Tom twice, which we didn't. CJ says, pay Geno $23 million for 2 years, draft a quarterback to sit behind him, and go for the Super Bowl now. I'm in favor. I'm completely fine with doing that, CJ. I do think there'll be a team out there willing to offer him in free agency a 3-year deal, maybe even a 4-year deal. If that's the case, he's not going to take a 2-year deal at that point for less. But sign me up, man. Sign me up. Sam Z says, how does Tampa Bay have a better defense than us? And they have no defensive end or rookie of the year. Yeah, I mean, again, Levante David still is an older linebacker. He's still playing pretty solid football. White, we mentioned a couple of guys here on the line. Antonio Winfield was just returning back from him. Again, that's probably a top 5 safety in the sport, somewhere around that neighborhood of things. They not have stars, but necessarily defense isn't always built upon stars. They played a good game too. Keldon says, Geno's story's not done. You have to see if he sustains late into the season. I'm good with that, Keldon, but I will say there's not been a bad performance yet this year so far, really. And that in itself is pretty surprising for a guy that, there were some people prognosticating at the start of the year that he was the 39th best quarterback in the entire sport. So it is got to be a point where you do recalibrate that a little bit at this point from where it was. Rodney Prescio says, I feel like we didn't watch Seahawks football today. It was like we overthought the whole game today. A little bit of that. Sean Lee established the run, and Geno doesn't have to be a superstar. Games we've won, we've had a balanced attack. Well said. Mike Skinner says, just got to work and got the stream on the radio. One of my coworkers is a Bucs fan, and he said Geno got his respect back after he doubted him even during the season. Just goes to show Geno is it. Well said, Mike. Yeah. I mean, there's a fan with no dog in this particular fight, not a Seahawks fan, just watching this game play out, watching Geno on the other side of it. If he was so bad, or if it was about the fumble being everything in this game for Geno's performance, that wouldn't be what that fan would be saying about him. So I appreciate that little anecdote on that story. And that's, I think, representatory of the fact that fans across the league are seeing it. This is a legitimately great performance you're watching by a quarterback this year. Not merely average, not merely a little bit better than average. You're watching a great performance by the quarterback this year. Game in and game out. Eddie Nash, you are correct. Bucs smashed us in the trenches, no doubt about it. Hey, Brandon, where's Alton Robinson and Trey Brown? First and second downs, it would have slowed the Bucs run. Alton Robinson's coming back slowly from an injury, trying to get right. With Trey Brown, I think that they feel very solid with what they have in Mike Jackson on the outside. He'd have to replace Mike Jackson and I don't think that they want to move Jackson out of the lineup at this point until he shows that he shouldn't be in there playing. Space says, this season Brady lost his wife over playing this year. He's going to do his best to make it worth it. True. I think he's already one of those naturally competitive guys anyway, wouldn't give in an inch, but most especially so now. Roland Jose, we need to finally get some guys in the front four that can get to the quarterback. We haven't had a defensive tackle who can do that in a while. Well said, yeah. It has been a great period of time. Erickson says not enough exotics from our defensive line. We don't really have the scheme to do it. They're not really willing to do it. They're going to run front four. That's just their nature of things. Keldon, I don't think the Hawks have beaten a team that has current playoff seeding. Still a lot to prove. Let me know if I'm wrong about that. I mean, we'll see, Keldon, when it comes to the Chargers, about whether or not, they get there. I don't know that it becomes a prerequisite to get to the playoffs that you have to beat a team that's going to go into the playoffs to get into the playoffs. That's not a requirement, I don't think. And the schedule is not going to be tremendously more. Keldon's not going to be tremendously difficult with us going through the rest of this year. So that very well could end up being the case where you get to 10 wins and your reality that you talk about is still the reality of the situation. Get me into the playoffs, Keldon. Anything can happen. And if you get me in the playoffs and I'm playing my best football, for instance, at that time of year, most especially, anything can happen. And I'll take my chances at that point, especially given a year that's supposed to be a rebuild year as this one was supposed to be. So, yeah, I'm not saying that our Hawks are anywhere close to one of the elite teams in the league, but this is a year right now, as anything, is about being a bonus year, number one. And then number two, just get in. You're in more of the mode because you're not in that elite team status. You're more in that mode of Let's just find a way in and then see what happens once we kind of get in. A little bit like what our Mariners did in the playoffs this year in baseball-wise. Now, they didn't do much once they got in the playoffs, past win and win round, but it made a little bit of noise nonetheless. Allen says not getting to Brady in the pocket hurt us in a way. It did. Hurt us in a big way. Half Daddy, we played a healthy Bucs team at the wrong time. Yeah, we did. Boy, did we ever. Erickson, you got to play damn near your best every second in the NFL. Let's get real. Huh? I don't know what you mean by that. I don't know what you mean. Half Daddy, did we have any injuries today? Nope. None that I saw, man. Looked like Damian Lewis went down, so that might be something going on. I didn't see if he came back or not. So he went down for a moment. Brooks went down for a moment, but he was able to bounce back. So he's doing okay, I think, at the end of the day. But nothing major. Nothing too major. Half Daddy Pete needs to find us a good kick returner. Yeah. Dallas struggled again, the punt return game especially. But kick and punt return, we probably need to find somebody on. Half Daddy says going to the bye with a healthy team would be big. It would, man. And it does look like that is the case. So, compared to recent years, you're coming out of this bye after this week, you'll come out of this tremendously more healthy than you probably have been in recent years. Brando2345 says, just curious on your opinion. I like Nwosu a lot, but I feel like a lot of running backs and even quarterbacks, he can't wrap up his arms. I just wonder what causes it really. I think he plays a lot. He plays really with a lot of high effort, and he's running full speed all the time, which probably has him kind of at times coming a little bit out of control, Brando, when he gets to the ball carrier. He's kind of giving out every bit of effort to get there and get himself to make a tackle that he's kind of then over leveraged, and the running back can kind of just do a quick little change of direction and get around him. So I think that's a little bit of it. It's not an arm length situation, Brando. He's well over 33-inch long arms, so he's got plenty of arm length to go make those tackles. But I think you're on point in that he's probably had a good number of share of missed tackles throughout the course of this year. Probably a high preponderance versus what you see from other outside linebackers in the NFL. Broncos got a touchdown. Damn, come on, Tennessee. You got one job. Tennessee just can't score. Problem is Tennessee's got Tannehill's back out there. Tannehill averaging 3.2 yards per attempt. That Bronco defense is tough. It's a tough Bronco defense. Half Daddy Titans wide receivers are pedestrian. Kind of strange of them this offseason to make the move to go off of A.J. Brown. I guess they just didn't trust his knee. But to move off of A.J. Brown so they could then bring a rookie wide receiver for a team that was the number 1 seed last year in the AFC was a strange move on their part. Half Daddy says, I'm still rooting for the Bills, the Chargers in Arizona today. Bet. Seattle KO says, today I learned Germany are huge John Denver fans. Are they? Rocky Mountain High, Rocky Mountain Low. I agree. Gino's definitely still a top 12 quarterback. I think he's even playing better than that. Even better. Paul Tussicius is tough loss. I had hopes of 7-3. Me too, Paul. Me too. Half Daddy, it sucks that Gino didn't go deep today. DK has to be getting frustrated. Maybe. Maybe. DK was targeted today a team high 9 times, 6 catches, 71 yards. Feel like he's got to feel okay about that. Rodney Prescio, Brandon, what if we gave the Bucs in the playoffs? What would your game plan be if we see them again? I would hope that we would see something very different. Great question, Rodney. Fantastic question on your part. Let's start on the offensive side of the ball. I would start out with doing more of a dedication of passing on first downs and less of trying to establish the run. I don't think I'm going to be able to run against this Bucs team. I think I can throw against this Buc team. And it'd be a lot of short and intermediate passing attacks. I would feature more of the bootleg stuff that we featured throughout the course of this year that's been so effective. I would implement way more of that than you saw in this football game. I'd essentially try to set up the run by passing the ball. That would be where really the big onus would be upon that for me. Defensively, I would love to say that I was going to do a whole lot more different things than I did in this game, Rodney, that there was I'd bring a lot of more exotic fronts. I'd blitz a lot more. Really, I would really more just concentrate on, let's move Tom Brady in a position of becoming one-dimensional in this game. Let's stop the run. Let's make sure we have the dedicated resources to keeping that run hemmed up, and then force him to just throw and beat us that way over the course of a full game. And we'll probably get a couple picks and interceptions if we do that. But that would be the two main places that I would look to drive differently than they drove in this game, where they did seem a little bit more built from their personnel in activating Brian Monet in favor of Miles Adams, for instance. They were basing it more upon, let's bring guys in who get pass rush rather than guys that can stop the run. So I'd be more into putting that as the onus. But getting more aggressively offensively is really at the head of it. Emmett says, hopefully the Chargers beat the Niners today. Hopefully they can, man. Hopefully they can. We'll see. Paul says the Hawks 6-4, first in the division. Go Hawks. Go Hawks, man. Erickson says if Geno was at his best, we would have win today. Geno's good. We had our chances and messed up. Again, I think, Erickson, you're looking for Geno to play a perfect football game today. And I mean, that's, if he's not at his best, Erickson, and he's giving me 300 total yards of offense with this team and the way I've set this stuff up, I can't see that at the quarterback position and say that that's a quarterback problem. You say it's a quarterback issue myself. DVN, hey Brandon, seeing Geno convert on those fourth downs definitely felt good, especially after a year of 3 and outs. Yeah, he was really good on some of those throws in there in that drive. And when you need it at fourth down, game's on the line, it's got to make a throw. The one to Tyler Lockett where he makes the throw on fourth down, Lockett's not even broken out of his route. When he makes that throw, he's got pressure in his face, and the Bucs weren't just sitting back in soft coverage there in the fourth quarter. They were bringing pressure. Just some unbelievable throws by Geno in this game. Really showed off that good arm that he's got. And yeah, a lot better DVN this year than last year in those 3 and outs. A lot more consistent drives. Pretentious Cameron says Bleacher Report has reported that the talks between the Seahawks and Geno have already started. Makes a lot of sense, man. He's reached a point at this point where the haters can be angry about it. You can be mad about it. You can pound your fist. You can write whatever you want in the chat. It is going in this direction. The signing of Geno Smith to a contract extension is heading very quickly into this direction. And you can be opposed to it. You can do the I told you so game of, I'm warning you. I'm like the Oracle out here. I'm the Oracle of the Seattle Seahawks death zone. And I'm telling you, you signed that Geno like, I'm not going to be that. But that's where this is going. Yeah. Half Daddy says, what teams will get Odell Beckham Jr.? Rumor is he wants nearly $20 million per year. I don't know what team's going to come even in the vicinity of that, Half Daddy. He's just coming off of his second torn ACL. He's not necessarily a young player anymore. I think he would struggle to get a 3-year, $30 million deal right now, quite frankly. So he probably ends up signing a 1-year deal somewhere. Dallas probably signs him on a 1-year deal, and then he tries to go back into free agency next year. E-Dub, Leon Washington, where is he at? God, you'd think he would, at least he'd be sure-handed back there. He could field those punts. And yeah, Tannehill is bad. Nolan Arvance, Geno Smith took complete ownership of the lost fumble in the third quarter, telling reporters in Munich, I can't have that. I can't have that happen. I hurt the team. Said it was a designed quarterback draw. It's good on him to take ownership, Nolan Arvance. I hate the call, though, as much as anything. Yeah, like, do you like that call in that moment with him just laser beaming his way up the football field and then you're going to call a quarterback draw there? Like, I'd rather let's trust the arm, let's lean on Geno's arm in that moment. Half Daddy, K9 had 10 rushes for 17 yards today. What the F? What the F indeed, man. What the F indeed. Tough day. No holes. Just no holes in the running game. Very little holes to be had. Herbert says Bucks have a really good D. What can you say? They did. They have been giving up 17 points a game coming into this game. And you scored 21 on them. You did better than most teams have done against the Buccaneers this year on average. Akshay says, how are the Titans 5-3? They look horrible. They just kind of find their way to get some wins out. I don't know. I agree. They sometimes don't always look as good as their record ends up showing out, but they somehow find a way. Mumble says our backfield can hold on their own. Let's stop that run. I'm with it, man. Dedicate those resources. Wilbur Knight says powerhouse next year. I like it, Wilbur. I like it. Mumble says off topic, but what coffee do you drink? I got the Pike Place roast I'm going with right now. I like a little bit of the medium roast Pike Place. I've been going through some of those recently. Those are kind of my main go. I don't have a main go-to mumbles. I always like to just kind of do something different every time. I don't like flavored coffees or whatever, but something, a little change up here and there, you know. I kind of like to go through a variety of different ones. But right now I got the Pike Place roast. I'll give you the name on it in a second. So I'll be going for a refill here soon. Thank you for all the donations though, Mumbles. Nolan R. Vance, thank you for the $2 donation. I appreciate you. It says, I hate the call and don't blame Gino. Bad call. That's perfectly well put, Nolan R. Vance, and that is exactly where I stand with it. I just don't really, I don't want to be giving any quarterbacks really quarterback keepers. I feel like as an offensive coordinator, your job should be able to find yards and plays and ways to attack defense that don't require me to run my quarterback up into the middle of the defense. That seems like there are more creative ways to get productivity out of the offense, just from my stance of things. So yeah, I just don't like it. And look, Waldron has been amazing this year. He has been on it. He's been ahead of defensive coordinators time and time again. This happened to be a game this week where he wasn't, where he just could not quite figure out what the Bucs were doing to him a little bit. Seattle KO, I have faith in Gino too, man. If they announce tomorrow they sign him to a contract extension, I'm not going to be sitting here poo-pooing it. Half Daddy, Brooks gave up 3rd and 10 in Seattle's red zone. That one hurt. Misses open field tackles were bad today. Yeah. Tackling was again an issue today for sure. And yeah, herbicide, I think more tight end usage would have been helpful too. Actually says we played bad offenses. Our D is not good. Don't be ignorant. If you watch our either teams, you won't say that. Okay. Half Day says at least Seattle has a good chunk of home games to end the season. It's very true. Very true. Schedule set up pretty good for us, as well as we could kind of ask for the back end of this. Berna 2883, we beat that team all day on any other field. I might agree with you on that, Burma. Playing at 6:30 in the morning our time out in Germany definitely seemed to, I think, be a little bit more of a benefit to the Buccaneers than us and helping them out a little bit. But yeah, that's one thing I said at the end of this thing. I wouldn't mind seeing them again at the end of the year in the playoffs at some point. I ain't scared of Tom. I ain't scared of you Buccaneers. ABAB, do you think our defense is still good and can we be better? I think they can just played really bad today. Yeah. It's probably that you have a defense that's probably neither the worst in the league as they were through the first few weeks of the year, or neither are they the best defense in the league as they've been through the last 4 weeks of the year. They're probably into more of a middle of the road territory of things about where they really stand as a defense. I think that they can be better. Stopping the run is where this defense has got to find a way to hang its hat on. I really do think that was when they don't stop the run, the rest of the defense kind of falls apart. You saw this in the Atlanta game, for instance, where Patterson's able to run wild, and then just that also starts to affect the passing attack, and the Falcons are able to kind of throw the ball. I think like Tampa Bay, a lot of their success in throwing the ball today came out of you not being able to stop the run, and then having to dedicate your guys and keep those linebackers drawn in to stop the run there, especially off the play action. So I do think they're better than what they showed today. I don't think though there is amazing top 5 defense like they've also been showing on the other end of it. But it's better than it was at the start of the year too. Jason Tudor says Geno scored a quarterback draw in an almost identical situation earlier this year. I think he did. You're right. It was exactly the kind of situation against Detroit where he ran it right up through the middle. And it was successful against them. I think Detroit's defense is a different animal than Tampa Bay's defense. And when I'm talking about going at like a Malcolm Rodriguez versus going at a Devin White and a Levante David, I'm not going to like my chances against those two latter over the former. But they've had some success with running it. I don't like it as a play with quarterbacks. We also saw Trey Lance get his leg turned sideways running that same kind of play. You can't see the guys hitting you when you go through on those kind of plays a lot. It's a kind of a high risk, somewhat low reward kind of play. Herbicide says our team played good against Brady. We just couldn't stop the run today. Well said. Yeah. Christian Collins, how did we get 17 rush yards? You weren't able to hold opening holes, Christian. This is a game where you just didn't control the line of scrimmage on either side of the football. And when you don't do that, you're not going to win a lot. And that was proven out today, certainly was the case. Jordan Kraft, still love my team, but we need to fix some things. Still pretty happy with Woolen, though. Yeah. Agreed. You got stuff you can fix here, Jordan. But Woolen was good overall today, again. Rodney Press Show, Brando, do you think it's safe to say that Eskridge is a flat bust? I mean, you wait for that big game and you get disappointed by him. It's like he never opens up the playbook to learn it. Injured again this week, Rodney, and he's reached a point for me at this point where I'm kind of done with Eskridge, quite frankly. I've seen him now here in 2 years. When he's on the football field, he struggles as a route runner. He struggles with catching. He has seemingly, to your point on this, struggle to pick up some of the offensive playbook as he can't even crack the lineup over guys like Marquise Goodwin or DJ Dallas or last year Swain, who is not even on an NFL roster anymore. I don't think. He might be on a practice squad somewhere. So, I don't like to cast aspersions too quickly on players, but we've kind of seen enough with this kid. Kind of tired and fed up with the injury situation on top of it. It seems like he's a bit made of glass on top of everything else with it. Just too many issues and too many problems here for a guy who hasn't really flashed much of anything throughout his time here. And the team doesn't seem very committed to running the fly sweep game enough to utilize him. If you're not going to run fly sweeps, then what is the point of Eskridge at all on this roster? At all. AB says, I don't understand how we lost the Bucs. This should have been an easy game, but I guess you can't count out Brady. I don't know how you put it as an easy game necessarily, AB. This is a team that, they're 4-5 coming into this game, but this is still a team that's been to the playoffs the last couple of years, that just won a Super Bowl 2 years ago. They're first place in their division coming into this game for whatever that's worth. I think we knew this was going to be a tough game. I agree with you. We should have probably won it. We should be the better team than this Bucs team. I think we are a better team than this Bucs team, but they're still pretty good. Paul Sissia, 2023 Seahawks pick number 1 at best, 10 to 15. Next pick, 15 to 25 range. I don't think that will get a top 4 quarterback next year. I would agree with you 100%. It's part of why I say this is what draws you back in the direction of looking in Geno Smith's direction, saying this is maybe the better approach to go because of the fact that because of the fact that there isn't necessarily a clear and open option for you to go out there and find an alternative. And that's my kind of point on with that is if there's not a clear alternative, then we got to look a little bit more closely at Geno. And if he's showing the signs of being the right guy, which he's showing those signs, then I think that leans you more in the direction of saying, hey, let's pull this trigger, or let's look at seeing what this trigger costs. Maybe that's the better way to put it. Bear with me 1 second, folks. I am going to be just right back with you in a second. I muted myself. Sorry, folks. I completely muted myself. Oh, no. My bad. Spitting facts. I was spitting facts. So let me respond back to that really quickly. My bad, guys. I didn't want you. Had some stuff here. It was going to be loud on my end. I didn't want to have it bury the microphone. So is Myers a Pro Bowler? Asked Half Daddy. Yes, he is a Pro Bowler. Wilbert Knight said we need to draft a safety. Wilbert, you're not wrong in that it would be helpful to go out there and take a safety right now. But I also get a little bit worried about taking that track because since 2017, you've put a 3rd rounder, a 4th rounder, 2 first rounders, another 3rd rounder, and a 5th rounder, and you're spending more money at the safety position than anybody else in the NFL right now. A lot of assets dumped into the safety position without much return. I might be more in favor of trying to take a tract of, how about instead of that, maybe we go make a trade or signing in free agency at that point? Because it doesn't seem like dumping a lot of assets into the position is necessarily bringing about the greatest returns. Hell, the guy that's played the best safety position for you this year is Ryan Neal, and he's making peanuts compared to those other guys. Bradley McDougald, you could say, has played some of the better safety position for us in recent years, and he wasn't being paid a whole lot of money. So I don't know if we have to necessarily dedicate that much resources into going and getting the safety out there in the market. But I get where you're coming from, Wilbert. You're not wrong in that it is a need at this point. It would hurt to have to go pull that as well. John Wee's Pike Place roast is good, man. I like myself some Pike Place. I really do. Seattle KO, I'm not sure if the Vikings are legit this year. I'm still a little too early to tell for me. I feel like they're a little short when it's going to be all said and done, but they could get on one of those runs as a team. That division's so weak. Their schedule isn't set up to be that tough. They could be a team that could end up settling out to being one of the best in the NFC, if not the best in the NFC. Sean Lee, another game, another no-show from D. Eskridge. Not only was it a no-show, he was injured again. You count me out on Eskridge at this point. Sorry. Just count me out. Half Daddy Myers is a Pro Bowler. He's hit every kick except one that was a bad snap. He's hit multiple 50-yarders. Yeah, he's got to be a Pro Bowler. And Riverside says, so Schmitz is the best center coming out in the draft, and he's anticipated as going in the 3rd. Big guy, 6'4", 320. It's about where those guys tend to go. That's where they tend to get picked. Jordan Kraft says, is Tariq Woolen the second coming of Richard Sherman, just faster? Kind of, yes. They're such different players, Jordan, in the way that they get done what they get done. I mean, Tariq is relying on pure athleticism and speed right now in a lot of respects. He's got good instincts too that are starting to show out there on the field, but Sherman was so much of a cerebral guy, just kind of different in the way that they go about their business. But in the respect of hitting the ground running really fast and that being a level of performance that he should be able to continue on into the future, that he should be able to maintain into the future, yeah, Woolen's that guy. He's on track to be a top 3 corner in this sport, if not into this year, into the future very soon. I mean, once this guy starts to really learn his craft and understand his technique better, route read combination, that type of stuff, when that stuff starts happening, look out. Look out. Snail with a $12 donation. Thank you, Snail, for the $12 donation. I really do appreciate it. Geno is a solid starting quarterback who will win when the team plays well. He should make Tannehill Cousins money, and he is fine to build with for 3 years. Then you need to start paying this rookie class. Well, very well said, Snail. Thank you for the $12 donation. I want to say I'm 100% in agreement with you. If you want to build a high volume passing attack, you need to go get that quarterback who's the creme de la creme. If you need a quarterback carrying the day for you, you can't count on other parts of your football team. You got to make him that guy where he's got all the talent in the world and he's going to be this, he's going to be that. When you have a guy who should have a good running game, who should have a good defense, who should have a great special teams unit, who should have a good offensive line pass protecting in front of him, he's going to be put into a position to succeed first and foremost. But also beyond that, you have other parts of your team that can carry the day. It's less reliant upon the quarterback position. But to have a guy this good who can provide what he provides and knowing he check marks off all the boxes you would proverbially want for that type of quarterback, that is Geno Smith. And yeah, sign me up, man. 3-year deal, As soon as he comes off the end of that deal, as soon as the money gets expensive, you're going to be them starting to pay the rookie class, who you still have a couple years. You're not going to have to pay Charles Cross, but for a couple years, or Lucas, or Tariq Woolen. So you do have a little bit of time here and a little bit of money to necessarily potentially play with at that point. Half Daddy says Reek had a good chance at a pick six, if not tripped. He did. I think Cade Otton was coming up there. He would have made the tackle there, but I there's a chance. And thank you, Snail, for that $12 dono, man. I appreciate you. Herbicide says just no Starbucks. I try to avoid it, but man, I do like my quad grande mochas, man. They get me through a day when I'm having a hard roll. So I get where you're coming from, but I can't. Every once in a while, I got to pull that Starbucks, pull that in a little bit. Paul says 8 to 10 teams will be attempting to upgrade next year. Yeah. Yeah. A lot of competition for those few quarterbacks available. Erickson says play calling improved in the third and the fourth. Well, they put the ball in Geno's hands at that point. That's really what happened. They stopped trying to bang a running game up against a wall that wasn't going anywhere. Rodney says, Brando, I would wonder if our conservative play calling was due to the Bucs playing the Rams last week, meaning this. It's basically seeing the same style of offensive play calling as the Rams. I mean, maybe, Rodney. Maybe. I think Coach Carroll was thinking this game was going to be a tighter game throughout. I think he thought this was going to be a lower scoring game throughout. And he was trying to just play to that a little bit. I don't think he realized that Brady was going to be able to move the ball, especially with the way they were running the ball on them. I don't think he was anticipating that. Nagasa says our defense is below average with huge holes. Maybe a little bit. I think they're middle. They're probably around the middle of the pack. Maybe a little less better than middle of the pack. Half Daddy, what's Seattle's remaining strength of schedule in your opinion? Can the Hawks go 11-6? The tough part about the schedule is how are the Rams going to play the Hawks? Because the Rams have played us pretty brutally over the last couple of years, and you have 2 games remaining with them, which is a lot of the part of that would dictate this. Playing the Jets at home, I'm not as scared of the Jets with playing them at home. It's kind of like having the Giants at home. I feel like it's a similar kind of team, similar state of place of where they're at from a franchise. That's a win. You lose to the Chiefs, there's no way I'm going to look at that as a win. 49ers at home. I mean, to me, it's the 49ers and Chiefs game, and then how are the Rams are the 2 question marks on that. And I don't have as much certainty to give you with that. I think you handle the Raiders. I think you handle the Jets. That puts you at 8 wins. I think you handle the Panthers. That puts you at 9 wins. I do think you can get to at least 10 wins. Can you get to 11? I just don't know how we're going to look half daddy against the Rams. And are we able with Geno under quarterback to look differently, especially in how we potentially can move the ball and how we can be offensively versus where we've been in the past? That's the part that I can't answer with any certainty. I mean, Geno at times last year against the Rams actually was kind of moving the ball better than Wilson did. Remember when he came in, he had like the 96-yard drive, I think, when he first came into the game last year. But I'm not certain. I'm just not sure. But 10 wins at least, half daddy. I'd be hesitant to go full on 11. Eric said we beat ourselves with dumb fouls too. We do at times, yeah. Oh, Nolan, I know what you meant with that one. Mobiles, thank you for the $2 donation. Let me know about the mic being muted since the coffee break. And my bad about that, folks. My bad. I'm blaming it on the early morning time. Akshay says we usually control the line of scrimmage in most games we win. I hope we can find innovative ways to run the ball. That is what opens this offense. Yep. Cross had a terrible momentum-changing penalty. He did. He played overall, I think, solid today, though. Sam Z, what has Devin White accomplished? He's won a Super Bowl. Been on a Super Bowl winning team that he was a big part of when he won that Super Bowl. I know PFF doesn't like him. And certainly he has his struggles in coverage, but he's a tackler and he's very rangy as a player. Half daddy time of possession was a major factor. It was. Yeah, Sam, I think Devin White's a great blitzer, and I think he's good in the running game as well. I think he struggles in coverage. Daniel Dunn is just starting my recording of the game now. Hang in there on that one, Daniel. It ain't the greatest of tape to watch. Sorry about the mute, guys. Silence. The silence. Jordan Kraft should have gotten Roquan Smith on a 1-year rental. It's going to be tough cost. You got to pay a 2nd-round pick plus. Would have cost you maybe a 2nd and a 4th-round pick to go get Roquan. That would have been a high price. High price. Jerry Jeudy's out. Let's take a look at where the Bronco game is here. Oh, okay, so Tennessee's climbed back in this halftime, 10-7 with Denver. It's good to see. Nagasa says, I believe more in Minnesota than Philly. Boy, I don't have a lot of belief in either of them, but I can't deny how good either of them's been either. And Minnesota's got some scary elements to them. You look at that team, if it gets up on you, it's got the edge rushers to close you out. It's a tough team. If you can't stay with them note for note, they can put you away really quickly. ABAB says, we'll be okay, Seahawks fans. No one thought we would be here. Love Mr. Seahawk. Well, thank you, man. Appreciate it. We'll be back. Half Daddy says, dang, Texans stripped Brandon Cook's C off his chest. Ouch. Oh, that's mean. That's just mean. That's just mean. Big Country says, I believe in the Eagles, but I'm curious if their game translates into the playoffs. It's a part that I've wondered too. I do think that there's a place that you get to with certain quarterbacks that you know have, to me, limitations in pushing the ball up the football field. I see a guy like Jalen Hurts, or a guy like even Jimmy Garoppolo you see this with, where it's when the games are warm in September and even parts of October, their arms can look okay, good maybe just enough. But it seems like the arms lose a little bit of oomph as you get into the deeper parts and trenches of the season, especially gets colder and the inclement weather kicks in. I don't know if that'll be the case this year, but I do wonder that, especially with Hurts, where you've got to make those throws come playoff time. You can't just dink and dunk and run all over the football field. Myers kicked a 61-yarder last year as his base. Oh, my goodness. Jordan Kraft says, is it me or is Kobe Bryant kind of underwhelming? He got picked on so much this game, starting to look like Trayvon Diggs without the picks. Yeah, I think that the transition to slot cornerback has not been the smoothest and easiest one for him. I think he's really trying to find his way. He is an outside guy, Jordan. Let's not forget this. He wasn't a guy playing slot in college. This is his first exposure to the position, and he's having to kind of learn his way and take his lumps. And it might not be the most natural fit for him either. Seattle doesn't have a great option there at slot. They're trying to find the best of bad options that they have. And that's what you're seeing right now, potentially, with that. Delbert Steiner says Seahawks probably will not be favored the rest of the season. Probably the Carolina game, Delbert. I think the Jets game at home will be favored. But outside of those, I don't think the Raiders are going to be favored. No, we got a couple games will be favored on that one, Delbert. We got at least 3. John Reese, we have more urgent needs on the interior defensive line, linebacker, center, guard, quarterback, and maybe even another wide receiver if Eskridge doesn't work out. Not to mention running back if Penny does not return. Safety is definitely a lower priority. Yeah, that's the way I look at it too, man. Got bigger fish to fry. Yeah, Anonymous, I agree. I think Kobe Bryant's just not a slot corner at the end of the day. Half Daddy ditching the bootleg was a weird choice for them today. I don't know why they went away from that bootleg as much as they did, especially when you have a Tampa Bay team that was so locked in on stopping the run. Paul Susie says Hawks are having a great year, and they are truly rebuilding offensively and defensively. They are indeed. Space Dutch Brothers, bro. I know, man. Space. I keep meaning to try them out. I got one near me here. People here in Spokane swear by it, and I just need to take that plunge. I need to take that plunge. AB says we need to re-sign Goodwin. He is so good and so much better than Eskridge. Better player than Eskridge, that's for sure. Paul says Rams, 49ers, tough, important games. That's where a lot of this year is going to boil down to, Paul, certainly as it comes down to if we want to win this division or not. If you come out of those games 2-1, you're going to probably win this division. You come out of those games 1-2, you probably are not going to win this division. Or even worse, 0-3, let's say. So those are where a lot of the season's going to hinge is, and it's a good problem to have, as was said earlier. We are, as you said earlier, Paul, we are in a rebuild year. So just to be here is a good problem to have, and it'll be fun to watch how it kind of plays out. Those games will weigh in so largely on this one. John Reese says, think Trey Brown potentially plays better slot corner. Kobe plays better as an outside slot corner as a cornerback. Hard to say on that, John. Trey was really more of an outside guy in his skill set that he flashed last year. He, like Kobe's, always played on the outside. He's not really been a slot guy. He's got the build that's more set up with being a little bit more of a 5'9" guy versus Kobe, who's 6'1", to maybe align out there and handle some of those more quicker guys in space, theoretically speaking. So from a physical build, yes, but from a standpoint of history and natural fit from a skill set standpoint, I'm not sure. Seahawks Jose Rodriguez says we need to bring in a power back to go with K9, who's more finesse in my opinion. I agree. That would be a good counterpunch, a bit of a thunder to lightning approach with K9. And that wouldn't be the worst place to go. And the good news with that, Jose, is that you can usually find the grinder guys more in the 4th, 5th round range of things because they're not the game breakers, but they can get you the third shorts. They can move the pile, those kind of guys. Agreed 100%. Alan Armitage, at Brandon, do you think Sidney Jones would have made a bit of difference maker in the deep coverage secondary? Would have been a bit of a difference maker in deep coverage today if Seattle would have kept him? No. I don't think he would have been on the football field today, Alan, in deference of Michael Jackson. I think the team determined that Michael Jackson is better right now as a player than Sidney, and that's why they made the cut. So no, I don't think so. Mute was funny. Well, fun posting. Well, as long as you guys can laugh at my snafus, that's good. AB says our offensive line is decent this year, but we could be way better. But hey, it's Cross first year, and Lucas, I think next year they get better. Yeah, I mean, they played pretty good football this year up until this point, AB, especially being that they are two rookies. They're playing at the very least both. Lucas is playing at a smidge above league average. Cross is playing at a smidge just below league average. But for rookies, and in the case of Cross, AB, he's 21 years old. It's tremendous production for these guys being as young as they are. Remember the time just when you talk good about the Vikings, Kirk Cousins throws a pick. Yeah, that old Kirk Cousins always shows himself one way or another. John Reese is not bad considering no NFL team has ever started booking rookie tackles. Has it never happened, John? I didn't know if I was going to go look up that information and see if that was the case. I couldn't remember about a team it being the case with. But yeah, let's not make no mistake about it. Where the expectation level was for these rookie tackles and where they were supposed to be at versus where they are is in two different complete states. And the fact they're giving you this performance their rookie year means you have stars on the horizon. They're this good out the gate. Stars on the horizon. Herbicide, are we going to have Michael Jackson next year? Yes, we are. So you have him on the final year of his deal. This is a little bit of equivalent Herbicide to deal where you get the draft picks that are second round and beyond. They're on 3-year deals, but by the 4th year option, the team has a mechanism in place to be able to hold on to that player if they want to enact that mechanism. I would believe that our Seahawks would do so. So they'll bring him back on the restricted tag. No other teams can compete for them to go out there and sign him at that point. I think the Seahawks will probably go that route with it. HB says our defensive line somehow looks worse with Big Al out in there. Maybe he limits the rotations a bit. Just an observation. Don't think Monet even saw a snap. Low key, a masterclass picking apart RD by Brady. GG. Yeah, you had HB. You had Brian Monet inactive today, so you activated Miles Adams in favor of that to try to get a little more pass rush because you weren't anticipating as much of a problem in the run game. Al plays about 33% of the snaps out there on the defensive line. I don't know that he's a problem or an issue out there on your line or been part of the issue or problem. He's played like one of the better defensive tackles in the league when he is on the field the last couple of years. Maybe he didn't have his best game today, but he's been a good player for this defensive line throughout this season and last season. John Reeves, don't know if the defensive coordinator considered playing cover 2 against Brady, which has been successful with several teams defensive-wise. I didn't see a ton of the cover 2 out there. It might have explained, John, why they did have so much success in running the ball. I'd have to go back and look at the tape, but I would guess that you're running maybe a little bit of a preponderance of that cover 2. Brady's then attacking it by audibling into running, and then your front seven's not enough to hold them up at that point at the line of scrimmage. And that's a guess. I don't know if the game actually played out that way, but I would reckon that they did probably try it. Nagasa says, it's so good watching Goodwin run his routes. He is so fast. He really is. His speed does really, truly show up on the field. I mean, not all receivers do you get them who are in that range of the 4.3 range that you see 4.3 on the field when they start running around out there. But Goodwin is. He's got that extra gear that does show up when he's cooking. Herbicide says, I got us going 4-3 after the bye. Sounds right. 10 wins sounds about the right spot that we land at, doesn't it? Doesn't that feel about kind of on point with it, where you think this will land out and finish up at? It does to me, at least. The Flyers, that's... I don't know what you mean on that, Sam. I got a couple comments there. I'm not sure what you're saying. Big Country, now we need 2 Steve Hutchinsons and a Max Unger. That's all, Big Country. Is that it? Is that all we need? That's nothing. Yeah, center and guard positions are three that we're going to address in the future. Center probably more of an onus than anything else at this point. We need a guy in the middle who can be the guy moving into the future. ABAD says DK has to control himself on the field when he gets mad. Hate to see him get almost thrown out of the game. Yeah, I mean, ABAB, I thought that the official was just being kind of petty in that moment. I've seen players barking at officials all the time. I don't see officials pulling a flag for it. I mean, unless DK said something that was just outside of the realm of acceptability that was just insane. I don't understand at that point why you pull that flag. Kind of silly. DK is an emotional player, and that emotion cuts both ways. It might have times where it's going to, nick people hurt him on one side of it. And it's on that line. I think on the other side of it, he's had the benefit from it too. I don't land in the same place that a lot of people land at with DK. I'm very much a pro Metcalf guy all the way down. I don't put it with an asterisk. I don't put it with a but. I just say I like what he provides this team. I'm happy we signed him to contract. It was a phenomenal pick. He's very productive. But he does have his folks that have two main, those that are somewhat DK naysayers who will say, well, he's overrated, have two basic points that they lean upon with that. And one is the emotionality aspect, and the other is the drop aspect, and it's, I can get where both people are coming from, where the camps are coming from on both of those standpoints. I just don't agree with it. I think at the end of the day, he's helping you win football games. He's being a net plus down the mark. And we have other parts on this team that are minuses, that are negatives, that are not holding up their end of the bargain. And that's the part that I'd rather, concentrate on. Jeffrey A. Thistle says NFL was never going to let the GOAT lose in Europe anyway. I'll tell you, there were some calls today that were pretty suspect. I ain't saying fixed. I ain't saying rigged. I'm just going to say sus. A lot of sussy kind of calls out there today on the football field from these officials. And I'm just saying, Jeffrey. I'm just saying. That's what I'm saying, man. Seattle KO says Michael Bennett was emotional too. Yeah. I mean, and I think we can kind of sometimes forget this, is that, look, this is a sport about men trying to enact their will upon another man, hitting a guy as hard as he can, beating him on a football field, mano a mano. Like, you don't get that way all the time by just being in this placid, even keel state all the time. Sometimes that does require someone to have to play with an edge. And certain players, they need to have that kind of, bits of their game to get the most out of their game. And I'm okay with that. If it's not an epidemic of an issue, if it's not that I'm watching penalty flags fly every other week for silly stuff, then I'll the cost of doing business is not too expensive for me at that point. If I get 2 flags a year from DK Metcalf for the emotionality and fire and vim that he brings to the football field, that's okay for me. I'd rather that than telling him to tamper down and be somewhat significantly less for a penalty or 2 here or there that comes along the track of things. John Lee says DK may have called him a Nazi. Well, that wouldn't have done it. That definitely would have, Sean, that would have done it, right? Like, if there's something that's going to get the flag to pull on it, that would get it to yanking. That would get it to a yanking. This guy did not just call me a Nazi. And then what you didn't notice is DK did this too. After he called him a Nazi, he went like this to him under his helmet. He's like, Schneider, Schneider. Oh, God. Paul says, yeah, Sports Radio 9-5, the Sports Babe, said it's best during Sonics Bowls playoff concerning fouls, score more points than play better. Yeah. I mean, it's, unfortunately, I'm a little bit used to being in Seattle. I just feel like more often than not, we don't get calls really leaning in our favor more often than not. We're always going to have to kind of overcome that, even if it's just to a small degree. We'll still have to kind of overcome it. I feel like even last week, there was a little bit of that kind of going on at times in that game, nearing kind of the end of that at times. But yeah, just got to play through it. And certainly officials didn't cost you anything in this game. There were some bad calls, but it was Tampa Bay beat you, as begrudgingly as I have to say that. Alan says that, Brandon, can you compare and contrast between Earl Thomas and Quandre Diggs? Absolutely. 100%. Quandre Diggs is a 4.5 plus guy in the 40, with really good quickness. Whereas, of course, with Earl Thomas, he was legitimately fast for a football player. He was more into, sub fours level of things, which is just, there's a significant difference in quickness, I think, between the two, in their open field speed. Earl was a bigger hitter than Quandre Diggs. Earl was more rangier, from sideline to sideline in the amount of territory that he can cover. I think both have some issues as far as wrap-up tackling goes. Earl had his share of tackles that he was not able to secure, and part of that just comes out of both of them being kind of not the biggest of guys. When a guy's weighing sub 200 pounds, taking on a guy 240 running at him in the open field, it's tough. It's tough sometimes. Coming into this year, Alan, I thought that Earl was much better at taking the ball away than Quandre, but when you had actually coming into this year, I ran some stats on this. As a Seahawk, on a per game basis coming into the season, Quandre Diggs had more interceptions per game than Earl Thomas did throughout his time here in Seattle. Shows you that, Quandre did bring an ability to take away the football that was very much on par with Earl Thomas in that respect of things. But the less ranginess, you could probably make the argument, even though I do think Earl Thomas wasn't always the most consistent tackler, probably still a little bit better of a tackler than what Quandre gives you, especially this year. I think as well as we're getting the worst version of Quandre that we've gotten here, Alan, since he's come on the scene in a couple years. I think I also give him a little bit of a measure of patience with that because of the fact that he is coming off the major injury he is, and it might take him a full year to get his turned foot back underneath him. Try to use a bad thing there with that. So I do think that that's a little bit of a part of this, but he's been a very good player for us, and especially with how much he was able to take the ball away over the last few years as a safety and bringing that to the free safety position, which was really unique. I think, again, coming into this year, he has many interceptions from the safety position as anybody in the NFL. It's just that this year, Alan, it's been a very, very stiff drop-off, an understandable drop-off because of that injury situation and getting a little bit older, but a drop-off nonetheless. Nagasa, the clear intentional grounding was so freaking stupid. Only Brady can get away with it. Yeah, did you notice too, Nagasa, they didn't show on the telecast a replay of that play? Isn't that odd how they do that in the moment where it looks like, wow, that was kind of looked like an obvious intentional grounding penalty. Shelby Harris is freaking out like it's a penalty. He's throwing up his hands. And then they don't call it and you don't get a replay either. Very suspect. Those kind of moments where that would have been a safety and ball kicked back to the Seahawks. That's a big moment, a big play in the game. John Reese says, I thought I saw a Brazy jersey under the stripes. I did too, John. I thought it's a little fishtail coming up underneath the official's jersey at one point. And then he tucked it back in and looked around like, is anybody seeing this? Did they just see it? I saw it. Alan says, Brandon, I agree. There were some calls that were a little sus today. A few PIs that weren't being called. Yeah. A couple of spots on DK on the fade route in the back of the end zone. The one that they ended up getting called the 15-yard penalty on for him saying something to the official that got an official's feelings. Yeah, something happened on that play there, but that was one where his arm's being pulled as the ball's coming in, and the officials just didn't call it. It's pretty blatant, right there out in the open. They were letting Dean get away with a lot of grabbing in this game on DK, and it was kind of odd how much but they do that with DK. DK is getting a little bit of the situation going on with him at times, which is like the Shaquille O'Neal rules, which is like, because you're so big, much more bigger and freakish than anybody else around you, we're going to let those people around have a little bit more room and rope to get physical with you and unduly physical with you. That's not by the letter of the law should be allowed, but we're going to allow it kind of. I think he gets a little bit of that at times. There's a little bit of that going on where it's like the Cardinal game. I think there was one where he's down the sideline last week and guy's pulling his arm down and he can just barely get one arm up to get a ball up. And you're going, how do you not call the one arm being pulled completely away from his body there by the official? But he does not get the benefits of a lot of calls as far as PI goes, does DK. He doesn't. Seattle KO says, I miss Earl Thomas III. I do too. He was a fun player to watch. Paul Sucia says the Steelers and the Hawks in the Super Bowl. Oh, that'd be crazy. That'd be a little awesome. Chris Richards, Seattle got beat because they played like stupid idiots. Whoever came up with that two-man front on the defense was a total idiot, as well as the Tampa Bay running game is absolutely crap. Well spotted by you, Chris, for the two-man fronts. Chris is, of course, referencing that key moment there where you gave up the huge second down run for a first down, which closed basically the game off. And in a moment when you knew they were going to run the ball with almost a 100% certainty, you decided to trot out that stupid, wonky, doesn't work, hasn't worked once this whole year against the run, four-man front, where you stick two defensive tackles right next to each other on the defensive line, and then you have your outside linebackers standing up, and you're leaving a huge amount of holes then between those two guys, between where the defensive tackles are and the outside linebackers are. On either side of them, there are these huge natural holes. And Seattle did so and decided to go so into that moment, Chris, at the oddest possible time in the football game. Such a strange decision. John Ruiz says Earl could cover better, more INTs. Really? Fooled me. Diggs had more INTs. Yeah, so John, this was, I was going to do a video on Diggs prior to the year. I just didn't get around to doing it, but I did do some research on it. And if you take Earl Thomas's games and then take the amount of interceptions that he had here when he played and basically divide that and then take Diggs, and this held up prior to this year. Diggs has now added 10 games this year without an interception. So, it obviously could have skewed these stats at this point. But coming into this year, he had more interceptions per game than Earl Thomas did in his time here. That was the case. And so he has, I was pretty impressed by that too. I was like, wow, I wasn't expecting that when I ran the numbers. We got a lot. I miss Bobby. I miss Cam. I miss all our guys too. And Bradley McDougall's pretty good for us. Paul says Earl Thomas was a monster player in the beginning, and I thought he was too small on draft day. Understandable concerns. I mean, he is a little dude. He was not a big guy at all. It really, really was small. But he was tenacious, quick, willing to put his nose in there. And the ranginess that he brought to this defense, it's kind of the beginning thing that made this cover 3 defense really work, is that you had a free safety that could act like basically two safeties in the amount of space that he could cover. Sean Lee, Earl brought a fire to that D that this team is missing. Certainly was missing it today, Sean. And it has at times this year, to your point on that. It's at times this year where there's a little bit of going through the motions feel to the defense a little bit, rather than them being really those dogs down there on that line. You saw Bruce Irvin at one point trying to get the guys hyped up and get them going. Just couldn't quite make it happen. And I agree, John. Brady should have had a safety on that intentional grounding play from the end zone. Seattle, Megan Cockroacher, what's up? Back in? Hope you're feeling a little bit better. Alan Armington says that Brandon 100% great take, bro. Well, thank you, man. I do appreciate that. Paul says Steelers Hawks first Super Bowl, second half flag cost us the game. Holmgren lost it. Hasselbeck freaked out and we fell apart. A little bit, Paul. And I'm a person that does not lean in the stance of saying games are fixed in the NFL, or that tends to be the way things are. I make jokes about it, and there's some games that make me a little suspicious about what's going on. But I will die on this hill. I will die in this trench. I will shout it from the top of my lungs until I am a very old man. The 2005 Super Bowl that the Seahawks got to play in was a fixed affair. Fixed. I know that there's people like Marcus Trufant, for instance, who've been like, yeah, the officials were against us, but then we just kind of fell apart or blah, blah. Yeah. The officials had full control of that game from start to finish, and they were not going to let your Seattle Seahawks win that game no matter what. And I really do believe that at this point. I just don't think you were able to overcome that in that game. And I'll go to my dying day believing so. I knew it in the moment of watching the game, what was happening. You could feel it. You could feel it with every next call. That game is as dirty a game as I've seen in the history of watching sports. That's as dirty a game as I've ever seen. Call me a homer or bias or whatever, because it's my Seahawks team that happened to, but I don't think you've ever seen a game come close to that kind of game as far as how skewed it was. Robert Jimenez, yes, the Geno Smith fumble in the Buccaneers territory was huge, but when the time of possession is 37 minutes to 23 in favor of Tampa Bay, the Buccaneers convert 10 of 15 on third downs. That is the game. Robert, excellently said. And that's where I stand with this too. There are so many other numbers and statistics to walk away from with this game that have so much more to do with how come you lost this game that were beyond one particular play and one particular fumble. Was it a big play? Was it hugely impactful in the game? Yeah, it was. But were there other things that are more bigger issues as to why this went down this way? Erickson, our tight ends were killing him. They were. Took you into the second half to really feature him. Another part of the game plan that was kind of strange. Barry Collins says Seahawks will win the next game. I love the confidence, Barry. Let's go. Let's go. Ghost says you have to remember Earl Thomas had bricks for hands and dropped most of his picks. He did have that happen. Yeah. But, I can also point to a good amount of Quandre Diggs interceptions that are in his hands that he's dropped. I mean, he's had 3 this year alone. I think that he's dropped, right? He got he had the one in the Denver Bronco game, had one in the Charger game. I think he had one in the Falcon game. Nagasis is Cardinals, Rams, Colts, McCoy versus John Wolford. Is that what's going on with that game? Jeez. AB says definitely should have used our tight ends more in the first half. Disley's a beast. He is. He is indeed. And yeah, Brooks did drop an interception. He did indeed. Big Country says most fixed game in NFL history. Not even close. Yeah, it's not even close. It was so blatant. It was so ridiculous. It was so insane. I mean, it was almost enough for me to finally watch my team that I've been following since early in the 80s when I first came into my understanding of reality and consciousness. And now we get to the Super Bowl for that first time and you're going to steal it from us. That was one of the most bitter pills a fan could ever be asked to have to swallow and then carry on. But I would, like I said, there will never be a way anybody can't convince me that wasn't fixed. Just can't. I just will never get there. And yeah, Seahawks should have 3 Super Bowl wins. Very well said. Ghost, also most defensive backs don't have great hands or else they'd be playing receiver. Very true, man. It's a common component of what you usually get on the outside, safety or cornerbacks. That's why they do play those positions a lot of times. A quick check-in on the game here. So we got the second half starting up here between Denver and Tennessee. Tennessee's got the ball on their own 20-yard line with 7 minutes to go, down by 3. 7 minutes to go in the third quarter, down by 3. Sean Lee, the same penalties called against us in that game were not being called against the Steelers. BS game. Yeah, there were too many calls, Sean. What you also noticed is the officials weren't calling like offensively. There were no calls that would have been that happened to us when we were on our side of the field. But anytime we went past the other side of the field into the Steelers side of the field, that's when the flags came out. It's the timing of the flags. You'll notice many of the flags would happen when something really great occurred, when you just had a big play happen. So, for instance, you had the Darrell Jackson touchdown catch in the end zone where the guy's first grabbing on Darrell's arm and pulling him. Darrell knocks the guy's hands off of him just to keep him from holding him, and the officials call Darrell for it. Or you have Jeremy Stevens going up the football field and on a play where the outside linebacker for the Steelers jumps off sides for the second play in a row, right? For the second play in a row, he's jumped so far off sides that when Locklear goes to just lay a block on him, he ends up up around his neck and his head because the guy's already halfway past him before the ball's even snapped. Rather than call the offsides, they called the holding penalty, though, on Locklear, waiting to only call it until after the completion had occurred for Jeremy Stevens, which would have been a first down at the goal line. Things like that occurred all over the place in that football game. All over the place. Time and time and time again. It wasn't by happenstance. It was absolutely a fixed affair. Absolutely. Jeff Evans, I think they're 5 hours ahead of us. In Germany? Kind of. I think it's like flipped to the other side of the world kind of time frame on it. Robert Jimenez with a $2 donation. Thank you, Robert. She says, Al Pacino and Watkins impressions of today's game. I'll give you my best, man. I'm 6 hours in, so it's rough. So bear with me here. Tough game for your Seahawks today in Germany. I love Germany. Beer, drink it all the time. Love it. Anyway, Seahawks lose today. The Buccaneers, Tom Brady sucks. Again, this guy, can he just go away? I've had enough of him in the NFL. I want somebody else I get to watch on Sundays. 20 years, too much time. Enough. Go away, Tom Brady, you asshole. I don't like you anymore. Enough. But I just got to ask I don't like this game. It sucked all day, all the time. Next week, though, bye. Little rest, little sleepy poo. Come back 2 weeks later, dominate our Seahawks. You know it. How about you, Al? What do you think about this game? I'll tell you, this game made me mad. I'm going to tell you about this game. That field turf made me want to burn down that field. If I was the man I was 10 years ago, I'd take a flamethrower to that German field. Making me think about my father in World War II, fighting against them all the time he did, just so my American team can languish there now. That's not what he died for. No, I don't accept this win. Not today. We're coming back 2 weeks, and we're going to fight, and we're going to battle, and we're going to scrape, and we're going to come back, and we're going to win again. This division is still ours. It's as good as I got, Robert. Barry Collins, who does Seattle play next? The Seattle Seahawks play next the Las Vegas Raiders at home. Will be your next game, Barry. Jeffrey Thistle with a $2 donation. Thank you, Jeffrey. Says, can't lie. I fell asleep second to fourth quarter. It was a tough game to watch out the gate there, Jeffrey. It wasn't exactly a fun... I've been mentioning all through this year, we've gotten the opportunity to really enjoy a lot of fun and entertaining Seahawks games. And this was not one of them for a lot of it. It got better in the second half. It got a little more entertaining in the second half for sure, but it was a lot more of what we've seen in recent years from the football game to that first half. And it's a tough game to watch at that point. Not a lot's working right. You can't stop much of anything defensively. Offensively, everything looks like you're going uphill at a 90-degree incline. So it's understandable. And it's 6 a.m. that you had to wake up to watch this one. That's an early game. I know Megan's out there shouting somewhere going, I do this every week. Daniel Bailey says, to people harsh on Geno, the last drive was a make or break moment for the offense, and he delivered. The defense then had a make or break drive and just could not stop the run. Well, I'm glad it's calmed down a little bit with some of that we were hearing talked about with stuff being put on Geno. Should not be put on Geno. It's not. This game does not come down to him, in my opinion, at all. But, yep, came down to that. Came down to defense needing to get a stop. Needing to give the offense a chance. The offense was doing enough, and they just couldn't get it done. Well said, Daniel. Sean Lee says, League wanted to send Cower and Bettis out with their ring. They did. They did. And that was what was driving it, is you got to have Bettis go out with they got their storybook ending for the player and the coach for one of their blue blood franchises. Because let's make no mistake about it, the Steeler franchise is one of those franchises that's viewed in that way. And Seahawks are not, and we're not at that time. And it sucks, but that is what happened. Jeff Evans says, I'll put this one on the line play, both sides. And I think that's the right place to point the blame, Jeff. You've got to control the line of scrimmage on one side of the ball or the other. You can't lose it on both sides and hope to win the football game. And as I sort of said on this too earlier with this, Jeff, you almost don't need to tell me much about the rest of what happened in a football game. If I know both of my line of scrimmages got their asses whooped, I know I'm probably not have won. I probably lost that football game. D Nugget says, I agree, it's not Geno's fault. Glad to hear it. You're on the side of it, D Nugget. Most folks are on that understanding that, I think, but there is those small margin of folks out there that do really firmly dig in on it being Geno's fault. Flags Abbott says, Denver's game is piss poor. That quarterback play is rancid on both sides. Well, they're 17 points through almost 3 quarters there. Erickson says it was a goofy, stuttering performance until the third. Yeah. Spaces, I was at the NFC Championship game that year against the Steelers. We beat the Panthers to get in the Super Bowl. That was a great game. Flags episodes, the ref came out after that game and apologized for the horrible calls. They did. I think they came back next year, Flag. They even had an offseason to think about it, and came back the next year and apologized to the team in training camp, I believe, if I'm not mistaken on that one. But yeah, how often do you ever see refs coming back and owning something like that? It shows you how bad it was. There's so many signs of how bad it was too beyond that too, like Holmgren talking about it in the way that he did. It was noteworthy. $sign Sully. We talking about how much we hate the Steelers? Let's go, boys. Yeah. Oh, I will always have a deep, pure hatred for the Steelers because of that game. I don't care whether it was their fault or not. I blame them. ADL Williams, I think us playing so early might have affected us. 3 days isn't enough to adjust to the time change. It still felt like 6:30 a.m. start time for our team. I think that's why we came out flat. Agreed, ADL. Agreed. It's something that will cause some people to bristle at hearing that excuse, but it's a valid excuse to apply. It just is. It just is. There were scientific tests that were done and conducted a few years back looking at when the body performed at peak athletic times. And that being that your body physiologically, you can sit there and drink coffee and do a bunch of push-ups and try to get your blood flowing. The body will still not perform at a purely epic rate at its peak performance until somewhere about 1 p.m. That's where you're going to get the peak performance at. But if you're trying to have your body clock and it's at its normal body clock at 6:30 in the morning to be at that peak performance, you can't trick it into happening. You couldn't go there. I don't think you could have gone there a week prior to this game starting and tricked your body into that happening. It's too significant of a difference of time. And while, yes, the Bucs were also affected by it to a degree, they're 3 hours ahead of us. So it's not as significant a leap. It's them playing at a 9:30 time on their body clock versus us at a 6:30 time. And yes, ADL, I think that did affect this game to some degree, and more than just a minor little part of it. $sign Sully says that 2005 season was my introduction to football when I was 11 and live hated them ever since. Good, man. That's the proper reaction, $sign. It's a proper reaction when a team's given a Super Bowl like that. Don't give them the Super Bowl, especially when we were the better team that year. We were. That Steelers team was 9-7. They're lucky even getting the playoffs. Yeah, following season, the official came back flag. You're right on that one. Barry Collins, will the Seahawks win? Will the Seahawks win the division game? Will the Seahawks win the division game? I'm not sure what you wrote there, Barry Collins. I don't know if we'll win the division. It's going to be determined by what you do in those 3 games, 2 against the Rams, 1 against the 49ers. You go 2-1, you'll win the division. You go 1-2, 0-3, you aren't going to win the division. No chance. AB says Nwosu, Harrison, Woods should have had more pressure, but the Bucs O-line is good. It's good on the edges. I think they're tough at the tackles. On the interior side of things, you should add more holes there to be able to attack with them. They've got no Ryan Jensen, no Ali Marpet. Why weren't you better able to attack up in the interior side of that? Hi says Germany is 9 hours ahead. Okay. And yeah, Erickson Dixon was smashing it today. 58-yard kick. How about that? How about that punt? How about that punt? Spaces, more cowbell, Brandon. You know what we needed today was more cowbell. Does Germans not have cowbells? Could they not ring them? That's all we needed. A little ring off the cow bell would have made us win. Easy. All day. Daniel says Germany definitely more than 5 hours ahead of us. Brazil is 5 hours ahead of us, and Germany is not longitudinal. That is a hell of a word, Daniel. Longitudinally parallel with Germany. I couldn't spell that word if you gave me 10 tries at it. And yeah, John, it would have been better. It would have been cool if we would have played on a better field. The field conditions were a little rough. Yep, we're in the bye week now, Space. ADL, best part of the game was the fans singing Country Roads. That was a great moment. I wasn't able to. I have my sound off on my screen when I'm doing the live stream, so I couldn't tell ADL. That's where the John Denver reference comes. Okay, hey, big John Denver fans. All right. Jeffrey says I blame the Germans for this loss. I blame the whole German peoples for this loss. Ghost says I want to see DK and Geno have better chemistry on those fade balls. They've not hit it yet this year, and they've had a few opportunities they've thrown with it, Ghost, to your point on that. It is tough if you're going to throw it and the officials aren't going to call holding or pass interference. You know, if the cornerback's going to be able to just beat the hell out of DK in those moments, I don't know if you're going to complete a lot of those kind of throws. But it would be nice to see them be able to hit them a little bit more consistently here and there. ABA says people on NFL IG comments clowning Geno when he did good. It was happening here, AB. I was getting into debates with people in the chat here. You know, it's my standpoint on it is this. I look at the situation with Geno, and I think that there's a certain segment of people that didn't like Geno coming into this year, that their opinion has been colored in regards to this quarterback, as far as he has no ability to ever overcome my thought process and the box that I'm putting him in. I don't understand that, because he's done so much to show you that he's so much further outside of that box in his performance level than what people want to, than where people want to paint him into that corner. And I see a lot of people that are looking for those moments to strike, looking for those moments to pounce on Geno, looking for those moments to say, see, he is what he is, see, rather than go, oh, it's 8, 9, 10 straight games of playing stellar football. Maybe I should move off my opinion. Maybe I should start to adjust my outlook on this situation. And I see people doing the opposite. Instead, they dig in, they take their claws and they root down. And you go, look, I get it. I have my biases too. I'm not, I have my moments where I buy into stuff that I believe that I can't get moved off of, or I'm a little slow to move off of. But the time's come on this one. The time has come to stop looking at Geno and saying there's anywhere near shape or form him being the issue here when he's not. Nagasa says ref came back in Armani and diamond jewelry to say sorry. Rolls falling out of his pockets, $100 bills. Am I a fan of the Seahawks? Yes. I think that would be obvious. I guess maybe you're asking somebody in the chat. Spade says Roethlis was down at the goal line and pushed the ball across the line. Yep, there's another moment in that game, Space. Roethlisberger on the carry. And what's interesting about this is a lot of this stuff is so easy to even validate. Roethlisberger himself comes to the sideline and they have him mic'd up in that game, and he tells his own sideline in that moment, I didn't get there. He's trying to let them know what to prepare for on the review of the call. And Roethlisberger goes, yeah, I wasn't in there. So even he tells you I didn't cross it, but the officials did give him the touchdown in that game. That's one of the ways that you have a guy Roethlisberger in that game, by the way, who throws for what? What did he throw for, like a 19 quarterback rating in that game, but still ends up winning it? That's how that occurs. Jeffrey says elderly Tom Brady wakes up early and goes to bed early. Yeah, for him it was normal times. That's just, you fall asleep at 8 at night when you're that old, you know. I shouldn't talk. I'm nearly as old. Mike Skinner, watch the Geno chance. We'll be back when the Raiders come to town. I hope so, man. I hope so, Mike. He's earning those chances. Sean Lee, anytime I feel bummed out about our Super Bowl loss, I think about 43-8 and all is right in my world again. Me too, man. That helped. That definitely helped to heal some long old wounds in regards to that win. AB says, imagine if the NFL game is in Moscow. I'm sure the NFL was probably trying to find a way to do that before a lot of this stuff went down in that situation. They want it worldwide, you know. They're dead set on finding a way to get it worldwide. Megan says, my body on top of COVID still on Seattle time. It takes a while, Megan, doesn't it? It's hard to change those times up. You can't just do it with a little weak thing here or there. The bodies get set and hard-lined. They really do. Paul says, the point was play better, score more points. Don't expect the flag to save you. Example, Hawks first, Denver, Super Bowl, leave no doubt. Yeah, I don't think, Paul, I don't think there was a way in that game that the officials were going to let you win that game. If you've got to play 3 times as better than the opponents to win the football game, you technically could get to that place of doing it. Why do I have to go through a season of being excellent at football, being the best team in the NFL, and then I play the other team for the championship and I got to be 2-3 times better than them in order to then earn that championship? Why do they get to be half as good as me and still then get to win that trophy? How is that fair? How is that right? It's the truth of that's the requirement to win at that point, Paul, but it doesn't make it right. Daniel says, also looking back when I got frustrated with Geno being off at some moments, I also recognize now, even when he was off, the offensive game plan didn't allow him to get into rhythm in the beginning. No, it didn't. Good point, Daniel. I mean, how many bootlegs did you see in that first half? 0. I mean, that's been such a common element of the offense and you didn't utilize it once. Let's also not forget, Daniel, when you don't have the ball, when you don't have an ability to run the ball and you become one-dimensional, it becomes easier for teams to deal with you in the passing attack as well. It's hard to then complete balls because teams know you can't run it. They're not as worried about it. I get where you're coming from on it though. I mean, it was a little bit of a struggle early on there. $sign and Sully. Yep. Our punter was the highlight of this game. He was unreal. 4 kicks inside the 20, 58-yarder. He was good. Space, yes, Sean Alexander did take the rushing touchdown record that year that we went to the Super Bowl. That's why I say, Spates, we were a much better team than that Steeler team. That team was a 9-7 Steeler team. We were number 1 seed in the NFC. We had, basically, trotted our way to get to the Super Bowl. It wasn't really that hard of us to get through the NFC just to get to the Super Bowl. We were the best team in the NFL that year. We just were. Barry Collins says, please call my name out, Dustin. What's up, Dustin? Dom H says, now you're sounding like an Englishman, blaming the Germans. It's in my blood, Dom H. It's the eventuality. It's the Scottish in me, man. John Rees, wonder how much an NFL ref would set you back if you want a certain result. Do you have to pay the whole crew or just 1 or 2? Probably got to pay the whole crew if you want to insure it, John, right? If you're already going to start to drop those ducats, you want to make sure that the ducats are returning. You don't want the official to be like, look, I tried to call it and I got overruled by the head linesman on this. What do you want me to say? So everyone's probably got to be in the pocket to do that at that point. And look, they don't make a lot of money, and with the stakes at play in these games, you come to official and say in a Super Bowl, hey, I'm going to give you $50,000 to throw this. I mean, it's probably going to be pretty tempting. I don't know if that's what occurred. I mean, very well, it could have just been a mandate from Goodell saying Steelers will win this. Megan says, love you guys, complaining about how early you have to get up for this game. I didn't get to bed until 3 a.m. here after being away for the previous 34 hours. Whew. Now, you got a way rougher than any of us on that, Megan. No doubt about it. Mr. Isaac, honestly, I don't feel that bad about this loss. Across the world, lost a close game to Brady, disappointing on the run defense, but honestly, do not feel bad about it. Nor should you, man. Nor should you. Hopefully, just an outlier in this year, and I'm not going to get too caught up into it either on my side of it. Jeffrey says, the field was real grass. Had to have been a while since any of those players played on real grass. That's true. They don't get a lot of it. Hey, well, Jeffrey, Seattle played on grass last week in Arizona, but definitely a different style of grass. A little bit of a weaker grass, it looked like, as far as just the amount of divots that stuff was causing. Why are you so loud? Justin Fields just had a 67-yard run. Oh, yeah. Fields is coming alive. It's good to see, man. Chicago with 30 points in that game. Tennessee up on Denver. Let's go, Tennessee. I'm game casting that thing. Let's see what's going on here. Tennessee back with the ball. 50 seconds to go in the third quarter. Derrick Henry not able to get running much. Looks like Tannehill's actually throwing the ball a little bit here. I don't have the game on my deal, so I can't see it. I wish I could. I'd like to actually check that game out. See how it's going. Megan says, happier news for me. My beloved All Blacks beat Scotland 31-21 yesterday. You missed it too, Megan. We had somebody in the chat I think it was like a week ago or something, that was talking about the All Blacks team. It's like, man, Megan needs to be in here for this one. She's missing out. We're getting an All Blacks reference. She'd be all over that. Wu-Tang Financial, that 05-06 Super Bowl was about as blatant a screw job as you'll ever see in sports. It really was. It really, really, really was. And it stood out to me as ESPN ran a poll about 7 years ago in regards to that. What was the most fixed game of all time? Any sport ever, anywhere. And they went through all of them. And they had the poll. It was a national poll. It wasn't a Seattle poll. It was a poll run across the country. And the poll came back with that Seahawks game with the Steelers being the number one most fixed sporting event in sports history. And it won by a wide margin over the second place team. Spaces, I saw David Hasselhoff in the crowd. He was singing Country Roads. Okay. Well, he's huge in Germany, Space. Paul says, if the Hawks take a reach and draft a quarterback by trading up, I will be very upset. We have Geno, who is playing better than the last 2 years drafted quarterbacks. Good point on that. Yeah, he is vastly outplaying the last two quarterback classes. That is for sure. Absolutely for sure. And I would be with you on that, Paul. I think the more straightforward choice to make here is to go with signing Geno at this point. As long as it's within reason, if Geno's going to ask for the sun, moon, and stars and to be paid up with the likes of a Kyler Murray's or the Russell Wilsons or the Deshaun Watson, I don't think I want to go to that place of it. But I think he'll be pretty realistic. I think it's still going to cost a little bit of money, but I'm willing to lay down that cash at this point because I think it's the best option. That's the key at this point. What's the best option? What's not the option, which is me daydreaming or you daydreaming or somebody else daydreaming about a quarterback who's not available, who you're not going to be able to go get, which is really likely the case at this point with where you're going to be standing. At that point, I think you've got to go to really what is logically the best road to go if that first option isn't there for the next quarterback, the new quarterback, the young quarterback. That's the case. Geno's the best option here as we stand. ADL says, Russ taking so many sacks, they are only rushing this drive even though they are down. Oh my gosh. Well, that pass protecting line it ain't happening there, It ain't happening. And boy, if Titans can get a touchdown here on this drive they're on right now, that would be big on. I don't think the Broncos are scoring twice the rest of this game. John Ruiz says, good question on the refs question, Brando. Thank you, John. That game will always bother me. Big Country says Josh Allen threw another god-awful INT and got hurt on the gameplay. Boy, him playing already after that elbow injury, you were wondering about that off the gate, if that was the smart case. It seemed to scream a little bit of the player talking his way in to get on the field, overriding the coaches a little bit. You got to wonder if that's been the case there with Josh. And the guy that's played very much the position, very wild and free a little bit, and the coaching staff not finding him a real good running game to operate off of to just allow for their attack to be a little more balanced is really putting him in some treacherous places, I think, to a degree. Kansas City gets away with this with Mahomes at times too, but Allen plays so much more, I think even more free-spirited than Mahomes, a little more crazily than Mahomes does, that he just puts himself in more risky situations. How much did the ref get fined for flagging Brady? Does Joe Biden's Make-A-Wish? His whole year's salary. Sean Lee says, if we hit next year's draft, watch out, NFL. Watch out. If we can take 4 picks, if we can find a somewhat, it's going to be hard to find an equivalency to this draft, but hell, come out of the next draft with 2 to 3 starters even. And imagine what that could do for this team alone on that side of it. Look out. Look out. We are on our ascent and we're moving quickly up. AB says, Mr. Seahawk fan Brando, do you think the Chargers beat the 49ers? No, I think they're too short-handed. I don't think he's got either of his top receivers, Keenan Allen or Mike Williams. I already think they're down short staffed as it is with Rashawn Slater not in there, their left tackle. I mean, and then you have Herbert still kind of gutting it out through that chest injury that he sustained. I just don't think they've got enough there, enough soldiers on the field to get it done versus a really tough Niner team. ADL Williams, look at that last Denver drive. 1 completion, like 4 incompletions, 1 or 2 sacks, a fumble, and several rushes for nothing. Yeesh. Their offense has not been it this year. It has not been it. Fumbles, no gain. Russell just fumbled again there. Jeez Louise. Well, Titans gave him the ball back. The guy says, I bet Schneider already has his quarterback in the second or third. That's why we drafted 2 air raid tackles. It's possible, man. It's possible. He had some luck with that territory last time with Russell Wilson, so could go back into the same lane of things. John Reese says, but bet Russ is feeling those sacks more these days at his age. I have to think so as well, John. I mean, you know, a guy not just on getting older, but a guy that has sustained as many hits or more hits than any quarterback through a first 10-year period of his career than anybody else in NFL history, and probably by a wide margin of those quarterbacks who've played 10 years in the sport. You know, you don't get banged up that much, you don't get hit that much without having some of that kind of linger probably a little bit. And those quarterbacks, as they do get aged, as they do get older, it is a common element. They want to get hit less. They stop being hit as much. They stop bouncing back up from those hits as quickly and as easily. They start protecting themselves a little bit more. Stuff could like that start to affect Russ that way. Yeah. He just sacked himself. Oh goodness, Russ. They're still in it. He's got him. Looks like he's got him 3rd and 10 driving. So they got a 3rd and 10 here they're trying to do. We'll see what they can pull out on that. Daniel says, also, I think I want to clarify. My original message was actually not meant to be a harsh on Geno, just didn't have enough characters to write out in a $2 chat. Oh, no, I understand that, Daniel. I wish I could increase the characters, too, for you guys to be able to kind of put more messages in. So that does suck on that. I said Geno is not bad, but folding in crucial moments. What I really was trying to say is Geno is still playing good, just having bad moments at bad times. After seeing some Geno criticism, I'm high on Geno. Okay. I get where you're coming from with that. You know, and things were getting a little bit struggling when you needed things to kind of tighten down in this game. He finally kind of got it around there by the 3rd quarter, but it took a while. It did, to your point, it took a bit of time. Alan says, I pray the Niners lose today. Yeah, me too. Cool Breeze has got the Chargers winning 27-20. All right. Sean Lee, does anyone really think we would be having a better year with Russ? No way. No way Russell would be taking this team where it's at with Geno. He just wouldn't. I just don't think I really don't think he would. I think Russ is definitely, things are eroding a little bit. I don't think he's going to be this quarterback he's been this year as we move forward. That offensive line of the Broncos is horrible in pass protection. They just are. But he's also not playing great either. I don't know, maybe it's the lingering finger or whatever, but he just got sacked again here. Jeez Louise. Tough. John Reese says Russ looking for the moonshot in 3rd and forever again. Renegas says after watching other games, we look so soft on defense. Everything's dropping back in soft zones. To your point, soft is the way to put it. This team decided at one point, and part of it helped in the defensive turnaround that you stopped blitzing and you weren't blitzing a lot to begin the year really anyway, but they basically threw out all blitzes at that point, said we're going to bring everything on a front 4 basis. If it's an early down and you're going to run the ball, we'll run out our 3-4 look to stop you in the run game. But they've leaned on the front 4 to get pressure. And if they can't get pressure, then quarterbacks are going to have a lot of time to throw on this defense. And they don't want to really seem to try to manufacture much for the defense in that realm of things. They don't want to play a lot of man defense at times or any man defense at times. I mean, I guess that's the path they're going to take with it, but it does get frustrating when they don't have a way of manufacturing anything. It's just sort of hoping things kind of start to break differently is really their approach at times defensively when it's going bad. Christian Smith says Wilson looks horrible out there, as he kind of has this whole year. I mean, he's been a league worst quarterback in this league this season. There's no hyperbole to say it. Rodney Precious says, I came across a Yahoo link that was about the 2005 Super Bowl, and the ref was saying that he was sorry he made the bad calls. Yeah. And as I've said on this, Rodney, when do you ever have an official say that? He came back the next year, Rodney. It wasn't even just about them saying they were sorry. They came in person and apologized to the team in person the next year in training camp. That's how deep that one cut. Big Country says, I'd say we'd be 3-7 with Russ. I think that's probably pretty close to right. You don't win the Lions game. I don't think that you win that Cardinals game. Yeah. I could absolutely see that being the case. Snail says, I pray the 49ers lose every day at all times at everything they do. From pouring coffee to playing football. That's fair enough. That's fair enough. The Niner hate is deep within me too. If the Niners lose, then I consider that a win, says John. Me, I would kind of too. Space says, when's the last time Russell won 4 in a row? 1 year. I feel like might have been 13 or 14. I think like 14 we might have. That feels like a year we might have pulled it off. Not often. Santiago says Russ needs that wristband and he be better out there. Supposedly Santiago, he was going to start doing the wristband here. That's what I heard. As it was weird how that whole thing broke this week as he went from, I won a lot of games, not doing the wristband. And then 2 days later, Nathaniel Hackett, Russ is going to go ahead and wear a wristband. And so Russ is wearing a wristband. Wait, what? What? So then he should have been wearing a wristband all these years? That's what I take from that? Elliot Clark has been celebrating 5 months as a Hawks Nest Ring of Honor member, and I thank you for that, Elliot. I appreciate you big time, brother. Says, not super mad about the loss. Room for improvement. Bye week. Lots of home games left. We will still make the playoffs. I like, Elliot, your confidence. I like the optimism in your mind. And I find myself in the same place as you. I don't like to lean in excuses, but there are reasons for things happening. Playing halfway across the world at 6:30 in the morning, you didn't play your best football. Okay. Against the GOAT of all time, who's still playing the quarterback position well. Okay. I'll put a Band-Aid on. We'll walk this one off. We'll come back in the next couple of weeks, reset this sucker, and come back at it. Yeah, I'm with you. We're not going to make too much out of this. It's a bump in the road this year. It's still been a tremendously successful year. You're still sitting in the pole position to go take this defense. You're still sitting in the pole position to get yourself in the playoffs. So 100% well said. Nagasa says you can't lean on Quentin Jefferson or Poona Ford. Quentin Jefferson just does nothing, man. Boy, that was the worst signing of this offseason by far. That was horrible. He's not been good. Sean Lee says Russ with a 50% completion rate and 4 sacks. Let's ride. Let's ride. And Tannehill and company, they have the ball right now. Looks like they got the ball here. Right around midfield are the Titans. Christian Smith, I also feel rather indifferent about the loss. Bucs was always going to be tricky. Our rookies are developing. We're comfortably in the playoff chase, and it helps our draft picks. Great points all around, Christian. Great points. I can't counter anything or disagree with anything you just said there on it. And I'm same place. I like to see the level-headedness in the chat, you guys. D-Nugget says, who do I want to lose the Cardinals-Rams game? I want the Rams to lose, D-Nugget. I want them to be in a state of disrepair by the time we play them. Disrepair. Megan says, I'm not sure how I feel about the loss. We'll need some time to process it and look for the positives, but I'm still proud to be a 12. I understand, Megan. I understand. I think that it might take a little bit for some on it. I, again, do come back to, though, you ask your team to go 6,000 miles, then get up at 6:30 in the morning and go play. I don't think you're going to get their peak performance at that point. I think you're definitely going to have a team that kind of showed you a little bit what they showed in this game. Maybe kind of slow to rise, lacking a little bit of energy. Not surprising kind of to see that stuff, I think. John says the most difficult games are the Niners versus the Rams, as both are equally hated. Yes, they are. Daniel, how's the Broncos game going? I'm watching the Bills versus Vikings game because I like the Bills, and I also like watching football. I like watchable football, and I don't trust the Broncos to provide that. Facts, big facts. I'm not watching either. I got it on the Gamecast. It looks like we've got a 1st and 10 for Tannehill and company. Or, I'm sorry, last play was 3rd and 11, Tannehill short pass. Oh, they got 17 yards. So it does look like it's a first down. Okay, Kitty, can we go up here, please? Can we go up here? Thank you. So they are now in Bronco territory, deep in Bronco territory at the 42-yard line here. Short pass for 7 yards. So it'll be 2nd and short. Come on, Titans. Come on. You're doing God's good work down there against Denver. Megan says not even a wristband can help Russell. Wu-Tang for sure. I want the full implosion from the Rams. Stafford got his ring. Time for them to go back to being the punching bag of the division. Yes, 100%. Time for them to fall away and Aaron Donald to retire. All of that. All of that. D. Nugget says, I really wanted this win. Yeah, it would have been nice. It would have been nice. It would have been helpful to grab it, but understandable why it didn't occur necessarily too. Diaz says, wristband country. Let's ride. AB, who do you guys hate more? 49ers, Rams, or Cards? I hate all but the Niner fans are obnoxious. I kind of am hating more of the Rams. I think the Niners is more of a rivalry game when we play them. I think there's just seems more at stake when you're playing the Niners, but I have more hate for the Rams because the NFL's kind of manufactured that market and tried to make them a thing in LA again for the second time when that market's not going to embrace them like the NFL thinks they will. Big Country says, I trust McCoy more than Wolford. I do too, man. McCoy can get it done. We've seen it before. Hell, we've dealt with it twice back-to-back years. John says, can't believe 31-30 Lions. What else does Fields need to do? He's in a tough place, man. He's on a real miserable roster. They just gave up Roquan Smith, their one great defender. He's having a hard time through it. I'm at least happy that he's starting to get a little less of the blame as he was getting early in the season when people were trying to label him as a bust. Was not put in a position there to really be able to succeed with that Bear team. And so it is good that at least people are starting to realize, oh man, like I saw a story today of like, is Fields a top 10 quarterback right now? Like, I don't know that he's that, but the whole bust thing needed to definitely be shaken from his shoulders. Megan says 6,000 miles, B. I have just done 32,000 miles round trip, but I take your point. Yeah. I mean, it's also too, Megan, it's when you flow, you didn't come off your flight and then 3 days later you need to get on a football field and go play, run full speed at another human being that was trying to hurt you. So it is a little different with that on that. And I think when it's 6:30 time in the morning, Megan, when it's 6:30 a.m. your time or my time, you get me out of bed at 6:30. I don't care how much coffee I drink. I don't care how many push-ups I do. I don't care how many wind sprints I try to run. I'm just not going to be fully awake. My body clock ain't geared to go at that time. And I don't think it was geared to go for our team either. Dan says, as far as the field today, Bucs played on the same field. It's on the team to prepare proper gear, and that's an oversight we could have avoided and in the team's control. Agreed, Daniel. Agreed. You should be out on that field testing out cleats to find out what the right one is. And it didn't seem like they had done that coming into this game. Negasa says, I hated myself for feeling happy when Whitworth won the Super Bowl. D. Nuggets says, I 100% agree on the Rams and Niners. Yeah, it's a weird, different deal, isn't it, with it? It's hard to answer that question. Malik Willis just fumbled. No! Why is he in the game? Why is Willis in the game? Tannehill's been doing fine. Why was Malik Willis in the game? God, Broncos D is bailing Russ out again. Snail says, I hate the 49ers most because the Cards and Rams don't have any fans. So what's the point of hating them? Why was Malik Willis in the game? Tannehill was doing just fine. That's crazy. That's insanity. Megan says, I can deal with the Rams and Niners, but I hate the Cards. Daniel, I can watch a little of the Broncos game early on and notice Russ wearing the wristband. I thought it was hilarious, and I literally laughed out loud when I saw it. Yeah, it's been one of those years for Russ in that respect. But hey, man, maybe he brings it back here. If he brings it back, they get this game won. They're sitting 1st and 10 right now as it stands. 2nd and 10. Golly, Malik Willis. Damn it, Malik. He had one job. John Reeves, you could do knee ups the whole time while everyone is trying to sleep on an overseas flight like Russ. Exactly. That's the way you prepare yourself. They were trying to do a read option with Malik. Oh, Jesus, don't take... Tannehill looked like he was playing a pretty good game for them overall today. They take him off the field in that moment. Strange for a rookie. Not the smartest point by Vrabel there. Big Country, I don't hate the Cardinals because I don't feel like there's a rivalry with the Cardinals. Hard for me to hate the Cardinals. As someone else said, if their fans don't really care all that much, it's hard for me to either. They never feel like as big a threat even when they're doing good either. Megan says, Russ wearing the wristband tells me Pete is living in his head rent-free. I agreed. I agreed. The timing of that one right on the heels of him saying it like that, it's like, damn, really? Okay. Right on, like 2 days later after he brings it up, you're going to now change your approach. You've never wore one your whole career. Now you are going to wear one. Okay. The Nugget, Russ wristband says neutral thinking. You are Mr. Unlimited. He's got a little Sierra handwritten note on it too. You are the best, baby. And Power Go, the Broncos are going backwards. Their offense is so bad. Well, let's see here. So 3rd and 15. They're in a 4th down situation. I guess they got a punt there. They got 3 timeouts. On 3rd and 15, he went to Latavius Murray. Paul Susia says, don't get me wrong. I am a Geno fan. Sign him up. We still need a quarterback. We still need to draft a quarterback every year forever. I can understand that approach with it, Paul. If you talk about signing Geno and then going 3rd round for a quarterback, I'm open to doing that. I'd like to try to avoid going 1st or 2nd round at that point and then just go for the best possible players that are available on the board, because I do think there'll be a quarterback available in the 3rd round, especially because you might be picking high in the 3rd round. But beyond all that, because then you're marrying yourself to the process of, okay, we're in on Geno, so let's go in on Geno. Let's not try to split the difference necessarily and pick neither really path truly at that point. So I'm okay with taking a quarterback in the future, but just not with those high picks necessarily, in my opinion. AB says, laughing my ass off. No, but like Russ doing high knees on the plane is cringe. Imagine the players trying to sleep. Oh, I'm sure it didn't go over well. I'm sure it wasn't great. I'm sure it was not the best. And the Titans are going to go ahead and punt there. Okay, there we go. There we go. Oh, Megan says there's definitely a rivalry for the Cards due to my brother. Understandable there, Megan. Understandable there. Jeff Evans, how many of those amazing run plays went right at Vita Vea? Quite a few of them. Quite a few of them, Jeff. I don't have the percentage off the top of my head, but probably well over half. Well over half. Sam the Great, the reason this day feels like a blur to you is, number one, you got the early start time, which is going to throw everybody off. And then number two, you had a game that was really condensed with the amount of runs that the Tampa Bay Buccaneers had in this game. And that clock was winding fast. You had a quick game. It was like you blinked and the game was over. And it was over. Bear with me, folks. I will be right back here. Just got to use little more coffee, folks. Be right back. And we are back and badder than ever. What else we got here on the 452 in the Titans game? Titans are on the... Oh, we got a deep pass from the Titans. Tannehill hit a 42-yard pass on Patrick Surtain down to the Denver 20-yard line. Let's go. Let's go! Paul Susia says, I liked Bailey Zapp last year. I do remember you liked Paul. I think I remember you bringing him up last year, Paul. Mike Skinner says, you can tell what Pete said bothered Russ. You can. So I think somewhere in Russ's heart, he knows that the decision not to wear the armband came from a point of pride and not for what was most effective for the football field. And that's becoming more on brighter display now, where it was hidden once before. And part of why he's now wearing one, because as I spoke about when me and Brendan were talking about this on the B&B show here this week, there's no reason not to wear one. And when guys like the GOAT, Tom Brady, are wearing one, or Patrick Mahomes is wearing one, you're not better than them. You're not smarter than them. It's not, and it to me came down to, it didn't look cool. It didn't go with his image he was trying to perpetuate. And so he didn't want to do it because of that. And that's silly and dumb. And part of what's gone along with Russell Wilson in general and the outlook of his game as of recent and how it's been viewed. It's like you're not going for what is the simple, smart thing to do. You're making things tougher at times, and the way you go about the position in a variety of different ways, from the prevalence to loving the deep shots over just taking what the defense gives him. The film study stuff and understanding from the head up how to play the position at a better rate than what you were 10 years ago when you first came into this league. Kind of fits up all the way down the line on that. Okay. Come on, Kitty. What is going on with this? Stop. Nagasan says, Geno is wonderful, but I don't see a huge market for him. $50 million, 2 years is the max, maybe $66 million for 3 years. You could be right on that, Nagasa. And we're in a territory that's hard to predict here with Geno and what he's going to be due and what teams will be willing to go out there and give him money. This is a little bit of a tough exercise because in the exercise, you've got to build it into who are the teams that are going to need quarterbacks. And of those teams that need quarterbacks, or any of those teams that need quarterbacks in win now mode, do they believe they can still win right now, that they don't want to necessarily go for the young guy who is going to take a couple of years to develop, which probably most of the quarterbacks in this draft, you're not going to feel great about going that route with things, being able to answer that with any kind of certainty. So then it comes down to, okay, if I've got 8 teams that are looking for a quarterback, and 2 to 3 of those teams, Nagasa, believe that they're in win now mode, bring that if they've got a Geno-like player, that they are truly a team that can compete for Super Bowls, like let's say a Tampa Bay team if they were to have Brady retire, or a Minnesota Viking team if they were to move on from Kirk Cousins after this year, which I'm not saying is likely to happen, but I'm just trying to give you examples. If you have teams like that, do they look at a Geno Smith and say, hey, we will give you the 4-year, $100 million deal? And I think with the quarterback market where it is, we've got to always build into this, Nagasa, that the inflation keeps going up. And, $20 million in 2 years ago money for a quarterback is significantly cheaper in this next upcoming offseason where the cap's going to go up to probably $230 million. And we got to put that all kind of into account also to where the cap is going into the future. So I'm with you in that I'm okay with maybe letting the market dictate a little bit of this, Nagasa. And if there's a team that wants to go completely crazyville on this one and spend $50 million, $40 million a year for Geno, they can go make that big price and pull at that point, and that's on them to take that risk. But I'm not going to say no at $33 million a year, something like that, in that realm of things on a multi-year deal. If that's the going rate, if there's another team out there willing to offer that and he can get that somewhere else, I might still end up pulling the trigger at more of the lower 30s rather than close to the 40s. That might be more of where my mark is at, especially since at the end of the day, Nagasa, the other part of this is that you do have the franchise tag if the cost gets too exorbitant here too, which the franchise tag is not that crazy, even as highly costing as it is, versus if we're talking about the funny money going up around the 125, 130 mark for Geno or something. D-Nugget says, I love that 71-year-old spicy Pete taking underhanded shots at Russ. Yeah, he's doing unlike Pete things in regards to his relationship with Russ here post process. I can't help but think that some of this is Pete trying to wind his way a little bit into the head of Russ, because there's a dog in this fight, of course, in the respect of him getting in Russ's head. Broncos playing worse is a better thing for the Seahawks and the draft picks that they get. I don't know if he's going fully that deep with it necessarily as Pete, but that's a little bit of what I'm thinking he's kind of trying to do. Daniel, I think we should change our mindset on offense. Instead of trying to establish the run, establish a short pass to open up both the deep ball and the run. I'm with it, Daniel. I would like to see that as well. I'd like to see that same change. Feels like teams, especially over the last 4 or 5 weeks, are really, really gearing up to try to stop the run first and foremost. And if that's going to be the case, then maybe we should try to counter that, to your point. I agree with you. Sean Lee says Justin Jefferson with the catch of the year on 4th and long. Ooh, there we go. There we go. He's a good player. And that's one of those misses that I had with him coming out. I did not see him being this good. Yeah, Jefferson did have the catch of the year. I'm sure a few people say catch of the year. You got to check that out. Check that out. He's really good. Is it better than the Odell catch? I'm not seeing it, so you have to take your guys' stance on it. We got a third and 5 for the Broncos here. About the 35-yard line, their own territory. Clock ticking down. Yeah, we want the Vikings to lose. Emmett says Wilson is seriously a joke. Wow, he's playing that bad, huh? Christian Smith, will there still be 2 B&B shows given the bye week? Ooh, that's a good question, Christian. I don't know. I think we're doing 2. Yeah, I think we're doing 2 shows this week. We'll probably find a different topic on one of the shows to work with off of that. So we'll go 2 shows this week. Next week, I'm not sure. We'll probably have to just kind of play it by ear a little bit. But the plan is this week, I'm going to be doing 2 shows because he did 2 shows on my side of the fence here this last week because he had some scheduling stuff going on. So Christian will be doing 2 shows on Brendan's channel this week. So both will be over on his side of the thing. Megan says Russ not wearing the wristband is ego, pure and simple. It really is, Megan. There's no real explanation for it. And the Broncos now are at the 2-minute warning. They have a 4th and 5 here. So come back off the 2-minute warning. They're going to have to do something here or it's game over for them. But yeah, Megan, it's one of those things that struck me when I really realized it. And then when I really realized it, Megan, about how many other players throughout the league, great quarterbacks throughout the league who do wear one, and then why they wear one and what the reasoning is behind it and why it's come to this state versus where it was 20, 30 years ago when if you had a veteran quarterback, there would be no way that he'd need to have an armband. Well, the reason that's different in this day and age now has to do with the fact that your play calls are probably 2 to 3 times longer than they were 20 to 30 years ago. Sometimes you're calling 2 plays in the huddle. Offenses have those check with me kind of situations where I'm calling 2 plays, check with me on the play. And if the coach can just say 21 and 36 are the 2 plays rather than him having to say the whole plays out and then you having to say the whole plays out, that's going to save you time. That's going to help you get to the line of scrimmage quicker. You get to the line of scrimmage quicker, now you've got an opportunity to adjust to what the defense is doing against you and find the right counter in that moment to then beat them. But I think a lot of the fact that wasn't as important to Russell, Megan, and why he didn't look at it as much of a benefit beyond the way it looks, it doesn't look super cool wearing the armband, You don't look as clean and slick when you got the armband on your arm. But I think the reason is not just because of that, but also because he's not as interested in mastering the pre-snap stuff. That's not a big of Russell Wilson's bag. That's not a big part of what he wanted to do. So why do I care about a wristband that's going to save me a couple seconds for something that I don't already put much time or effort or energy into anyway? And yeah, pride and ego are exactly what it comes down to in that moment. There is no other explanations. JT says, I must have missed it. What did Russell do now? There was an armband situation. So there's an armband situation where Carroll was talking on the radio telecast this week with Brock and Salk about the fact that part of what's helped out Geno a lot and sped things up this year, offensively speaking, has been his use of the armband, where you have all the plays written on your armband. They have usually like a number in coinciding with those plays that are on the armband. So when the offensive coordinator calls in the armband, he can say 21 to Geno. Geno can then just say the play. They can get out of the huddle that much faster, up to the line of scrimmage, change the play at the line, do whatever they want to do at that point. What happened with this was that Carroll said that what Russell Wilson had been opposed to doing this in the past. He had pushed back on them when they tried to impose it in the past. And then Russell Wilson came out, JT, and said in a press conference when he was asked about it this week, well, I've won a lot of games, and good job by Wilson there, able to get the first down, saying I've won a lot of games not wearing a wristband. So that's kind of silly. And then now 2 days later in this game against the Titans, JT, he's wearing a wristband for the first time in his career. This all played out in this last week. Paul says 8 to 10 teams will draft or trade for a quarterback. Yep. And I don't know that there's that many quarterbacks in this draft that are going to excite people in that way or excite teams in that way. I think that there's a chance here with the way the market plays out on that, Paul, that does press teams back to looking towards maybe veteran options as opposed to thinking the answers in the rookie class, especially based upon the success a guy like Geno is having in this game. And the Broncos are driving now. D-Nuggets says Russ Pete MTV Celebrity Deathmatch narrated by Christopher Walken. Pete stabs his finger in Russ's eye, pops it out. Russ kicks him back in the nuts. Might have got a bit of his taint. Ouch. Owie. Pete's scrambling. He's got a chair. Oh, look out. Russ is looking at Sierra. I could totally see that, man. I could totally see that celebrity death match, bro. 100%. Great reference, D-Nugget. So Russ, incomplete short here. They've got 3rd and 4 now from about the 25-yard line of the Tennessee Titans. Titans are up 17-10. Megan says, D-Nugget and Cosell, don't forget. That's right. Russell Wilson comes out swinging heavy on the pugnacious Coach Carroll, but he stays deep into the pocket of proclivity, spinning his way out of the bunches to pepper the Russell Wilson with an endless string of jabs. Wilson seems to be unable to see the jabs coming, as the new wristband that he now wears for the first time seems to be partially blocking his view. And 3rd and 4 here. Somebody called the timeout, looks like. Somebody called the timeout on that game. AB says, when trying to not be cringe challenge impossible. Yeah, I would lose that one. I wouldn't be able to make that video. I wouldn't be able to pull that one off. Alan says, we need to re-sign Geno Smith. I would really hate to see him go to the Colts or some other quarterback-starved team. Me as well. And Russell Wilson is sacked once again in this game, fumbles the ball, and it's recovered by Tennessee at the 33-yard line. That will put an end to this game for the Denver Broncos, and they will fall to 3-6 after this football game. Woo! This is a little bit of my place where I operate from, Alan. And really, it's just for the folks that stand on a point of saying, well, this is all I want to spend on Geno. This is where my cost. I don't want to go past 15. I don't want to go past 20 million a year. I don't want to go past 2 years in this. And this is where my pushback goes a little bit to those folks in the respect of there may be a market out there for a Geno Smith. There may be a team that looks at the tape he puts together and says every game through the first 10 games he's played a good game. We can bring this into our facility and use this. We can put him in a similar kind of position he's been put into here with Seattle. It just takes one team. Just takes one team to drive that price up at that point. Are you willing to match it? How far are you willing to match it? Are you willing to let Geno walk at that point over a difference of $6-7 million a year and an extra year on the contract versus you now having to go find the hard find to go find a quarterback who you're hoping can perform at the very same level that Geno Smith is currently performing at. And I think that when you take it through that lens of it, you start to get a little bit more willing in that realm to go a little more aggressive in keeping him here. If there were better quarterbacks available in this draft, if there were more quarterbacks that were more pro-ready in this draft, I may not take this stance. If there were quarterbacks that were available on the freaking open free market that made a little more sense, I may not take this stance. But because that's not the case, I think that then does push this into a little bit more of an aggressive standpoint of things. Bills hold on. Let's go Bills. Vikings lose. Good. Broncos lose. Great. Cousins held on all fours from an inch away. If I had a dollar every time Cousins was held on all fours from an inch away, I mean, I'd be a rich man. You know what I mean? I'd be a multimillionaire. You threw that one down the middle, Brian. You put that one right down in the middle of the plate for me on that one. And the Broncos do officially suck. Nagas is feeling sorry for Russ. I will feel sorry for us after this year once we have the draft picks. Then there'll be tears for him. I'll wring my hands for him. I'll grab some pearls and I'll clutch at those. But this year right now, I'm going to feel okay with him having this go down. And that is game, Space. That is game. Broncos lose. Broncos lose. Broncos lose. Daniel Bailey, it's essentially an Odell catch, but a little better on the follow through and also contested catch on a long fourth down on a final drive of a one-score game. He is a great player. And he's having as good a start to his career as Justin Jefferson as any receiver in NFL history. Mixed extra point by the Vikes. Kills the Vikes. Missed extra point. That's brutal. A little more amazing on the follow through for the catch with Justin. I'm going to have to check it out after the stream. I'm kind of psyched for that. Sounds cool. Dino says, I do feel sorry for Russ. Is a good dude, and the player just got too high on his own supply. It's understandable. What's happened to Russ has happened to a lot of players and people, and it's human nature in a lot of ways. It's a little bit of the what success can sometimes bring about is that kind of attitude, with your stuff don't stink. And look, he had another hard day today. The part you got to give Russell some credit for and a little bit of opening for. It's the part that I have pointed to since this offseason, and I hammered it this offseason, and I felt like no Bronco fans were listening to me, and few of the Russell Wilson supporters in Seahawks land were listening to me on this as well, about this upcoming year with this Bronco team. And that is that you have a team that cannot pass protect. They are god-awful in pass protection. Russell Wilson was hit 18 times in this game against the Titans. 18 times in this game against the Titans. 6 sacks. He's getting battered every week, and it's going to make you look worse at the quarterback position when you're under that kind of much of duress. And that is a part of this. That's part of why I don't think Russ is necessarily this bad, but it's a bit of the both of them coming together where Russ playing bad and the line looking like hot garbage. D Nugget with a $2 donation. Thank you, D Nugget. I appreciate you. Says, Love all the Hawks Nest and B&B shows. Well, thank you, D Nugget. I appreciate that. I have a great time talking shop with Brendan. We've had a lot of success this year running those 2 shows a week. Definitely will be continuing it on into the future. So it's been a really, really nice part of being able to keep on here with this channel and kind of add to it. And I appreciate that, man. I'm having a great time doing this year. This has been such a tremendous year of success for not just the team, but the channel. It's been really cool to see. John Reese says Brendan's going to tear up the Hawks defense on Monday. I hope he does. He needs to. We all need to on this one. This one's going to fall on the defense. And it didn't have to be this bad, but they played poorly. Megan says, I have no time for ego in a team sport, and Russell is all about ego. It's why I've said the same thing, Megan. It's why I've said I don't like the diva age of quarterbacks that we currently find ourselves in. And I'm glad that we may be seeing the beginning of the end of the diva quarterbacks this year, with Rodgers falling apart a little bit as he has with Brackers, with Russell having the issues he's having in Denver, with maybe even Brady on what looks like now kind of the final year of it. And now we get to kind of move on from these guys back to it being more about the team-centric nature of this sport, which is when I like it at its best. Mike Skinner says, JJ with the catch of the year. I've checked this one out. You're right, Brian. Nobody does the Walter Payton dive over the top anymore. I don't think anybody wants to give their body up like that. Let those defenders take that free shot. The Bills-Vikings game is crazy. Let me see what's going on in the scores now. 30-30 with 2 seconds in the fourth. We're going to have overtime. That's the game of the week right now. D-Nugget says, instead of wishing she was Brady when up in that box seat in the Super Bowl, he should have been taking notes on pre-snap reads. Yeah. It's this is the problem though, getting higher on flyer. You don't think your stuff stinks though. If you think you're great and amazing as you are, it's hard to look inside yourself and wonder about how you can get better. And I've always said this, D-Nugget, this is the thing with Russ, is anytime you hear him where he's like, okay, yeah, I played bad. There's always a yeah, but. There's always a but. There's always, yeah, but there's this. Okay, I had this happen, but I'm also really amazing in this other respect of things. And see, it played out even this week with the armband thing, where he gets asked about the armband. Why aren't you using the armband? And rather than owning it and being like, well, maybe I should just start using an armband. I'm going to use an armband this very next week in this game against the Tennessee Titans because it could help our offense out. An offense which has had a hard time getting the plays called in on time this year consistently. So I'm going to go ahead and utilize that because it's just a good point. Instead of that, it's I've won a lot of games without wearing an armband. And it's over and over, it comes back to lack of accountability with Wilson in these situations. And his situation in time here. And it's just more of the same with those kind of sound bites. That's just kind of his personality of it and his approach of it. And it's probably been part of what's helped him get as far as he's gotten in his pro career in a lot of respects. But it's also part of the double-edged sword now that's cutting him in the other direction. Mike Skinner says, I think Gino will understand that this is the only team that he's had success for, so I think it's pretty much penciled in. He's getting extended, barring a second half season drop-off. I think you're probably right, Mike. I think this is the direction that this is moving ever so surely in towards this direction. This is where this boat's going to dock when it's all said and done. Nagasa says, last week, Gino talked more pre-snap than Manning ever. Oh, he is, absolutely. Manning as much pre-snap stuff as he didn't tend to get the play call in as early to be able to make as many assessments as Gino's making. But he's right there with the Manning and the gestures and the calls and the moving stuff around. He's got absolute control at the line of scrimmage this year. From that same mastery that I was looking for in Wilson's game here in that same way is what Gino is showing this year. It is one of the biggest differences in Wilson and Gino's game is the pre-snap control and mastery and understanding of how to take control of things. It has stood out this year, 100%. Big Country says, I'm off the Bills train. Jeffrey Thistle says, a lot of backup quarterbacks in this draft. Well said, Jeffrey. That's my assessment of it as well. There's a lot of quarterbacks in this draft. There's a lot of guys that'll be picked. I think you'll have 8 to 9 guys selected in the first 3 rounds, if not more. But there's a lot of projects and even more backup quarterbacks, Jeffrey. Even more of those. And that's what I don't want to end up with here. I don't want to end up passing on Geno for $4 or $5 million because I need to go jump on this backup quarterback that's going to take me 2 years to figure out he's a backup. I'll just ride with the devil I know. Alan says, Brandon, put the best quarterbacks in order for the Seahawks, please. Zorn, Russell Wilson, Matt Hasselbeck, Geno Smith, Tavares Jackson. Well, Russell is the best quarterback in Seahawks history. Megan's going to freak out here soon because I'm going to be putting some people lower than Jim Zorn. So I'll go, my opinion would be it goes Hasselbeck, it goes Russell Wilson, Hasselbeck, Dave Craig, Jim Zorn, Geno Smith, Tavares Jackson. That's my order, Alan. I'm sticking to it. Spaces, Josh coughed it up on the 1 foot line. Boy, he's had some bad turnovers at just the worst moments last couple weeks. Dean Nugget says, Pete uses a wristband to beat down Russ in the death match. Instead of a chair, it's a wristband, Dean Nugget. But it's a really laminated wristband, so it's got some extra girth behind it. Yeah, I'm going to have to go back and watch this Vikes-Bills game, man. Evan says, who do we want to win for the Cardinals-Rams game? We beat the Cardinals twice, so the more wins they can get at this point going forward, the better for our standpoint of things. They could win out the rest of their games, basically, and that would do nothing but work in our favor. So we want the Cardinals, 100% the Cardinals. $sign Sully says the Vikings versus Bills game is one of the most unreal I've seen in a while. I'm stoked. I'm going to have to check this game out. Dean Nugget says Russ didn't wear the wristband because it blocked his view of the middle of the field. Oh, Lord. Oh, that's awesome. Mike says, imagine screwing in a light bulb with a man trying to rip it away from you. That's what JJ just did. Oh, geez. I can't wait. Brian Myers never seen an ending like that since the New York Giants versus Eagles. Joe Pisaric against Herman Edwards. Wow, you're going back on that one, Brian. Going deep in the reservoir on that one. Paul says, yeah, that helps us 2 ways on the draft. Oh, I did it. D-Nugget says, oh my God, are the Vikings for real now? Hey, maybe the Lombardi is theirs. They could. This could be the Vikings year. I mean, look, they've got a fairly easy schedule going forward. They've got an offense that can run the ball and be balanced passing it. They've got a defense that can do just enough, and they've got 2 dangerous edge players in Daniil Hunter and Zadarius Smith that you double one, you're single blocking the other. AB says Richard Sherman versus Russell Wilson fight confirmed. I could see it. A lot of money in that fight game, maybe. Snail says we have to be able to get out of the contract in 3 years, and we need to draft a rookie quarterback ready to go 3 years when the rookies get paid. Yeah, I mean, I'm okay with that, Snail. I think you could kind of backload the contract too with the way that the cap's going to raise, and that could kind of get you around some of the problems with that as well. Alan Armington says Broncos country, R.I.P. Flag Sabbath says, dude, it's insane how bad Russ has gotten. It is, Flag. It is, Flag. I did not expect this to come this way, this fast, this bad, this hard. As I was pointing out a little bit on just a moment ago, some of this is, again, the pressure rates that he's under. Some of it's him not playing well. Some of it's I'm in a new offense. Some of it's I'm with a new coach. Some of it's I'm with all this new personnel. A lot of it's the pass protecting line that's just not up to snuff either as well. It's hard to play the quarterback position well when you've gotten hit on 42 dropbacks. You're getting hit 18 of those dropbacks when you're dropping back to throw the football. But, there's other things too with this. Like, where's his mobility gone? 7 carries in this game for 8 yards. How does it do? It was not just 2 years ago. He was running the ball with a pretty good amount of regularity. Now you just can't run it all. You've lost all of your, lost all of your mobility essentially. Strange. R. Sanchez says, are we at 10K yet? Nah, I think we're a little short today, R. Sanchez. I was hoping maybe if we'd won the game, we would have gotten through there with it. But I think we're at 9,886. So we're a solid we're 120-ish or 110-ish, I guess. 110-ish away. But we should get there by next week at this rate. If I can drop another video here, get another video pumped out, make that happen. Ethan Magnani says the pick for the Broncos went from 12 to 7. Woo! That's a tasty looking pick. There's been some very good players. The last players picked over the last 7 drafts at the 7th selection have been very good players. Very good players. That'd be good. That'd be a nice spot to be in if we could not even get a little bit better. Just a little bit better. Nugget wants to see Drew Lock get a few snaps at the end of the year. Well, if we lock something up in advance, maybe we can do that. If we can pull that off, that'd be the way to go. Yeah, Viking game's in overtime, man. Still tied up, huh? I'm going to put this game on. I haven't been watching this game. I don't bring it up here. Bring this one up. Bills must have a good backfield to be able to hang with the Vikings right now. Yeah. I suppose so. Oh, internet. Come on now. Got internet. Paul Sisti says, go Cards, go Chargers. Could be a decent week all in all. That could help. That at least can help make this loss feel a little bit better if you can come out with those teams pulling their weight on things. That make me feel a little bit better. Alan says, agreed, Brandon. Lack of accountability with Russell Wilson. We used to sweep all of his mistakes under the rug. We did. I mean, and that's why some of the shade's coming out in the way it is in the different areas of it's coming out is because it has been held under wraps for so long. And there is no longer any reason to hold that under wraps. And, it's on bright display right now. Chickens are coming home to roost for Russell Wilson's game. And those chickens have been held out for a very long period of time. And now they're being shown on bright display. And there's nothing he can do about it because the work that needed to be put in to correct these things is not something that you can just fix overnight. Running high knees down an aisle of a plane is not going to fix these issues. It's not come from a physical thing. It comes from a mental aspect and mental acuity aspect of things. And until he improves that, until he buys into the need to improve that part of his game, Russell will be in an ever deteriorating state. And it may be too late to start to pick up those items of the game. The part about where Geno Smith's gotten to in his game and why he's gotten so much better in this respect, it was of him going into the lab for 10 years, taking the notes, studying. As Chris Sims mentioned not Chris Sims, but somebody else mentioned the other day, it's going out and doing the lonely work, not the work where you're on Instagram and you're taking shots and look at me looking cool as I dropped back to make this throw and like post that pinpoint throw I made onto the guy in practice field that looked cool. I was so cool. It ain't about the stuff that looks cool on a practice field. It's about all that hard work, which it wouldn't be cool for us to watch. There's nothing, would it be exciting for us sitting here watching Russ watching film? Just here grinding. He doesn't show posts like that, does he? You don't get any of those Instagram posts from him, do you? Unless it's like highly set up where he's like Peyton Manning's over his shoulder and he's trying to show like, then that's when I do this, Peyton. That's when you do that. That's the only time you see him. Otherwise, you don't see him do that. There's a reason for it. He just never thought it was that important. And that stuff has been so much clearer and clearer here over this last year than anything else. It can't be discounted. It just can't. Is the Viking game not on there? What's going on? No, I guess I had the Viking game on the early game or something. Joshua, the Broncos lost. There is a God. Simple 1970, no love for Rick Meyer. I'd have him behind Tavares Jackson, 1970. I'd probably have to put him behind Tavares. I don't want to do it. I don't like doing it. But it's got to be done. Daniel says, Brando, you should watch the highlights or condensed version of this Bills-Vikings game if you get a chance. Very good game. I will for sure, man. I got the NFL Plus ticket, so I'll put it on there. Sanchez says, what about Trent Dilfer? Dilfer I'd put behind Meyer. Megan, I knew you were going to get sensitive on this one. Megan says, wow, B. Wow. Craig over Zorn? Are you kidding? Just look at the stats, Megan. He was much more prolific than Zorn throwing the football. Craig could sling it. I don't like saying it. I'm a fellow lefty, Megan. I want to put Zorn up higher. I do. Megan says, I'm not sure we can be friends now, B. Oh. It's hilarious. I wish I got this stupid thing going. Yeah, I'll definitely be watching this. I think it's still going into commercial break. Checking it out, this Viking Bills game. Pretty incredible game. 34, 32 to go here. Pretty incredible little game. Nagasa says, is the Bills the most hard luck franchise? I guess they could make as much a claim for it as anybody. I was trying to think of what would be a better one. Nothing's jumping out top of my mind. I mean, the Vikings are kind of right there too, right, Nagasa? Both of those franchises, if you look at the Vikings, I think they had a 4-year run in the 70s of getting to 4 straight Super Bowls and didn't get there like the Bills had the 4-year run. I don't think either team has won a Super Bowl. So probably both of those two teams would be the teams you could probably point to have that have that most claim to that. And if I examine that, I agree, man. Bills 90s teams were real fun to watch. They're good teams. Should have won one of those Super Bowls, one way or another. Sean Lee says, word on the street, the Broncos were only one player away from a Super Bowl run. 3-6, laughing out loud. Yeah, a little more than one player, it looks like. D-Nugget says, Russ didn't take Marshawn's advice to take care of your chickens. I guess he didn't, man. He let his chickens run wild. He let them out of the coop. And they got eaten by coyotes. And Power Code says, Russ got the bag, though, so he's chilling. Hey, at least he got paid before he went in the tank. He knew what was up. He told Mark Rogers, like, you better get this contract in because I'm about to fall off a goddamn cliff. Get whatever you can get. Russ, what about the guarantee? Just get what you can get, okay? I can't throw the football anymore. I can't move. It hurts every time I move. Just give me the $250 and Give me the $250 million. I'll get you your cut. It is what it is. Okay, Mark? It is what it is. John C., I won't talk about Geno being the old Geno, hopefully a fluke and not a trend, but how does it feel to have Russell Wilson playing for the Hawks even though he's wearing the wrong uni? Feels good. It's helping my team out, helping our draft pick out, making that pick look even juicier. And I like that. Yeah, I don't know, John. I don't know if the old Geno Smith was throwing for 300 yards a game, and that's just the old Geno Smith. I don't think that's where people thought the old Geno Smith was as far as the category they put him in. I think the going consensus on Geno Smith coming into this year was he was a guy, you go out there and have him start a football game, he'll throw for 180 yards for you, maybe 200 yards. He'll maybe throw a touchdown for you, but he'll make the wrong play at the wrong time and just end up throwing up all over himself. I don't think that's been the Geno Smith that we've seen this year, and I don't think that's the Geno Smith we saw today either. I thought he played a really good game here today. Maybe not the best game that he's played this year or one of the best games he's played this year, but I just don't think the reasons were that this loss fall upon Geno's shoulders. There's like 6 other reasons I'd go to, I think, before I'd arrive at that. But it does feel good that Russell's helping us out. The Nugget says there's nothing cool about eating avocado ice cream and watching tape. Brady. True. Very, very true. Megan says, we are done, just like Pete and Russ, B. Oh, don't say it. Don't say it, Megan. You are dead to me, B. I got to be honest. I got to keep it real with my people. They'll know if I'm lying, Megan. They'll know if I'm BSing them. Sean Lee Rickmeyer sucked. He did suck. First year, though, he was good. First year, he was actually okay. But second year, completely fell in the tank. That's for sure. Brent Target didn't trade away and then came back to Vikings. I'm just saying stuff can get weird. It can. It's the NFL, man. It gets weird. Megan says, you're never going to make this up to me, B. I still like Zorn too. There is a pecking order here. It's got to be precise. AB says, Steve Largent, Russell Wilson, Marshawn Lynch, or Geno Smith, Doug Baldwin, and Sean Alexander. I would go for the first, AB. I would go for the first on that. Paul says, Craig had more to work with. Zorn had more heart. Jimmy Zorn got milk. That's true. Zorn did have to come here when the franchise was in a little bit more of the beginning mold, and you're just bringing guys along. So there's some value in that. Megan says, my love for Jim Zorn has only bettered my adoration and love for our coach. John Reese says, Mudbone. The chat is splitting between Craigites and Zornians. The Craigites and Zornians are going at it. I will not participate in this battle. R. Sanchez says, would I take Kirk Cousins or Geno Smith? Geno Smith. I'm not a big fan of Kirk Cousins. I'm just not. Mike Skinner, if Russ never makes the ugly exit out of Seattle, none of this slander from Hawk Legends or Pete happen. It's true, Mike. It's true. It gets covered up. It's get quieted down. I do think that Russ would come back into this West Coast offense this year and continue to struggle in it, Mike, for a second straight year. And it wouldn't be the injury situation he could lean back on. And I think that would then create a little more of the slandered one way or another coming from maybe just the fan base, but it would get a little more confirmed, I think, to some degree if he was playing like this. But your point's valid. For the most part, it would have been much more quieter than what it's been right now, even if it was a little bit of some squawking about that going on. Yeah, Geno's more mobile than Cousins. I don't trust Cousins in the big game, prime time either. I'm one of those people that think that he's a guy in the big moments that does shrink just a bit. Maybe that's unfair, but it does feel that way with me and with him. Daniel says, aside from the Hawks making the Super Bowl, I want a Vikings-Bills rematch for the Super Bowl this year. That would be cool. That'd be cool. You can count me up on that one. A cool fan base would be rewarded one way or another. Yeah, Josh Allen is built different. He's just a freak. Oh, Megan, don't say it so. Megan says, never getting ground level seats again with you, B. Oh, come on. Oh, come around on it, Megan. Come on. I still love me some Jimmy Z. Just like Craig's game, just a little more. Or Sanchez says, I'm Team Jacob. That's still a thing, right? Nice Lost reference. I like that. Yeah, hell yeah, it's still a thing. You know, Kurt did get his bag due. Kurt's going to be like a billionaire by the time he leaves the NFL. All the money that guy's made. Brian Myers says, Matt Ryan back at quarterback for the Colts. Coach situation ridiculous. Yeah, Jeff Saturday getting that job was unbelievable. Unbelievable. Kevin Lonice with a $5 donation. Sorry, Kevin, I'm a little late in acknowledging the dono. Says Broncos just got a little bit better. Broncos pick got just a little bit better. Let's ride, Hawks. Hey, let's ride, Kevin. Thank you for the $5 donation. And it does help this day feel a little bit better knowing that you are currently picking 7th overall in the first round and 7th overall in the second round of this upcoming draft. And it's going to be a lot easier to get to that reload state of things when that does end up being the case. And let's also not speak of the fact that, Denver doesn't exactly have a lot of winnable games left up on that schedule, do they? They go Raiders next week, winnable. That is at home. Panthers at the road. That's winnable, though the Panthers have shown they could be a tough opponent lately. Then you're at the Ravens. Then you got the Chiefs still twice this season. They got the Cardinals, the Rams, the Chargers. I'm telling you, we could end up looking at a top 5 pick there when it's all said and done. We really could. Megan says, nope. Jim Zor over you any day, B. Oh, you're breaking my heart, Megan. Say it ain't so. Say it ain't so. Big Country says Josh Allen's so careless with the ball. He might be overrated. I don't know if he's overrated. I think he's a good player. I think the issue comes into play that they don't have a good, consistent running game, and it becomes really one-dimensional too often for them, which then starts to make them too predictable. And, let me see what they ran today. Yeah, Josh Allen was your leading rusher in this game. Devin Singletary, 13 carries, 47 yards. It always falls back on Josh Allen to pull it through. Look at the other side of this where, you've got the Minnesota Vikings in this game with Dalvin Cook running 14 times for 119 yards. It's going to help a quarterback out. Part of why I try to get people to give a little patience with Geno on this game. If you want to start knocking Geno, let's also not forget he had no running game to fall back on. Which is going to hurt the effectiveness of a quarterback if the defense knows you guys can't run on us, which was the case today. Megan says you have to do so much to make this up to me, B. It'll take some time, Megan, but you're going to find that I'm right on this, and you will land on this too. You will come to understand. Megan says Ravens versus Seattle is going to be tough for me as I love both teams. You brought this on yourself. Hey, I just had to answer the question. I got to be honest. They'll know if I'm lying, Megan. My chat will know if I'm lying. Paul says, Jeff Saturday, I love it. Oh, he may not be a coach, but he's got heart and loves his team. Daniels has got to give the Vikings props. Both great teams. Hey, it looks like they played a hell of a game. Vikings able just to kind of inch it out at the end. Boy, yeah, Jefferson's a good player. Mike, who is Jeff Saturday, former Colts center. Jay Capilot, is this a Russell Wilson show or a Seahawks channel? It's a Seahawks channel, man. But Russell Wilson's success or failure this year dictates whether or not we have really high selections to help us along the way to become an elite team. So it's a subject that has something to do with what's going on with us right now. He's not completely unrelated to us anymore, and what he does or doesn't do doesn't affect us. It does. Colts are up 7 against the Raiders. Goodness. Megan says, I thought I knew you, B. How wrong was I? Well, I think I've been always consistent on the Craig love. But, maybe I hit it. I hit it for you so deeply. You're going to find that I am correct, B. Maybe so. Maybe so. Vikes pulled it off on the road. How about the Vikes going into Buffalo? That's a tough place to go out there and win. Maybe they are better than I've been giving them credit for this year. I haven't been giving them a lot, and you look at this game, they only get 2 sacks, but who are the sacks they get it from? Zadarius Smith and Danielle Hunter. So, interesting. Mike Skinner, Cards fans don't exist, so we got to dye our feathers red for a couple of hours. That's true. Going to Cardinals chat. It's real quiet in here. Why is it so quiet? Mike says, so a former Colts center gets the job just like that? So a drinking buddy then? Kind of, Mike. Yeah. It's a hiring that makes really no sense and not qualified for him to take the job. It's one where, to me, I look at Jim Irsay and I see him as a live wire kind of owner, unpredictable a little bit, and the kind of guy that would do just like this. He's not on the Jerry Jones, Al Davis level of things, but he's also maybe just a rung below those guys. And you seeing him how he kind of owns a team a little bit. But it's one that's nationally gotten a lot of shade, Mike. A lot of people looking at that just shaking their head, going, "Come on, no way." Mike Skinner, Jeff Saturday versus Josh McDaniels. Who knew? And Saturday might get the better of him here. Megan says, he split up my boys. I can't like him, B. It wasn't his fault, Megan. He was just a plucky quarterback from a college that no longer exists, just trying to make his way in the world, in the cruel, hard world. And he had tiny little hands and a tiny little back and tiny little arms, and he was broken very easily, and he was gritty, and he fought, and he found a way. Megan says, McDaniels over Saturday for me, B. Yeah, McDaniels, as bad a coach as McDaniels is, I would go with that over somebody in Saturday who's not had any real professional coaching, has had no professional coaching experience, not even being an assistant coach. John says, I don't really like Green Bay or Dallas, though. Still hate the Niners and Rams more. Hate the Steelers as well. Yeah, that sounds about right. I think I'm on the same track of that, John. Sanchez says, tank for Tua 2. Stroud's revenge. Megan says that. What were you saying, Megan? He split up my boys. I can't like him, B. He didn't mean to do it. He had mouths to feed, Megan. He had babies at home. Big Country go Saturday over McDaniels. Well, I can understand that too. He's not done a lot to ingratiate himself to the NFL fan base. Adrian X still going strong on the stream. Respect. I took a nap and just woke up. Hell yeah, brother. Well, welcome back in. I have hit, I think here at the end of the chat, I am starting to get just a little bit hungry here. So let's go ahead and wrap up any kind of questions or comments we want to make on in here. Is we'll kind of put a button on this, put a button on this one. Get this going forward a little bit. Brian's hot hate goes Broncos, Raiders, Steelers, Cardinals, Niners, Rams. Well, all those teams are still at the top of my list. Probably put Steelers are my number one right now, I think. Rams number 2. Then would go Niners for me, Broncos, Raiders, Cardinals. Sam the Great, the Saturday hire reminds me of Steve Nash in the NBA. Yep. Great. That's a great comparison, man. Very, very similar in comparison. Got not a lot of experience being brought on. Not necessarily the best point for the hire, just trying to, there's better hires out there. Better guys, more qualified. Megan says, and Jim Zorn didn't? No, excuse me, B. Well, he did, but he had already played a couple years. He was secure financially. He was embedded in Seattle. He was going to be comfortable, Megan. He was going to be taken care of. Little Davy Craig had nowhere to go. He had no prospects. This was all he knew. He was like Richard Gere in that one movie. Chuck Knox came over to him one day and he's like, "Why are you still here?" He's like, "Because I've got nowhere else to go." It was like that, Megan. And right at that moment, Chalk was like, "You're my quarterback." Just it became undeniable at that point, really. Undeniable. Sanchez says Russell is back up to the end of the year. Let's get a good look at Rippon. One could hope. I don't know. Better Russell out there than Rippon at this point. I don't think Rippon's any good either. So there's not a good selection for the Broncos in that respect of things. Brian says yes, Bucks as long as he who shall not be named is there. Understandable. Emmett says, I forgot the Raiders. Yeah, you can't forget the Raiders. Always some hate there for them. That pecking order went for me. Broncos, Raiders, Chiefs, Chargers. The old AFC West pecking order of hate. My old AFC West pecking order of hate broke like that. Megan says, you cannot sell Craig for me over Zorn. You can try, but it's never going to happen. Did I tell you about the webbed toes that he was born with? Did I tell you about the Forrest Gump leg problem that he had where he had to wear leg irons for the first 12 years of his life, Megan? Did I tell you about that? How about that? Does Zach give you any convincing there? Huh? How about, does that draw some sympathy? Kronos 1009, the worst part of the zero experience for Saturday is they tried to bring him onto the staff at the end of the last season. He's like, he hung up and he's like, yeah, I don't get out of bed for a head coaching job. But you don't have any coaching experience, Jeff. We want to set the trek for you. We want to set that up, but we can't just hire you blind. Yeah, you can. Just do that in the future. Jeff, we can't do that. We gotta kind of finesse this a little bit, my man. Yeah, no finessing. I'm busy. I'm busy unless you were to make me a head coach. You've got no experience though. How will you know? I'll figure it out. I've been in the league for 14 years. I can figure it out. Space says, thanks for streaming today, Brandon. Well, thank you, Space. I've had a great time with you guys, as I always do. So early in the morning or not, it was fun getting up with you guys and being able to go through and do this game. Adrian XA, thank you for the $2 donation. Says, the loss sucked, but humbling to go for a second half run. Agreed. Hopefully keeps these guys hungry and fierce through this bye, gets them onto the other side of it, raring to go as we get to the other side to maybe kind of find a way to reignite this a little bit. But it sucked. I'm not going to take too much from it. It's a bad game, but we're going to move on. We're going to flush this one. We're going to move right on to the next. It's a long year. We're about to go play back at home on the Raiders in a couple weeks. Got our bye to get ourselves healthy and right. Let's see where this goes. Let's see what we can do. It's all house money this year. Nobody expected us to do nothing. It's all bonus. So let's go for that bonus. Let's let it hang loose and free. Let's go commando style the rest of this year, especially offensively speaking, if you know what I mean. Thank you, Adrian X. I appreciate your multiple donations on the chat. D-Nugget says Largent and Zorn driving to the stadium together in a VW bug is hilarious. Oh, it is. And back old school time, players now have to like their special tunnels that they're sent into. These guys just park right where normal traffic parks, gets out, walks right along with all the people going into the stadium. Just a different era. It was a simpler time. It was an innocent time. Big Country loved the Packers when Favre was quarterback. They were fun. They were definitely fun. Megan says, yes, you did, B. No sympathy here. You have until the end of the season to convince me, B. Oh, I will. I will. The web feet, the leg irons he had to wear. Lost his parents in a skiing accident, both of them at the same time. Had to raise his children off of a paper route. It was brutal, Megan. It was brutal. Craig went through a lot. Thomas Cox with the $5 donation. Thank you, Thomas. I really do appreciate it, brother. Says, gosh, I'm happy with the fact the Broncos lost, but still need a quarterback in the draft. Well, if the pick does get high enough from this Bronco team, Thomas, if it does get juicy enough, and right now you're standing 7th, you could find your way into the top 5 of this draft with that first round pick. And if that does turn out to be the case, then very well, you could still go get that quarterback if that pick is that high. It's going to be a tough draft, though, to go find a quarterback in, Thomas. This class is getting worse by the week. Started out, I thought we could have 5 first rounders and that there would be really good, certain first rounders in there, really like no doubt quarterbacks to go pick up that high. Now there's going to be questions with almost any of the guys you go and pick. And I don't like looking at that. Not when I also see at the very same time a team that is so looking like it's actually pretty close to being an elite team. A couple of extra added players, a turn here of the screw, a flip here of the dial, and you could get yourself to being an elite team once again. But that's why I go a little more strongly into the direction of saying maybe more Geno is the way to go. Now, Thomas, if you're talking about doing a 3rd round or a 4th round quarterback, yeah, I'm with you on that. But I think the first 2 rounds, unless there's a really certain guy that John Schneider is really high on, and he's like, I can't believe this guy's fell into us at this point in the draft where we're at, be it 2nd, 1st, wherever it's at. And I will trust John on this. I have trust with him when it comes to quarterbacks and finding the right one. I'm going to say go with Geno and then just kind of take the best guys on the board with those first 2 picks in the first 2 rounds, especially. Brian Myers, hey, B, what will you do with yourself next Sunday? Oh, well, we'll be streaming. I may not be live streaming a game, but I will be streaming for sure, Brian, next Sunday. 100%. 100%. We'll be talking about some other items, I'm sure, though. But you can count on it, man. James Watson says, now we have Drew Lock. We good? It's an interesting point, James. That's definitely maybe a backup plan to signing Geno is if Geno goes into the stratosphere as his contract, if some team was willing to offer Geno $40 million a year on a 4-year deal and Seattle goes, no, we're not. We're not going to be that team. Well, then maybe it's Drew Lock on the $7 million contract you just gave Geno this last year. It's possible. It's possible of an option B. And Power Code says, appreciate your efforts, Brandon. Get some rest and take care, bro. I'll definitely tune into some of the B&B shows. Well, thank you, Power Code. I really appreciate that, man. Very kind of you to say. Thomas says, I'm happy the fact the Huskies won, though. That hopefully does make this a little bit better. Huskies having one of their bigger wins the last 2 decades there, going into Oregon and winning. Shocking the world. Space, what days do you do your weekly stream? So we do Sundays. I do Tuesdays and Thursdays with me and Brendan. We kind of change between the channels on whose channel broadcasts. I'll be doing 2 shows on Brendan's channel this week. We'll also be doing a show on Wednesday on the channel here this week. So the next time I'll be going live is going to be most likely Wednesday at 5 o'clock Pacific Standard Time. And then we will go live next Sunday, probably around 1-ish, I would say, next week. So that'll be the schedule for this upcoming week for next 4 streams. Wu-Tang Financial says, appreciate you getting the stream up and running early today. Well, thank you, man. I had a great time with it, as I always do. So appreciate you. Megan says, have to think of something you'll need to do after your failure to convince me about Craig B. I have time. You've given me to the end of the year. I'm just beginning on my convincing. There's the web feet. There's the leg irons. There's the parents killed in the brutal ski accident. Then they actually it's a ski accident where they fell into a wood chipper. You can imagine that. I'm going to get you there. You will have sympathy for Craig when it's all said and done. Have I brought up his baby hands? He's got worse baby hands than Pickett. David Adams, what do you think of Tyler Van Dyke? A very complicated assessment to try to go make, David. Prior to this year, I was very high on the guy. I liked his accuracy, especially in the red zone. He could throw a variety of different passes and layered passes and touch passes and throw it with some accuracy and some velocity. It was a little bit more waning in between the 20s. And I think Mario Cristobal going there has had a lot of effect of a lot like what happened with Justin Herbert at Oregon with Cristobal, where there's a little bit of, I don't know if you're putting this quarterback on the brightest display of his skill set and showing him off in the brightest way for what could be the NFL game, but he's unfortunately fallen kind of off the map this year. And his mechanics have been wonky. His accuracy has been wonky. It's been kind of a little bit of the nature of a lot of these quarterbacks in this draft to a man, which is that they've all sort of lowered their stock over the course of this year rather than raise it. You've seen a little bit of what's happened this year as to what happened with Spencer Rattler and Howell with North Carolina last year. Some of these guys that the people had thought at the beginning of the year might be first round quarterbacks that it really did fall off on because of that final year of play. I think you're kind of seeing something similar with Tyler. It sucks, but he's kind of late round quarterback at this point at best. Megan says B's going to convince me of Dave Cravo over Jim Zorn next stream. You know it. You know it. I just got to build my argument. You got to build my case. Thomas says, I'm concerned about Geno as a one-year wonder quarterback. I trust John, but if it's a high pick, I'd rather it be Jalen Carter or Anderson. Me too, Thomas. I'd rather go that direction than go for a quarterback I'm reaching on. I would be worried about Geno being a one-year wonder, Thomas, if why we saw him succeed had to do with things that were outside of his control. Oh, you had the best in the league pass blocking that year, Geno. How could you not flourish? Oh, every week you had the best running game in football, Geno. How could you not succeed? But the fact that Geno has had his success when sometimes the chips were stacked against him, when sometimes the defense could not stop anybody in certain games, and he had to get the ball up the field constantly. The fact that he's shown the resiliency, the fact that he's shown the mastery of the quarterback position, I think those things show you that that's a sustainable level of play and gives me more confidence that this is not a one-year wonder. If you see one-year wonders, there should be other signs that you're seeing from the way that they play, from the way that they have their success occur than what we're seeing from Geno, where he is truly taking control. He is at times in games taking over. And that's one of the reasons I have a little bit of faith into the future on him, Thomas. But sign me up for Anderson or Carter. I do think Carter is starting to elevate himself over Anderson at this point, by the way. D-Nugget says, let's live stream another game. We won't make it all the way through this one. Megan says, no chance, B. You take care, Alan. Alan, you're cool, though. Nitro Rock, what are you planning on doing for the B&B show this Thursday since we have a bye week? So me and Brendan will talk about what we want to cover on the show for Thursday. I will be going on Brendan's side of the channel for both times this week, Tuesday and Thursday. So we'll do a wrap up of this game on Tuesday on his channel. And then I'm sure on the bye week, it might be maybe just a look at where we are year wise. But me and Brendan got to still kind of talk about that and find out where we're going to take that show. We'll get a direction on it though. ADL Williams says CBS is showing sailboat racing instead of football, and it's actually kind of cool. Is it? All right. Hey, they work hard on those boats. Space, do I think Pete will be here after 2023? Yes, I do, Space. I do indeed. Especially after this year. He's earned the right to be here for a little bit of time longer. So, yep. Yeah, he will be here. Go Hawks, Alan. We're 5th overall in the NFC standing, says D Nugget. Not too bad. No, it's not too bad at all, is it? It's all right. It's all right. Spaces Niner Chargers scream. Oh man, I got to get some food, buddy. I'm 8 hours in on the stream and my stomach's starting to rumble. I'd love to try, but it's a little rumbling and tumbling in the gut, just a tiny bit here. All right, well, let's wrap this up on that note, folks. A tough loss tonight by your Seahawks team. Rough all the way around. Don't want to gloss it up or cover it up. I do want to make sure that we're looking at what went wrong in this game, and what really went wrong in this game at the end of the day was defensively speaking. You were not able to stop Tom Brady. The Bucs did just as they want this whole game. You did not control either line of the scrimmage on the offense or defensive side of the ball. You were conservative in your game planning offensively early on. You're playing a 6:30 a.m. game, 6,000 miles across the world, on the other side of the world. that made this even a little bit harder if you came out and played a little bit flat as you did, if your play calling was a little bit flat as it was. So the game kind of played out not by happenstance or luck, or the Bucs got the benefit of just a bunch of calls, and that's how they won this game through. This game was lost because your Seattle team did lose it. And if you don't win the line of scrimmage, you're not going to win very many football games. I expect this team to adjust. I don't think this is a game that we have to say, well, this is an example of what we are. This is more of who we are going forward. I think this is more of the anomaly to this season and the anomaly to the type of play that we're going to see out of the Seahawks team going into the rest of this year. The schedule does not get significantly tougher moving through the course of this season. There are going to be some hard games. You've got 3 tough division games that's going to dictate whether or not you're able to win this division or not, quite frankly. But everything is still there for the taking. For the taking in this year that no one thought this was possible for us to be at. If you polled everybody out there around nationally, we should be at 1 or 2 losses right now. Instead, you're sitting at 6. Instead, you're in the pole position to go get yourself a playoff spot this year, right now, which means we're that much closer to being an elite team, which means we're that much faster in our ascent to get back to that elite status. And that's what we're trying to do here. It's about Lombardi trophies and getting yourself back to that Super Bowl contending status, which this team is doing ever quicker. So let's not get down in the dumps, which I don't think I have to tell you folks, because I can see still the optimism in the chat. I can see the people putting this loss in the proper perspective and understanding it's not one to freak out about. The GOAT beat you in Germany at 6:30 in the morning. I don't think anybody needs to be freaking out over that. I think everybody nods and goes, okay, they got us on that. It was a tough scheduled game in a year where you're already traveling more miles in the air than anybody else in the NFL. It's going to make it tough. It's not the end-all be-all excuse, but it's a very important reason why. We're going to bounce back in 2 weeks. We're going to take on our old AFC West rival, the Las Vegas Raiders, and we're going to give it to them. We're going to chew on this loss. Coaches are going to chew into some players' ass, and you're going to see this team ready and raring to go in 2 weeks, ready to show you what type of team they truly are this year. So maybe be a little worried, maybe a little discouraged, but be really quickly ready to just flush that game away. And don't you ever forget, even in losses like this, even losses to the GOAT, Tom Brady, man once beat us in the Super Bowl, especially in times like this. When you're worried about the year, when you're wondering if we're going to fall back down to earth, don't wonder if we're falling back to earth. We ain't falling back to earth. We're just about to head to the top of the atmosphere. That's what we're about to do. So you come ride with me. You stay on top of this bandwagon with me. In fact, I need you to push that pedal down to the floor, because we got only one place we're looking to go. And don't you ever forget, even in rebuild years, we still got our eye on the prize. Let no year go past. No rebuild, no tank, no reload. We're here right now. We're on top of the division today, right now. Let's go get it, Seahawks fans. Let's keep the faith, and let's not ever, ever forget. Go Hawks.